instruments just have error that coincidentally corresponds to the equinoxes perfectly?
If there's only one set of results that includes that data, I'm likely to go with the scores of other results that don't include that data.
That didn't even do the actual test? Weird. This is for sure all that the anti-flat earthers are gonna say, though, like, when it gets around to MC Toon or whatever, they're just gonna pull up the Wikipedia page, show all the other ones, and how, it says that it got smaller and smaller, and then they're just going to ignore what happened. They're gonna ignore that the tests are different. They're gonna ignore they didn't do what Miller did. They're gonna ignore that Miller's findings show that it corresponds perfectly. They're just gonna ignore it because there's really no response. An intellectually honest person has to say, well, yeah, that doesn't make sense that it would be instrumental error for it to gradually change throughout the year and correspond to equinoxes. That's the only honest response. Then maybe eventually it'll turn into, oh, well, we don't believe him. We think he's lying. He didn't really do it. We're just gonna go replicate the experiment, though. So then you guys will say flat earthers don't know how to do experiments. You did it wrong. You're stupid. Even though we'll have multiple engineers doing it, and I can already see how the whole thing will happen.
It turns out that the data that Miller was analyzing, he didn't analyze it correctly either.
Yeah, first of all, I just pointed out that it was Elias that we stumbled upon this through. So Elias is the one that specifically went through what happened with the data.
Isn't it LA?
Whatever. I think it's Elias. I don't know though.
Okay. What about this thing that I just posted about the data analysis that Miller did?
What?
What is it? So you can't see my tits, can they?
16 after the hour. I just posted it.
What about it?
They can hear you, but they can't see you.
That's what I'm asking. What about it?
No, they can't see your boobs.
Okay, good.
What about it?
Right. I was specifically talking about the data analysis that Miller did, and it turns out the data, when analyzed later correctly, didn't come up with the same conclusion.
So you literally just looked up something that explains it away and haven't read it yet, and then posted it.
Someone in the background with doofus who said flat earther. Did she say that in a
if you've done
mocking
research
tone?
on this, I wouldn't have to point it out to you, right?
Yeah, they did.
But you didn't hear any of that, did you?
Someone is talking to doofus saying, "Are you talking to flat earthers again? Dumb flat earthers." Sorry about that.
Who's talking?
Just hear that in the background. Maybe it's your microphone, Witsa, but I don't think so. You're coming through clear.
What's funny is what Doofus just posted says that it says that
is that
says he misrepresented the drift, and it can be explained with special relativity.
Yeah.
Great.
Doesn't even deny the drift, like you said. You didn't even read this.
Okay, what about?
Oh, hey, Witsit. Now we can think about the atomic clocks, right, and how they verified Einstein by traveling east to west or versus west to east. Very good, Witsit. Very good.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's a vortex, man, and they caught it, bro. They went up there, they caught it, they use it for satellites. This explains why they say they have such issues going through the South Atlantic anomaly area because of the magnetic.
Yeah. Very good.
The Globers are going to hate this. We're just going to have to go do the experiment ourselves because, like I said, this is suppressed because it's not consistent with their results. So, like I said, the Air Force also did this in '87, but this is going to take away the ISS and satellites from them, and they're just going to go down swinging, obviously.
I don't even think you have to do experiments with it. All you have to do is talk about it because, in a sense, I feel that the creator is waiting for us to come to these realization terms, and then when you speak about it, and then the truth will have to become known. So I don't think tests are pretty important. All the tests have been done, if you know what I mean. Just speaking about it, known now that you've come to realization, I think will be sufficient. But good, do
Well,
the test.
I just
Right,
want to
don't
go. I
measure
want us to
reality.
replicate the test at different times throughout the year, at different locations and different elevations, and also monitor a pendulum
Very good.
beside it during the eclipses and stuff.
How
We're
they
gonna actually figure it out. They're gonna do nothing but repeat the status quo,
Yeah.
even though even though behind the scenes they admit the status quo is wrong. They can't update their position until they officially come out with a new consensus.
Yeah,
But for us, we can just go look for the truth and do tests ourselves, and
right.
they
And
can't really do that.
as long as you realize they've already done the tests and realize that whoever that they are,
Of
they
course,
already
the
know.
military, the Air Force did it in '87. I'm sure the military. How do you think the ISS is up there, bro? I mean, they know
Well,
exactly.
exactly,
The circle
exactly.
jerk is fun, but I'm still trying to address this thing with this paper.
You
Go ahead,
don't even know what you're
Doofus.
talking about, though, because I just proved you didn't even read it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because I
You
said
never
I was
bought the
in the
book and you
process
never
of
read the
reading it
paper.
while I was
Doofus,
talking
go
to you.
Doofus.
And
What's
if I
wrong with
had...
you?
Pete, why are you talking? Okay. Because I was in the middle of reading it while I was talking to you about it. And I had mentioned if you had done the research behind Miller's experiments, you would have come across this paper.
First of
In
all, I just
addition,
said I just found out about it, and I'm looking into it.
in addition, the paper goes over the data analysis that Miller did and how it should have been done. You're dismissing the paper before having gotten to that part of the paper. Why?
You haven't even gotten to that part of the paper yet.
Just now.
Okay, so what exactly did he do wrong?
What exactly?
You don't know. You haven't
You want
read
you want a statistics class right here, right now?
it. See what I'm saying? So
Just
anyway,
answer the question directly, Doofus. What's wrong with you? Back and forth conversation. Two men talking. Go ahead.
now
Right.
one of the things
This
that
requires
Elias and
background
Miller were doing
information,
wrong
some
is they
knowledge
were
about
assuming that this.
statistics, Pete. That's why I'm not going into it right now, because we have to have that common background. Statistics.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, but there's an audience listening. Just let's keep it simple. Let's keep it superficial if you want. Just answer the questions without requiring a lot of citations and a lot of fucking details.
He doesn't know the answer. He objectively hasn't read it.
Well, he says he
hasn't
has,
read
so prove him
Yeah,
wrong.
objectively.
it. Okay. What
You
is
might be
it
looking
about
through it
up,
right now. You
Austin,
haven't
rile
actually
him up
read it.
then.
It's not
Prove him
like you've
wrong.
read it before.
Expose the liar.
I'm saying, like,
Okay,
you might
go
be
ahead.
looking
What is
through
it
it right
about
now. I have no
Miller's-
doubt that surely he downloaded the PDF and he's looking at it like I am. And I know he hasn't actually finished reading it because I'm sitting here looking at it. And that's why if you knew what he did wrong, you'd be able to summarize it simply right now, or you would have been able to immediately answer it. So
Surely you would, because Doofus is definitely a capable intellectual. I know he is. So Doofus, if you've read it and understood it, can you go ahead?
what it says right here is funny. It's like his use of a constant temperature room also reduced his systematic drift considerably compared to other experiments. It literally says in here that he maintained the temperature variable. So this paper refutes your first claim.
Do you guys want to see some tits or
Right.
what?
Why was the later experiment using materials that was immune to that effect?
And
though?
now you're just changing the subject again. So
That's not changing the subject. That's precisely what I mentioned earlier.
you said that it was because that what he must have not accounted for was temperature because they did that later. And it says
Did I
in
use
here
those words?
specifically that he did.
Is that what I
Literally
said?
in your own source, it says he did.
Right. Is that what I said, Witsit?
Yes.
No. Rewind the stream then. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you said
Well, we
that.
have a contradiction straight away. Can we sort it out?
Yeah, you said temperature causes the instrumental error, and that's why they didn't get the drift reading later on when they used different materials that account for the temperature change.
Is that what I said?
Yes.
Okay, rewind the stream.
Well, I said it more elegant than you. Obviously, you didn't actually say it like that, but that's what you were arguing.
Yeah, I didn't say it at all, did I?
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yes, you
Nowhere
did.
did I say that, Witsit.
I'm bored. I'm bored.
I know you're bored because you're full of shit.
That's not why I'm bored.
Right. You're bored because you can't, because not everybody in this
find you
room is
boring.
not just taking your word as it is.
I don't want anyone
Like
to take
that
my
thing
word.
about
I
the
just said I want
hyperbolic spaces that you still won't bring a citation for.
I don't want
Can you
anyone
bring
to
me that citation about hyperbolic spaces?
I
Wits
don't
it?
want anyone to take my word. I just explained that I wanted us to go do the experiment ourselves.
Pyramids are like Noah's Ark.
Somebody
Sorry,
hot mic.
I'm new. I'm new to the flat earthers.
So this is just funny. Like you maybe just look into it first, doofus, instead of acting like you know it must be wrong or something. Like, chill out.
Isn't me bringing up this paper me looking into it?
Yeah, but you should just read it and figure it out before you just drop it in here like it refutes me, because it doesn't. I'm reading it right now.
Fuck
Here,
them.
hold on.
You're weird as shit.
What about section 2, Witsit?
What about it?
Specific- What's going on in section 2?
It explains that it literally, that's where it explains that he did maintain for temperature.
Is that what that section is about? What's the title of that section?
The measurements of Illingworth.
No.
Oh, that's
Section
appendix.
2. What is the title of that section, Witsit?
Can you calm down, man?
What is it?
Miller's data reduction algorithm.
There we go. What's going on in there?
I don't know. You tell me. You say you know it debunks me. You're hot micing.
No, he's really trying to talk to us. He's just dumb enough to be too far away.
There you go. I'm sure. Is that why you come here? Is like you think it makes you smart to try to tear other people down for not being smart? Because hypothetically, even if you were right and everyone in here was stupid that thinks the Earth's flat, that doesn't automatically mean that you're smart. So can you try to understand that we're all like people that live on the Earth and we were all made by the Creator and we should be kind to each other?
We should also not lie to each other.
I agree. In fact, when you lie a lot, it's going to be bad for your spirit and it's going to end up causing health problems.
Fantastic.
Yeah, doofus, stop lying. We don't want you to get sick.
Hey, Zan, I got a real quick because my wife's mom's about to be here, but Zan, I got a question for you. So you know how they said in the Mickelson-Morley that the fringe shift that was detected was instrumental error? Well, do you agree that if they did a test later and it showed a fringe shift that gradually changed throughout the year, so it gradually changed with the passing of the year, and then the maximum and minimum readings corresponded and landed perfectly on the equinoxes, that could not be instrumental error?
Right, I did say that. It turns
Zanuck.
out when I found this paper that it wasn't instrumental error.
Calm down, Zanuck.
Yes, if it was correlated to a period that was statistically significant where it did vary due to something else other than being random, which an instrumental error would be
Right.
a random type
Thank
of.
you. Yeah, because if it's instrumental error, it'll be random. If it's because of
Well,
temperature,
yeah.
it'll be expansion and contraction randomly. If it's
not a good
gradual and consistent. Okay. Anyway, I gotta go.
You can keep on thinking that things actually contract and expand. Doofus, you said you read something about that as well? Calling Doofus. Doofus, report to headquarters for your NASA paycheck.
Your microphone is aggravating.
Doofus, you said you read that?
I'm in the middle of reading it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miller's expectations were a bit off.
So at minimum, maximum measurement deviations that corresponded with the equinox.
You're very quiet, at least on my end.
Is that Zanuck? Yes, I meant to bring that up as well about the equinox. Very good. We'll wits it though. Very good. Very good. Very good. That's over the equator, right? So if you have a celestial equator, that's saying something about in flat Earth reality about the barrier contour itself that we are under. I think it very well might be, but that's a different matter. I know Zanuck, you won't get into ether. You deny ether, so you definitely deny ether drift. So you deny everything that what Whitsitt has said, especially about vortices. Very, very interesting when we think about a paddle going through water and how it creates vortices. If you have a moving
I've already
force
disputed
around a
it,
contoured
debunked it
surface,
with
you are
using
going to generate vortices, which you can just appreciate by going down to your local river and looking at by the surface of
the non sequitur
the
in the
shore
comment.
itself.
GP, we've disputed it and debunked it just by the fact that laser radar systems work. When you get a ticket, a traffic ticket for speeding, going 100 miles an hour, the fact that they can get that same reading by following you and you're going 100 miles an hour differential speed, approaching you 100 miles an hour differential speed, or in any situation measure 100 miles an hour that you're traveling versus the ground, that disputes that ether is involved at all. That light does not
But
need it.
that's okay. That's fair enough. I don't know what you debunked via that, but that's according to proximity as well. You have to have the target
No,
within a
it's not.
certain range, correct?
No, if I'm going through, if I'm following you and you're 100, I'm going 100 miles an hour and you're going 200 miles an hour. You got to just buy yourself a McLaren 720 and you're going 200 miles an hour and I'm following you and I'm measuring you going 100 miles an hour away from me. And you are going 100 miles an hour away from me because I know I'm going 100 versus the ground and your speedometer says 200. So that can't happen if you have ether. You can't measure that with ether because now that same reading would happen if I was under an overpass seeing you fly by at 100. That test
Very
alone
good.
just,
That's
just
very good,
debunks
actually.
it.
That's
Just
very
debunks
good.
the ether completely because you can't argue
Yes.
that. There's no preferential ether that follows you if you're moving or something.
That's very good in terms of the point I was trying to raise, which was to Whitsitt as well. Just flat earthers generally, if we have this 8 kilometers per second ether drift or ether wind, whatever you might call it, which transfers to or translates to the exact speed of the ISS in orbit, right?
That's not the speed they're
Is
talking
that
about.
is
That's
that
not the speed
same
they're talking about.
expression happening at ground level, or does it decrease? So in other words, as we're at ground level, do we experience a lower ether flow rate? I guess in a sense, that's the question I wanted to raise. So thank you for reminding me of that, Zanuck. But of course, you deny
The
ether to
ether
begin
drift.
with.
They didn't talk about 8 kilometers per second ether drift. That's the rotational speed of the ISS. The ether drift they're looking for was 66,000 miles an hour. So roughly, 5 times that, 4 times that.
Oh yeah, but that's
They, they,
a
they didn't
different
get any of
matter.
that
They
to
failed to
begin with.
find that.
The drift they're looking for was corresponding to the Earth moving around the sun.
Right. And they failed to find that. And the figure arrived at was that this detectable drift was something around, what is it? Is it 8 kilometers per second? I
No,
don't know
they,
if
they
it was
got
that.
noise. They got noise. It was not consistent. It was random for the most part.
This is
How
what
they,
isn't this what led into Einstein? So, in other words, okay, as flat
oh,
Earth as we know, the Earth is stationary, right? That's our baseline. That should be your baseline if you imagined yourself as a flat earther, Zanuck. But it's stationary, so something is in motion, definitely. So if they fail to collect or collate this, what is it, 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, but they did collect and collate some information which led to some massive speed, 8 kilometers per second, of something in motion. Well, then what might that be? That's the bigger question here, isn't it? That's
no,
that's the bigger question.
no. We know we can measure the velocity of the ISS by doing simple parallax or triangulation to it.
Hold on a second,
We
Zanuck.
know it's going 17,000 miles an hour. That's easy to
Well,
figure out.
you
Zanuck,
know,
check the chat.
yeah.
The chat, Zanuck.
What's that?
Check the chat for what I just posted.
Oh,
Well, I'm very interested in this uh, reading, which occurred at the autumnal and the spring equinox, which is as we on Earth, as you will describe, it's over the equator, right? It's the point where the sun passes exactly over the equator and gives us equal daylight, nighttime either side. That's most interesting. Because in my own view, we're under a bibarrier system, and the barrier we're under begins low at the north, highest at the equator, celestial equator if you want, and lowest at the peripheral, and then the outer barrier is like a big tent top or an umbrella top over that. So that's interesting that it would coincide with that highest point above the ground in terms of our terrestrial experience here. That's just that's a different thing. That's just going into speculation zone with people who are already flat earthers and understand that there is any motion is attributed to something other than the Earth's surface. It might be part of Earth, but it's not the Earth's surface. But that's a different matter here. Very interesting.
Right, but it's interesting that Witzett's ether wind citation happens to have these errors in statistical analysis. Just happens.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know what you're talking about specifically, Doofus, because I haven't read the book or looked at the papers. But yeah, I guess Witzett. Where's Witzett gone?
We're talking about his claim that there was a period had statistical significance to where these errors seem to follow max mins of the equinox occurring, and it sounds like the statistical significance is very, very low. That was the case.
Yeah, I can see. This is what I'm saying, man. I can picture it. Not remember. In my view, in my worldview, the reason why the sun moves in and out, it's ultimately a spiraling fashion, but it's because the source itself, all the skylights are just emanations from a primary source, which is in motion at the north itself. So
that's not what we're talking about.
These are the terms I'm thinking in terms.
That's not the subject.
It is a subject. It's about the ether flow, how it varies throughout the year, with the transition of the sun from tropic to tropic and back.
This guy didn't tell you.
For me, it is the subject, but I did already.
This guy didn't telling you there was no statistical significance to that claim.
Yeah, but
that
again,
the equinox.
Again, you and Zanik, you come in to help Doofus, and you're talking about something very specific with Austin, and I haven't read the book nor the paper, so I'm just sort of expressing my own thoughts or thinking out loud. That's what I would say.
You should think out loud on the things that Witzett talks about and how he supports them. For instance, the hyperbolic visual spaces. That thing. The reason why he doesn't want to bring that up is because precisely I was correct on that topic. That the
where's Witzett then
that the citation he has for that is about the human perceptual system and how we perceive spaces. That's not anything to do with the direction anything's located anywhere. It has nothing to do with any of that. But he brought that in specifically because he heard Gleam talking about it, and now it's part of his repertoire of nonsense.
Right.
No, he denies that, and he's not here to speak for himself. I think at the minute,
doesn't have to.
That's not the point. No, you're after compressing a few different areas that we were speaking about, and he already said that just because Gleam mentioned it, that doesn't mean that he's the source. Gleam read it somewhere else, so he was making reference to the primary source. So
if one of those claims, you can show that we are using orthographic equations and standard planar geometry, trigonometry to determine where these objects should be in your field of view, and it's not an illusion that something's rising in your. It's a perception. It still can be calculatable by you knowing their height above the surface and the object's distance away. You'll know where it's going to be in your field of view. That's not an illusion. That's where it is.
Yeah. But Zanik, the problem. Yeah, Zanik, the problem is then, how do you explain Dr. John Dee's capture from coast to coast, and on a perfect day, it has to be perfect conditions like the Black Swan or Rantion furnace, the water has to be perfectly calm, the sun has to be in an appropriate position. How do you explain them capturing coast to coast observations average 20 miles from shore to shore? How do you do that from 6 inches? 6 inches above the fucking ground surface.
What are you looking at? You're looking at a laser that's being shot across the water with just a mild amount of with a little
You
bit of
are
light
what?
scatter. Can I answer you or no?
Go ahead.
Well,
Go
in Heath's
ahead.
case,
Go
it's
ahead.
not a
Sorry. Go
laser, it's
ahead.
just an optical observation.
An optical
Go ahead.
observation or a laser, either way, mostly because of the scattering of a laser, you'll see it like you see a car coming up, approaching as it's coming from underneath a hill to you. But what these talking about, just seeing things, optical observations that can be explained simply by refraction. Refraction doesn't work the way you guys think it does. It looms things up, and that's what he's doing. It's looming those observations up. Those targets are being loomed up angularly because light is continually, progressively bending down around a curve.
From 6 inches above the water.
Of course, the
Sorry,
lower
6 inches above the ground.
the lower it is, the more the refraction.
So the less you can trust it, even though if you were to post a picture of what the target looks like, and then you were to look through what Dr. John D, as he calls himself, Aranti caught, and you say, oh, that looks very much like the target, you're going to say, no, that's all illusion. Is that what you're saying? It's been
No, I'm not
fucking
saying it's
loomed
illusion.
up.
Are you an illusion if you look in the mirror? No, it
No,
is the
no, I'm
object.
not.
The object, the
No,
light,
I'm
the
not
path.
an illusion. I
Pete,
am
Pete,
a
Pete, Pete,
representation
Pete,
of
Pete, Pete,
solid
Pete, stop,
physical
stop, Pete,
reality.
stop, halt. If you look at something across the water and it is right straight dab in the middle of your field of view, eye level, you can be very sure that it has been loomed up. That it's been loomed
No.
up in your field of view. Hold
Okay.
on. And that happens when light bends down from a less dense medium to a high dense medium and having an angle of incidence on
Fair
top of that.
enough.
So that's what we're
Fair enough.
seeing. So looming is not an optical illusion. It's what happens. It's light
Okay.
bending down and it looms objects up and changes their
Okay,
angle of position
I
in your field of view.
accept. I accept what you have to say there as a good explanation of what has to be happening, or something like that, over in a ball Earth model. Now, as an alternative model, my explanation for why we're actually seeing straight through to the target, because the water itself acts like a mirror surface beyond a certain point. Even locally it does, but certainly beyond a certain point. So as you have a certain angle of viewing over the great distance to this water surface, reflections are going to come into play. And when you're at a certain height, then you're going to get a distorted view, or even the view of the target itself is going to be obscured because of this mirroring. When you get down so low, then the acuteness of viewing angle is so minimal that you do away with these reflective influences, and now you're seeing straight through to the target, which is right there. That's the alternative explanation. What's your problem with that?
And that's a horrible explanation. First of all,
Well, what's your problem with it?
So mirrored or internal reflections, mirrored or otherwise, are going to be upside down. That would be considered a mirage, and it would be on the surface of the water
Yeah,
along its path.
yeah. No
But
mirages, though.
that's not what we see. We don't see a mirrored object. If we
Yeah,
do,
but there's no
that's not
mirages with Dr.
that's not
John D from
that's
3 inches above the
all you
water,
have.
6 inches.
To do, right, all you have to do, Pete, is just change one independent variable of your little experiment. Just start raising your viewing angle. Just start going up. Just start going up 5,
Yes,
10, 15, 20, 30 feet. And then compare what you see of the object
right.
in your field of view and where it goes and
And
by how much it does go in your
right.
field of view. That will tell you, it'll actually give you a plot of what the refraction very accurately would be at any point for your elevation. Any point.
But you know what
You
will
get a curve,
happen?
you get a plot,
But
where you
yeah,
can say, what would be the position of this object at, say, 40 feet or 50 feet if I've only measured 30 and 60? It'll tell you, because the variance will tell you what the refraction is at any
okay.
point.
So I'll explain to you now in my model. Remember, it's not about your model being correct or my model being. There's two different models. Let's see what's the best explanation, which coincides with our experience. So as you do rise up, suddenly then the beach front disappears. And you see this sort of definitive horizon about, I don't know, a few miles away, and you go, look, there you go, everything's after disappearing, no more looming. That's in accordance with the curvature of the Earth. Fair enough. I'm saying no. What's happening there is now you're increasing the angle of viewing to this greater surface you're looking over, which is flat water, reflective water. So now you are looking, as you're looking at the greater panorama, looking towards the target. Now you have this interference from the water surface, which is actually, according to your viewing angle distance, it's actually reflecting the sky beyond. So what you call now the geometric horizon is simply simply just a limitation set by your height above this reflective water surface. And I think it's a brilliant fucking alternative explanation, Zanuck. I think it is. It's brilliant. And it's obvious. It's obvious as an alternative explanation as well. I'm particularly talking about calm days when you have a sun out and when you have the mirrored water surface mirroring. So to extend it further, any example you see then of an inferior mirage of a target in the distance, this is along the same lines, simply a reflection over a flat plane of the boat itself, as it's elongated over the surface of the water, which, according to our estimation, it could be many miles that you're looking at the reflection over. It doesn't matter to you. You're just looking at something that's compressed to your vision. So yeah, that's very good.
It's a horrible explanation. Wasn't well
Yes,
thought out.
well,
Highly ignorant of the technology or the science of optics, physics.
your magic versus
And,
my
like,
fucking
you're making
practicality.
well, I'm not
That's
making things.
crazy.
You are.
Your
You
magic
need to
explanations.
you need to understand how light works. Go take a class. Go read a book. Go do a Google search. You're getting it all completely wrong. I mean, I don't know where to start. It's so wrong.
Yeah, the only reason my thing can't work though is because you deny an extended span of
No, I'll
water.
give you a
That's
reason why
all.
it can't work.
You deny an extended span of water. That's all.
No,
Yes.
you gave a partial explanation of why we have mirages.
I've decoded Canigoo. I've
When I'm
decoded
talking,
Canigoo. I've decoded Mount
refraction
Canigoo from the distance along the same lines.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
perfect.
because light bends, and we know light bends. It's simple as that. I mean,
Well,
I don't
we
want. I
go
don't want to
along
talk
with
about
your
it.
fantastical,
You're not being very honest.
explanation.
You're not thinking it through, and you're just talking. So I mean, I don't want to hear this. You think we can increase the magnification of these windmills and bring them all back into scale?
No, you
Bottom?
can't. No, you
Okay, why?
can't, because there's
Where's the
actually a
bottom of that
physical.
windmill?
There's
Where the
actually a
annulus is
physical
right on the water.
limitation
Where's the
along the
bottom? Where
surface
do you
of the
think the bottom
water,
went?
which
Pete, I hear you
precludes
talking.
that.
Pete, where did the bottom go? And where did anything below the middle of the
Oh, I
propeller?
thought you asked me a question. I was
Where
answering.
where do you think, Pete? Where do you think every inch of that windmill, that when it's
I'll tell you.
completely submerged, except for the annulus, the center of the propeller, where is the bottom of it, Pete?
When you look at these images, okay.
Can you give me an answer yet? Okay, this is my last words with you tonight. Yeah, answer it specifically, or I'm not going to speak to you anymore. Where did the bottom go? Don't give me a story.
My last word
Say where
my
do you think it
last
went?
word to you is fuck
Good.
off. Shove it up your arse.
Okay, great.
That's all you can do with Zanuck. You just gotta tell him fuck off, because he's gonna show you something that is the exact thing that he argues about when you bring it up. So when you tell him, "Oh, hey, well, we can see too far because it's behind the curve," oh, it's looming it up. But then he's gonna show you a picture of that water doing the same exact thing, blocking out an obstruction in the distance, and then accounting for. These guys are so swift with their double talk. It's fucking retarded. And people let them every fucking day. They let them do this bullshit every fucking day.
No, it's okay to let Zanuck do what he does. You see the last picture he posted at 6:46?
Right.
Zanuck, are you still here?
No, he bounced.
Oh, he left? So how's that different than my shrimp boat picture?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's the same exact. But see, he uses that for his argument and says, "Oh, well, where's the bottom at?" But you can prove to him, like, look at during a certain time of the day, things go behind this water because it's an optical illusion where the water rises and is behind the water, but as an illusion. It's not fucking physically behind water. But then,
yeah, those windmills look like the sun is shining directly on them. They're being magnified closer. They're probably further away, and then the water is rising up. You have all types of things going on there. The sky could be mirroring. You have no clue. To say that's just Earth curve and not mention anything else is so disingenuous now.
I know that's what Zanuck does though with this picture, and he holds it like it's a staple. Like, told you guys, these windmills. You could ask him why aren't they fucking tilting away from me? Because if it's on a ball and they should be curving and pointed towards the sky opposite. No, he'll tell you oh, the angle is so small that you can't fucking get out. Dude, just gag these dudes and shut them up already, man. They're full of shit. Every day they come here, and they're all full of shit.
Okay. Why is the surface of the water loomed up more than the objects in the distance?
Because that's the way it works. Next
That's
question.
just the way it is, buddy. The
Next
foreground is
question.
That's
different
not
than
a
the
fucking
background.
explanation, is it?
Next question.
The water
Is
is
it an
obviously-
explanation, Apocryphon? Do you
I
Next
have
just
an
question,
did.
answer?
please.
Why is
I
it
Next
just
that the
did.
surface that is closer
Hello?
to you loomed
Am
up
I-
more than the
Am I
objects in the
roboting?
distance?
You asked the question. Why are you still talking? So the water in the foreground appears for different reasons. Perspective, the conditions of the day, whatever, to rise up. Anything beyond that point, which y'all call the vanishing point and or horizon on that
Don't call it
day,
the vanishing
because on a
point.
different day it could appear different because the sky could mirror down or the water could go up more and create a different horizon or apparent horizon, then you're going to get different obstruction amounts. Some days you probably won't even be able to see those windmills. Hello?
Okay, now, in the typical stable conditions that we see almost every single day, what causes the surface to loom up more than the distant objects? The distant objects are farther away. They should be subject to more refraction, not less.
Well, you're just assuming that it's refraction. I don't. And I'm not the person who created this phenomenon, so I don't know exactly what causes it. I don't know the cause of gravity either. Right? I just know things fall when I throw them up, or some things go up. I don't claim to know it. I just see it. I observe it. I take videos and pictures of it. I know what it's not. I know what it's not. I know it's not Earth curve in the cases that I take, unless the Earth is really, really small. So must be an optical phenomena. Don't
Yeah,
need to know the
exactly.
cause to know what happens.
Exactly, because if you're taking a shot of something bending at a mile away so drastically, well then we must live like America must take up the whole half of one side of this ball, because
than
this
a mile away.
curve would be really, really, I mean,
More
even
than a
using
mile.
your guys' own motto and math, like this curve that's being represented in some of these pictures, to where it's already behind the curve after only a mile, 2-3 miles away. But then you can see things at 19 miles away, and then all of a sudden, what happened to that ball that was curving 3 miles away? Dude, there's so much discrepancies that these people are so blind, bro. How are you gonna show me? How is Zanuck gonna show me something where the windmills are 4 miles away and they're behind a ball Earth? But then you can show me a picture that something's 19 miles away behind a ball Earth. Where's the curve at, guys? Is it at 4 miles or 19 miles? These guys are full of shit, dude. I'm tired of these idiots. Tired of them.
All right, so none of that was an explanation for the question.
None
I
of
asked.
that was an explanation because we already told you the answer.
You wanted to interrupt instead of letting other people finish what they're saying. So now we're just going to hold the room hostage. How do you like that idea?
Yeah, you can do what you want. You're still.
Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll do that right now. We'll start. Let's go ahead and start interrupting people just when they start talking.
You're the one that jumped
Let's
into the
go ahead and
conversation.
interrupt
You asked
people
me a
as
question.
they're trying to
dumb
get a
shit.
thought out.
You
And
asked
go
me a
ahead
question.
and act
dumb
like
shit.
a fucking child.
You're
Let's
the one
act
that asked me
child
the
in this
question.
room.
You
dumb
need to
shit.
calm
Just so
down,
that
bro.
you can get your thought out and blot out your opposition.
Doofus,
Yeah.
do you ever back down, bro?
No, he's a
I mean, you
doofus.
realize how maybe this guy or me or someone is being toxic. Why don't you back down?
Why don't people get the chance to finish what they're saying?
You just seem really toxic, dude. So it doesn't help.
Right? It doesn't help when somebody else is in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, I know you
Decide
can make another
that because
excuse, and I
somebody
just
else is
interrupted you, and
talking,
I know you're going to
Rakia,
blow
I'm
up.
talking
I've just
directly
proven
to
a point
you.
you're not going to
I'm
back
talking
down
directly
ever.
to you, Rakia,
I've just
and
proven a point you're not
Apocryphon.
going to back
If
down
somebody
ever.
else is in the
Yeah, I
conversation
just
and they
asked
decide
you to back
that the
down sometimes.
opposition
Now I'm
doesn't
proving you're
get
never
to
going to
be
do that.
heard What
I'm
you're
never
doing is
ever
choosing who gets to be
until a
heard.
mod comes
You
in
don't
here
get
and
to make
mods
that
us,
choice, Rakia.
right? Because you need a
don't
mod.
get to
You're the one
have
calling
that
names.
level of
You
decision
also
making
interrupt. You're
here.
also
You
toxic.
don't have
So
that
now I'm
level of
proving that
power.
you need a
This is
mod.
not
You
your server,
have to have a
Rakia.
mod, and
You
I don't
don't get
mind
to
taking up the
moderate
space
who's
and
talking
proving that you
just
need a
because you
mod.
don't like
Like
what they're
we've talked
saying.
for hours in here, hours without you, without a mod.
Right. Again, because somebody else is talking, it does not give you the right, because you don't like what they're saying,
I didn't say
to
it did.
just talk over them.
I didn't say it
That's
did.
not
I
a
asked why
power
don't
that
you
is in.
back down?
That is not a
And then I
power that is
proved
in
that
your
you
control,
can back
Rakia.
down. I think you're a robot, dude. I think you're
Is there
AI.
any moderator in this room at all?
Yeah, please get a mod here because this guy called me names and is talking over everybody and is very toxic.
I'm the one talking over everybody.
No, you're the one calling names, being toxic, and causing all these issues. Without you, we didn't have issues.
Right. Without me, you didn't feel the need to talk over somebody else.
Because we didn't have people being toxic like you.
All right.
You
I
condescend
asked
and
how
you
is it
talk down to
possible for
everybody. You
something
think
that's
everybody is
closer
dumb
to
and you never back down. I just proved it. I can prove it again. You can't back down ever. You might be a robot, dude.
All right.
At the very least, you need a vacation.
I asked
And I'm
you.
not a genius. I don't know why you think I'm a genius. I'm
Rakia,
not.
can you stop talking for a second so that somebody else can actually talk in this room?
Oh, you want me to stop? But I'm not a genius. I want everyone to know that. Even though you think I am, I'm not.
I simply asked, how is it possible for water that is closer to you to be subject to more refraction than something that's in the distance? You said, maybe it's not refraction, maybe it's perspective. Perspective doesn't do you any justice either, since that doesn't
I
make
never
any
said
sense for
that.
a flat surface. You said maybe it's also the more dense layer of the atmosphere. Well, that doesn't help.
I never said that. I clearly said I didn't know the cause.
Then you said turbulence, and that doesn't help you either because we don't see the
I
atmosphere
never said that.
in
I
the
said
way
I
of something
clearly
in the
don't know
distance.
the
We see the
cause.
surface of the Earth in the way. So none of these explanations that you have are suitable. They don't
I
fit.
clearly didn't say the things you just said. I clearly just stated that I didn't know the cause or didn't need to. Did you not hear that? Let me repeat it. I don't know why
retracting your
that
earlier
picture
statement then.
appeared. Are you talking over me now? Am I roboting? Okay, I'll start over. I clearly said I don't need to know the cause of why my picture of my shrimp boat proves that this phenomena happens. I just know it does now. So whenever I see a picture where the water appears to be higher than any distant object, I know it's an optical phenomenon. You can't take that from me ever.
Right. You can't change your position based on evidence.
And Rakia, what I can't grasp is why can't they accept that truth? Why is it something that they're just like locked? It's like it will not
I don't
like
know.
make sense in their brain that exactly what you just said, a child can understand that. But because maybe the child, maybe that grade school hasn't gotten into a high school or higher education to a college to learn all the reasons why what they're seeing with their own eyes is not what they're seeing with their own eyes. Maybe that's why
I posted a definition of a mirage, right? Optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. I show a mirage happening less than 4 miles away. So anything you show me that is 15, 100, 200, 50 miles away, I know the same mirage or whatever you want, an educated person wants to call it. You can name it all the things you want. You can call it something I've never heard of. Doesn't matter. I know it's possible. I don't need you. It's my photograph. I took it. I'm 300 yards away from where I took that picture like a year or two ago. I don't need you to explain it to me. I don't need you to name the phenomena. I don't need you to ask me what causes it. And if I don't know, it didn't happen. That's not the way it works. It is photographed. It is videoed. It is in my mind and other people's mind forever.
As far as
Right.
I recall, nobody here was arguing the authenticity of any of your photos. Nobody was arguing against that. What we're talking about, though, is in the vastly common observation where we look off into the distance. The surface of the Earth is in the way of something in the distance. Now, there's currently no explanation that you can provide me as to why that happened.
I can give you an example of what it is, and it can't be physical water. I can give you the optical phenomena, the mirage, the optical illusion, probably what they say it's called is the atmospheric conditions. Now, I happen to agree with that because on a same exact camera and do the same exact thing and take a picture of a shrimp boat that isn't obstructed. And basically, the only thing that changed was the atmosphere, the conditions of the day. God, I'm done.
Hey, Ricky,
Maybe I am a genius. Maybe Doofus is right, and I am a genius.
Cool. Did you
Hey.
have the part where I said the vastly common observation is that the surface of the Earth is in the way?
Was this mic low for everybody or just me?
That's for me too. Hey, Doofus, I posted a video and you might see it right at the beginning and just like hand wave it. But if you could just keep watching, like I just posted it, and I think that I mean a lot of us have already seen this, right? But it's when you hand wave things because it's no, you know, it's just it makes too much sense to you or to somebody. But just if you could just keep watching it, I know it's the RC boat at the beginning. But check out this at-home project they did, okay? Check it out. Just watch the video, Agent, Flat Cats. Just come on, man. I think this video it'll explain it to like ballers that are really truly asking us because they do want an answer. I think this will help. But if they still don't get it after this video, then they're not asking to help them. They're asking because they want to try to just rebuttal you and make
waste time and just argue.
Yeah, they're not asking. Go ahead.
You see the picture of the Pontchartrain bridge that I post, and when I'm on the east side of the bridge curves towards me and appears underwater, and then I go to the west side of the bridge like 20 minutes later and take a picture and appears to curve that way and still appears underwater, and 6 days later I take a picture from both sides and it's not appearing to curve or go underwater. Guess what caused that? Like they didn't do any construction. I didn't fool with my camera. I didn't make any special adjustments or special angles. The only thing that changed was the conditions of the day.
Correct. And this is what they can't grasp or they need to ignore. So like if you watch this video I posted and they have like a little bread paper clip or little bread holder thing, plastic pieces, and then they open up the door. That's all they do is just open up the door to allow the temperature come in. And just because the change of temperature literally makes these things disappear behind this, layer of temperature, of a climate. And the reason why Zanuck and all these, doofus, like, don't get me wrong, Rakia, they're not stupid. They're pretty intelligent people, but they're just brainwashed intelligent people. So like, even though you can show them like, look, you dumbass, like, look at this is the way it
Can I
works.
respond to it, or are you
why
going
it
to keep
doesn't.
talking? Can I respond to it, or are you just going to keep talking?
No, just don't respond yet. I'm not done. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Of course not.
Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right. So I need to ask you an honest question. Do you remember having conversations with me regarding density gradients and optical effects through those density gradients?
We've probably done it for the past years now, but go on.
Okay. What in this video is new information?
That's the point. This This is Groundhog Day. There's nothing new we're telling you from 5 years ago. It's the same exact argument. The only difference is that you still stand and we still stand on our same sets. Like, you have your reasons, I have my reasons. The only difference is the fucking date. That's it. We have not progressed from 5 years ago, doofus. We haven't at all.
Right.
We're
So
in the
what
same
causes,
position.
So if you remember any of our prior conversations, what causes an inferior mirage to appear like that?
Again, it's the temperature, it's the climate, it's the environment, of the things that we're looking at and looking through. It's that medium. Is it dense? Is it not dense? Is it hot? Is it being cold? Is the wind fucking blowing too hard? Who fucking knows what it is more beyond the things that we can already observe and make a conclusion with? The difference is this, right, doofus? Here's the difference. You want to use these weird, crazy optical illusions and mirages and loomings and refractions. You want to use those phenomenons as proof that the world is bending down in a distance, curving down in a distance, and it's making things disappear in one scenario, and it's making things rise up in another scenario. That's the difference. Because you cannot at least just stand on the ground of, okay, yeah, it doesn't mean that it's curved. It just means that the temperature is making my eyes see things farther, or see things that are farther away that I usually don't see, or it's shortening what I can see, and it's making things that are close to me disappear quicker. Like, you don't do that. You cannot be honest with anybody in this room. You don't. Always.
Can I get to the actual point? You're just going to keep going, but
No, go ahead.
it's a very simple question. What causes an inferior mirage to appear like that? There's only one answer to this question. It's not all of the stuff that you just said. There was a small portion of it that was actually relevant. How does that kind of effect occur?
I'm not sure what answer you're looking for. Because
An
I'm
inferior
pretty
mirage.
sure I'm pretty sure I said most of the things that are what's going to cause it. I don't know what else. It's what else more do I have to say? I thought I covered all angles, to be honest. Like, I thought I answered it, like, maybe even redundantly. I don't know.
Right, that inferior mirage. The way to get something that looks like that is to have a warm surface with cooler air above it. You mentioned they opened the door. How cold was it outside?
Yeah, I don't remember, but she does say the temperature. I don't
Okay.
remember the temperature, but she does say it. And
Right.
she does.
It doesn't.
She says that she lets a cold draft in, and you can see even how that cold air, like, dissipates, and then it because the plastic pieces in the background, they get halfway covered and then almost fully covered, and then once it, either that temperature warms up again, or it just dissipates and it becomes back to the room temperature that these plastic pieces are in to begin with, then you'll see it go down, and then it stops.
Okay.
And literally, it's like a snapshot of what happens throughout the day over the beach all day, every day. These things happen. There's cold fronts that come in from the winds blowing from the oceans. And then you have these really hot days where just intense heat is heating up the water. And it's actually, the ocean's even warm sometimes. It's so hot. I don't know if you ever jumped in the ocean when it's like really, really hot and the water feels
Yeah, but
really good. I don't know if you ever done
you
that
don't
before.
have to talk about just temperature. It's never just thing. He's going to nail you down and say that different. Of course, it caused this, to appear to be obstructed bottom up. But in the atmosphere, when you're looking over distance, it's never just one thing. It's actually never just one thing when you're doing any type of view.
Right.
We know all the tricks now, doofus. It's over.
Well, it is actually one thing, and that one thing is density, which is caused by both temperature and pressure. But we'll get to that, Rakia. So when you're looking over that, in that video, over that surface that they use, and you see half of the object above, the erect image, and it's covering the bottom half, the upside down image is covering the bottom half, does that appear to you like the surface is getting in the way of the object?
it's an optical illusion that it's actually, this is where you guys I think interject looming. It's actually raising up the floor, because it's looming up the floor. So imagine if that little plastic piece is 4 feet away
The
from
yes or
you.
no question. Is a yes.
I'm getting there. So that let's say that I don't remember all the measurements, but they tell you though. But let's say that plastic piece was 8 feet away from you, okay, and that cold drift comes in, so like 4 feet away from you, you start to see this really weird optical illusion, and then it raises that part of the floor up in the air above it. Doesn't mean that the floor literally fucking rose up. See, that's the difference though, doofus. You guys think that there's a floor rising up. That's the problem with y'all. You guys make it a physical thing, not just an optical fucking illusion where
No,
there's a mirage.
earlier they tried to say that over a flat plane, this couldn't happen for any reason other than the Earth curve. It's gotten ridiculous now. If you want to agree that temperature variations would cause bottom up obstruction over a flat plane, then I guess we could talk about that, because that's definitely one thing that could cause it.
Well, yeah, you
Yeah.
can prove this.
I'm gonna
This has been
try. I'm
proven.
gonna try and get this yes or no question answered though, because I really do need an answer, a yes or a no. During that observation where you see the inferior mirage, the bottom half is obscured by the top half of the objects inverted. Does that appear to you like the surface is in the way of those distant objects? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was replying to a message. I totally wasn't paying attention to you, and I only caught like the last 4 words you said. But
Yes.
That's fine. It happens. Okay. So in the observation where you have these distant plastic objects, you
okay,
see the top half, that's the erect part of the image. In the bottom half of those objects is being covered by the top half being upside down. That's the reversed part of the image. Okay.
okay,
Does
you're
that
saying
appear
because of
to
a
you?
reflection. You're saying.
Well, it's upside down. It's not necessarily a reflection. It's just refraction occurring in the opposite direction.
Oh,
What I
okay.
need to know, just off of that observation, you see this where you see the right side up top half and the upside down top half covering the bottom half. Does that look to you like the surface is covering the bottom half of those objects?
Yes, it can. Yep. Fathom Morgana can cause that. Yep.
I'm
This is
asking,
this is
does
the
that in that observation look like that? Yes or no?
okay. Again, I told you earlier just now that it's an illusion. It's an optical illusion to where when there's a change in temperature, it can make the things you're looking at, right, either disappear because it makes the floor like raise up in this video. I can even give you a timestamp. The floor looks like it's raising up over to be higher than the things in the distance, the little plastic clips. And then there's times when the temperature could make oh, by the way, that Xanax photo, by the way, with the windmills and the water, yeah, same fucking ideal going on, same principle, same problem. But then another time, the things in the far distant can look like they're higher up in the sky, because that again is an optical illusion. It's not that it's higher up in the sky, it's just creating that mirage, that looming up, if you will. But it's not going nowhere. We know that it's not fucking floating in the sky. We know that it's just the water where it looks like the ocean. It's dark blue, but all of a sudden there's a part of the ocean where it looks, light blue, like it looks like the sky. That's why the boats look like they're floating way up in the sky. But doofus, you're asking me a question that we already answered, but I don't know why you're asking it again. You have a point for where you're heading this?
Right, because the correct answer to the question was no. All I needed was no. You see
Wait.
these distant plastic
Wait.
objects.
Hold
The
on, wait.
upright portion is the top half. Then you have the bottom half being covered by a reverse image of the top half. That does not look like the surface is getting in the way of those distant objects, does it?
No, wait, hold up. Are you kidding me right now? You just said that the answer is no. You hold on. Let me rephrase your question. Make sure I heard this right. You said, does it look like the floor is rising up higher than the pieces in the distance? Is that your question?
No. My question is, Do you see the surface where the bottom of the object should be? Does it
Give me a
look like the
timestamp.
surface
Give me a
is getting in
timestamp.
the way?
Now
Does
I'm
it look
lost.
like the
Give
surface
me a
is getting
timestamp.
in the way of the distant objects? Yes or no?
Give me a timestamp because now you have me lost. Give me a timestamp.
All right, I'll do you one better. I'll even post an image from that video
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good.
if I can find it again. Oh yeah, there it is.
Because it's pointing out that we know that the floor, that these things are on top of the floor, okay? And we know that the floor is not curving away from where the camera's set up. We know it's completely flat, okay? It's level, by the way. Level means flat, by the way. So now I'm really interested to see what your timestamp is, what the photo is, because I don't see what you're trying to point out. Because I'm pointing out with this video, I'm pointing out that this is perfect in regards to what we've been talking about, what we've been discussing, and it's proof. It's proof that Doofus you deny, and I'll ball it.
This is a professional anti-flat earther that has never, I repeat, never measured any water curving down at any rate. He just knows the argument, so he's come here for years and argued.
Correct.
Yeah, just go out in the world and you can see that we clearly do not live on what they said. You know, they people pretend. There are actual adult men on the internet that have been talking about this for years who still say that any optical drop from eye level is impossible on a flat earth. Like, they actually say that out loud with conviction for years. Right? When you go above the ground, the only time you could see no drop was put your optics on the ground, like literally on the ground. Technically, there'd still be a little drop because you're above the ground. And the horizon rises towards eye level, but there's still drop. They will literally just keep saying it, though. They'll just say it. So, like, that's just a perfect example of, like, what can you do with that? You cannot do anything with it. That's the answer.
Right. I asked earlier, Witset, and I still didn't get an answer, by the way. And I asked him how, because Zanuck posted this picture, right, of the windmills and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so some days you see objects in the distance, be it 2 miles, let's say even 4 miles away, and they're behind the ball, water, earth that they think they believe in. But then there's something 19 or 20 miles away, and it's behind, the water ball earth. My question is, what is it? Is it a 2 mile, curve? Is it a 4 mile curve? Is it a 19 mile curve? What is the ball, earth shrinking and growing every day, and sometimes you have one distance and another. These guys are so full of it. They can't even realize that, like, they can't even understand that question. They don't realize what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to point out. Sad.
Dude, they don't understand that things would optically drop on a flat earth. Like, what can you do with that, bro? That's what I'm just saying.
Right.
You can't do anything with it, man. Like, they're just going to keep saying it. They're going to say that any optical drop of the horizon, it proves the Earth's a ball, when objectively it doesn't. Like, Chucky's in here saying it's not impossible, it'd just be super rare because of refraction. It has nothing to do with refraction, though. Nothing. Then Jesse says something a mile above could never be below. Well, things change angular size with distance, and you're above it. So it rises towards eye level, but it's still going to be below you because you're up above the ground. And it's going to converge and compress into what's creating the horizon, which is at the ground.
Right.
Dude, if someone can say, even when being corrected, that obviously you would have things drop below eye level on a flat earth, like, I'm just saying, they don't have intentions, to be honest, bro. So it's like, you could talk to them for 5 hours, and then you can come back tomorrow and have the same conversation with them.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking to them for more than 5 years, and we still have the same conversation. So
Exactly. Say if the Earth's a ball, and say I believe the Earth's a ball, I would never say that. I would never say horizons. You wouldn't have a horizon on the flat Earth. You wouldn't. Sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. Things can't disappear bottom up unless it's the only way is that the Earth is curving and it's a ball. things can't drop below eye level unless you're supposed. I would never say those things if I was a ball earther. So it's like, I don't know. It's just kind of a crazy situation. But
I think those bullet points though with it are what not a Professor Dave has brainwashed a lot of ballers with, because he uses those points as those are the arguments for flat earth. So that's why I think that's why ballers use those bullet points, you know, exactly what you just said down that list, because I think Professor Dave likes to, he made a whole series about, you know, the questions you asked, and he debunked them, quote unquote, and proved that it was, you know, the things that they were saying it was. But anyways,
then
guys
Kosho
are-
jumps in and misrepresents it again, like they always do, saying laws of perspective dictate things below your eye level will never obstruct things above your eye level due purely to perspective. So he conflates the 2 points as if that's all they have. All they have
Right.
is to straw man and then to just make stuff up. We're talking about things dropping below eye level. He says obstruction. Well, why'd you just change what it was? Because you have to straw man flat earth. How can you be a glober talking to flat earthers for 5 years, and 5 years in you still have to straw man flat earth? You still have to repeat the easily debunked claims that there'd be no horizon on a flat earth, that you would see forever on a flat earth. So this is my point, right? It's like people that believe in the Mandela effect. They bring up a Mandela effect. I explain why there's a perfectly plausible explanation and that they're wrong. Instead of saying, oh, well, maybe the Mandela effect's still true, but I'll take that one off my list, right? Because you're correct. That isn't evidence that the Mandela effect's true. They'll just keep on saying, no, you're wrong. No, it had to change. People do that with the globe as well. You point at whatever they said 5 years ago, they're going to say till they die. Even whenever it's been demonstrated that you wouldn't see all the way across the flat earth, they'll just keep saying it because it's like, it's just a talking point. It's just like a script. For them, this is just a game where they like to just repeat the script where they say, they make it out to be anyone that thinks the Earth's flat is stupid and can't understand basic remedial ideas like you would have to see forever on a flat Earth. That's how stupid flat Earth is. That's it. That's all this is for them. It's like a game. But for us, it's like we're trying to really figure out where we live. So it's like, yeah, I just think that 2023 we should maybe elevate.
Hey, Witsa, do you think that all power lines and bridges across the world, like that are straight like Lake Pontchartrain, appear to curve like Lake Pontchartrains do?
No. Do they
I don't
all
either.
appear to curve? No.
So the conditions of that lake, you know, all the things that I mentioned, salt and fresh water combining, hot and cold. I think the electricity itself has something to do with it, because even the bridge has those electrical boxes that provide from Covington to the South Shore of New Orleans, Metairie, electricity. So I'm thinking that has something to do with it as well.
Well, another thing too is one thing that I kind of laugh at when they show like these bridges that are curving over the ball, but then like there's one that they have like it shows the other side of that bridge with like mountains and city and like the hills. But so they're like the curve is there for the bridge, but the whole city's right there in the distance. Like they I don't know how they can't grasp what they're looking at. It's just like this optical illusion. That's all it is.
Well, in Lake Pontchartrain, they act like it shows the curvature of the Earth. And it's been said to them 100 times that if that was the case, the Earth would have to be way smaller than the globe claims. And they'll still turn around tomorrow and say it. So that's what
it would be a 50-mile Earth.
Right.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. They'll never respond to that. They'll never stop saying it. They'll just keep saying it. One other thing that no one ever talks about is like radio waves debunk the globe. So like we send radio waves. There's something called a radio horizon. Allegedly, the curvature of the Earth should block the radio waves, and we know that radio waves can go far beyond the radio horizon, and they always do. They always do go beyond the radio horizon. And so, how does that work? How does it work? And they have to claim it just bends around the globe. They just say it though. Like, how does it work? Refraction doesn't bend radio waves around the globe. So how does it work? They don't have an answer. There isn't an answer. Literally, everyday use of radio waves debunk the globe.
No,
Yeah,
don't
one time
lie and
one
say
time
they
I
don't
was
have an
talking
answer, Witsit. Don't lie and say they don't have an answer.
one
You
Because
one
don't.
they don't
time I was
here.
one time I was in the other server and they had this professional ham radio dude talking, right? And he's, just gunning off that it's a ball, and we're, bouncing off the radio, off the moon, and the signals are bouncing off the ionosphere, and and then I told him, so are you telling me there's no repeaters? And he's like, well, no, yeah, there's repeaters. I said, well, what are they used for then? Why do they have repeaters set up on the mountains and all the hills if we could just bounce it off the ionosphere and off the moon? Oh, well, and I said, well, be honest, bro. Like, stop telling people that you're bouncing off radio signals from California to Hawaii off the moon, when you know that there's repeaters set up in the middle of the ocean. When you know that there's repeaters set up on the highest hills on both sides of the coast.
In
And
the middle of the
then he
ocean.
just shut up. And then
Well,
apparently
okay,
that
so
was
they
the
say
go-to guy, though.
there's ground waves and sky waves. They claim the sky waves bounce off the ionosphere. When we shoot things over the Earth, okay, down by the Earth, they can't even claim that. They don't even claim that it bounces off the ionosphere. They claim it bends around the ball, but they don't actually explain why. They say there's just a variance of things that could cause it to bend and blah blah blah. Well, it does it every day,
Don't
every single time. It bends it around the ball every single time.
hold on. Don't say that they don't have an explanation. Because again, I'm here, right?
Okay, why do radio waves go way, way, way beyond the radio horizon?
Let's
All right.
hear.
In what way and at what frequency? Because that's important.
No, what frequency goes through the Earth?
Right? None of them.
Okay, so just you pick one out and then answer the question.
Right. Anything under 30 megahertz can bounce off of the sky. That's not a
We're
problem.
not talking about that.
Yes, we are, because you wanted
No,
to
we're
reference Marconi. Yes, because you wanted to
never said
reference
Marconi.
Marconi. Of course
I
you
never
were
even-
talking about that.
I never said Marconi at all, ever.
Right. So if they're going to, you did say skywave propagation, which is
I
part
said
of why
I
that you
corrected
did
him
say
and said there's-
skywave propagation, which is the reason
No.
why you brought it up. Right?
No,
Witsit?
no, wrong. You're always wrong. I literally said, okay, to correct him, there are sky waves and ground waves. I'm talking about the ones shot by the ground, not the ones that they claim bounce off the ionosphere. I literally said that. You came in just with a script about how you think I'm talking about Marconi and skywave. Now let's see if you can actually answer the question. Why do the waves go past the radio horizon?
Right. Again, it still matters what frequency, because when I'm dealing with microwave transmissions from line of sight transceiver pairs, I don't get that to happen. That does not happen. Those links become not viable after a certain distance because something gets in the way. When you have
Why?
a lower frequency than those microwave line of sight transmitters, then you deal with diffraction, not refraction, like you said earlier, because refraction is not the reason, and nobody on the globe side has ever told you that refraction is why
Yes,
this
they have.
happens.
Yes,
No,
they
They've
do.
they
told you
haven't.
that,
That is a
yes, they
fucking
have.
lie. What
No,
they
They
said
you're
is
literally
wrong.
did yesterday.
diffraction.
How can you speak for
Diffraction
every
is not the
glober?
same thing as refraction.
Well, we
50-50.
understand that, but you're saying that every glober said it has never been refraction, and you're lying now.
Dude, 50 literally
Who
said
has
it
told you
yesterday.
that it's refraction, that
50
radio waves go around
literally
the Earth?
said
Who?
it yesterday.
Can you give me one citation from anybody who
50.
has done that?
Okay, you're just hell of annoying, dude. Hell of annoying, okay? So 50 said it yesterday, okay? And you can actually read online that they say that's part of it. They say refraction is part of it. 50 said it refracts around the ball. Now, what you just lied and said was that it always gets cut off because something's in the way at the same distance. You're lying. It's well known that it doesn't always get cut off and then it goes past the radio horizon. So stop lying. Answer the question. Why do the radio waves go past the radio horizon?
Okay, I already answered that. Diffraction. Secondly, when you say I'm lying and it gets cut off, and when I said that it's getting cut off at past a certain point, something gets in the way. No, this is microwave. Microwave transceiver pairs are line of sight. They do get something's in the way, right?
Not the Earth,
Yep,
not the curving Earth.
yep.
No.
They're
I just
line of
talked to
sight
someone that
transceiver
does
pairs.
this for a living. I just talked.
Right.
Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal, my guy. Okay, you're just baselessly making stuff up. We know that the radio waves go beyond the radio horizon. How does
Do microwave
diffraction?
transfer pairs do that?
How does diffraction explain that?
Right. The lower the frequency, the less refraction applies, and the more diffraction applies.
How does
You
that
are aware
explain
of
it
that,
going
correct?
around the ball? How does that explain it going around the ball?
Right. So when you are passing next to a surface, diffraction causes the waves to spread out, right?
How does that explain it going over a ball?
Please connect 2 and 2 together. Jesus fucking
No,
Christ.
doesn't work. Doesn't work, buddy. So you got
Yes.
a
So
big
if the
hill.
wave is passing by a surface and spreading out, how does
Oh
that
my
get
God.
around the surface? Can you answer that question for me? What's it?
That's a stupid question. Stupid point. You have a
Right,
big hill.
I know it's a stupid point because
Why are
you
you
said
interrupting someone?
diffraction. How does diffraction make it go around the ball?
You're
Obviously, because it's
unbearable. You're
going around the
unbearable, dude.
surface, you idiot.
You're unbearable. So can someone? You're not going to just interrupt and insult me. I don't know
Yeah.
what makes you think.
Yeah, I'm here. I can moderate. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if there's a giant hill of Earth curvature and you shoot a radio wave with a horizontally shoot a radio wave, it's going to get blocked by the Earth. But when we do this in reality, it goes far beyond the geometric horizon. Okay, if it spreads out, that doesn't make it bend around the ball. Okay. In addition, if you were claiming that the Earth was blocking it, but some of it spreads out around it and then magically bends around the ball, which diffraction doesn't explain that at all, then you would see a consistent decrease in the signal strength directly proportionate to the geometric horizon. We don't see that. We do not see that. We see the radio waves go far beyond the radio horizon, and diffraction doesn't answer it.
All right. So since Rocky has already had this conversation, do you want to tap him in?
That's really
I'll
not.
We've had this conversation from a radar technician, specifically about over the horizon radar, right?
Yeah, he told me my radar system's SIMRAD, which is a small system that I have. It has about a 5-foot wide bar on top of my helm. Picked up an oil rig that was 70 miles away because it was bending around the curve, reflecting off the oil rig, and then coming back to my receiver, which is self-contained by bending around the curve again. Systems that go further than 70 miles. Mine's a smaller system.
But wait, how's it bend around the curve?
Less powerful.
The question is, how does it bend around the curve?
They didn't explain how. They just said it was called over the horizon radar, and that's what it
that's
did.
bullshit, Rakia.
Yeah, they can't answer.
Don't tell
I've
me
already
they didn't explain it to you because I was there, Rakia.
Okay, well then you explain it.
Okay.
I
We
never
went
got
over
a
this
good
already.
explanation.
If we have a surface that a radio wave passes next to and it's diffracting, it's spreading out next to that surface, where does it go? It goes around the surface, right?
No, it doesn't go. It doesn't loop and bend around the curve and come back down around it. No, that's not how diffraction works, dude. Are you kidding me?
Do I need to draw a picture? It looks like I need to draw a picture. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
you're gonna have to draw a picture where the waves are curving. Yeah, in your picture, the waves have to curve. So spreading out omnidirectionally with diffraction doesn't in any way explain the waves bending around the curve.
Yeah, I was told that my system was a line of sight system. It needed that. And then when I explained to him, I showed him pictures of my radar screen that had a blip on it 70 miles away. And then I passed by it like we were doing 10 knots. So I passed by it several hours later and I took a picture of the oil rig. They said that the light was bending. You know, my self-contained system was sending it out to the oil rig, bouncing it, reflecting it off the oil rig, and curving back around the curve. That's what they said.
Well, what they say is that the light travels, or the signal travels along like a fiber optic within a cable. That the medium itself is carrying the light.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's begging the question. Like at every scale of their argument, it's begging the question. So
even if they beg the
sucks
question,
for them.
even if they beg the question, it doesn't make sense though. Like that doesn't make any sense. So I'm just saying that makes no sense. So I've actually looked into it, and there's no answer. No one gives an answer. There's no articles or studies that give an answer. They just say it just does it. They just say they have a radio horizon. They use the curvature of the Earth and what they think the average limit is. It can go much further than that. And then they just say that it bends around the curve because it must be. They don't even explain why. They say it's a variance of factors like the atmosphere and refraction, and they don't really explain it because refraction doesn't explain it. So you can even go ask ChatGPT. I'm sure it will also tell you that it doesn't really know the answer. And so that's the reality of the situation, right? Which is that it goes way further than the radio horizon, way further than the geometric horizon. With this one, they can't just bow out.
Well, I don't understand. Like, if the boats next to me has the same system, why he's not picking up? Like, I should be able to turn off the radar, and if this radar is all in the atmosphere, all the radars would be picking up the same signal. It doesn't add up. Like, that doesn't make sense at all to me. For it to be bending around a curve when they say it's line of sight, it just doesn't add up.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, there's
see
just
the
no.
chat
There's no.
now?
Oh, then they just draw a curve into a diffraction pattern, and therefore, globe. Like literally what I said you were gonna do.
All right. Can we all see the chat now?
Yeah, Doofus, how would the blue lines that are intersecting the curve, how would those blue lines grow over the curve? Meaning if they've already been blocked by the Earth, they're not going to suddenly appear out of thin air. They've already been blocked.
All right, let's try to understand the graphic instead of trying to just dismiss it without understanding it. The blue lines that are coming out of the
Okay, I didn't
blue lines that
dismiss
are
it.
coming
I
out of
already I
the blue
rebutted.
lines that are. Can I explain it or?
No, I'm going to mute you because you just misrepresented me and then wrote off what I said and did some misrepresentation thing and then tried to disparage whatever I said and then rambled on. That's really not legit. So go ahead and respond if you want to respond to my point. If you don't have a rebuttal for my point, at least don't just try to make fun of what I said without actually responding to it.
If we look at the picture, the blue lines that are coming out of the transmitter are headed toward a region that is nearby the surface, aka not blocked by the surface. What happens in conjunction, that region, the waves start expanding more. It's not a tight beam anymore. You see that they're growing larger. Now that lower portion of that expanded beam is now able to contact that distant object. Can we all get that now?
I know what you're saying, but it's total nonsense. You're saying that the signal is going to drag along the floor and it's going to grow as it's going around a curve. This is, dude, you're so brainwashed, man.
Okay,
You're so brainwashed.
What is diffraction?
You're brainwashed.
What is diffraction?
You're brainwashed.
Okay, thanks for not having any useful conversation.
Well, the bending of waves and light and all that, I understand diffraction, but what you're saying is it's being diffracted. Okay, it's being sent out and it's hitting Earth curve, so it has to be reflecting or doing whatever. You're saying it keeps going and then it goes down. Like it seems like it would be bent up, so then it wouldn't hit the target. And when I read something, it definitely wouldn't reflect off the target and then come back. And then when I read this, it says, however, abnormal distribution of temperature, humidity, and heavy groundfall can cause radio waves to bend towards the surface more and more than normal and not be received by the receiver. I mean, it's all types of reasons why that signal sent out wouldn't get back. Earth curve being a huge part of that.
Okay. It seems you missed part of my explanation. It was very short, so I don't know how that happened. When the signal is passing,
dude, you gotta stop putting people down, man.
When the
all
signal,
day you've been
God damn it, Rakia!
Yeah, but this can't go on, man. You've called me names. You
because
put me
you keep
down every
interrupting.
chance you
that,
get.
Is that how this works? Is this how conversations function? Is you interrupt people while...
All right, guys, that went off the rails. Doofus, you want to start over without any ad homs and respond? I'm going to unmute you, so go ahead and just make your point. If you could, please go ahead.
It'd be great if he didn't interrupt. So as I said in the earlier conversation, the beam is passing near the surface, so not blocked by the Earth. It passing near the surface causes the waves to expand outward due to diffraction And now these expanding waves can reach the object that's in the distance.
So the surface pulls the signal down towards it.
The wave is expanding outward. It's not about pulling.
Well, it's near the surface, so it bends towards the surface because of the surface.
It's
Like
expanding
pressure?
outward. It's not going downward only, it's expanding.
Right, I understand. It's going upwards, but because of the surface, it's doing this, right?
Because the wave is passing near the surface, yes.
Well, that was kind of the point I'd said, is that the thing is that the part that you're wanting to have expand around the curve, that part of the signal has already been blocked by the curve in theory. So it wouldn't be able to be blocked and then start
No.
expanding.
Oh my God, dude. It needs to pass near the surface, so it wouldn't be blocked by the surface if it's going near the surface.
He's saying the parts that go over the surface that don't touch it, because they're near the surface, expand towards the surface. Well, expand in all directions, I guess, but towards the surface would be one of those directions. And then reflects off the object that's lower than the surface in the distance, reflects off of that and starts heading back. And because of those waves go near the surface, they're also drawn back towards the surface and received by the receiver that sent them out originally, because it's all self-contained. All right.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you were like in a hallway and then there's like an L, like a right turn, like an L in the hallway, and then you're like have a speaker or something that's like shooting the sound waves, and the corner of the wall is like half intersecting the sound waves. Would the sound waves that make it around the other side of the wall, would those be able to expand around the other side, essentially around the curve, around the angle?
Yeah, sorry, I was ordering food. Yeah, I don't know what I'm confused about what they're saying with like going close to the Earth. How does that answer the question? You shoot it, the Earth blocks it. How's it going around the Earth?
Because the other parts that aren't blocked, that are near the surface, expand down towards the surface and then go reflect off of whatever they hit, come back, and because they're near the surface also, they also expand out towards the surface and get received by the receiver that sent them out in the first place.
Yeah. Okay, so the signal would significantly decrease.
Oh, go ahead.
The signal would significantly decrease.
At 31 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture. If this is the Looney Tunes nonsense that they want to believe, then there would be zero need for these repeaters, transmitters, and receivers to sit at the highest point of these mountaintops in California to relay signals to go from this side of the state over into the open land of America.
I think that is just increasing the power, though. I don't think
it's not about increasing the power because it's repeating the signal. That's all it's doing, because the signal is not going to jump over the mountain to get to the other side of the mountain. Because when you want to talk about the power of it, well, you can listen to a radio station in Los Angeles County, drive to Orange County, and you lose it. It's not about the power. The power is weak to begin with. So it has it's not even going to reach. That won't even reach to the antenna, right? Like, you get what I'm saying?
AM and ham radio will reach without repeaters a long way, dude.
Yeah. You're right. I'm speaking about FM in this instance. You're right.
I just want to point out that when they any argument that they make that doesn't involve it bending around the Earth, that isn't even their official explanation. Their official explanation is that the ground wave propagation bends around the Earth, and that sky wave propagation reflects off the sky. That's the official globe position.
Yep, and
let me say something here about the repeater.
Does make a difference.
Let me say something about the repeater. Whoever said that is spot on, and you're probably both right, Rakia and whoever that is. Look outside right now. Any building you see that's high and blocking a view, or any mountain, you will see an antenna on it. I'll bet anybody. Go in your
I
neighborhood.
agree with that.
Yeah.
But that just makes the signal stronger and like
No,
everything
but
better.
Rakia, it's not about making it stronger. It's about relaying it. It's handing it off. It's sending it. I mean, hold on. I stand corrected. Hold on. There are boosters, but they are within the repeaters, like almost like an amplify. Like, have you ever set
That's
up your
my
TV?
point. An
Yeah. Have you
amplifier.
ever set up like a TV and you have a cable and you have to like amplify the signal because it's a long cable run? So you have amplify, right? Like you have video amplifiers or video amplifier. Okay, for that reason, yeah, I get what you're saying, but no, in regards to that, they could, in other words, they can just cast, from downtown LA, they can just set up shop, send out a signal.
Get that, man. But I think that works on both, like any surface.
Yeah, with all
Like
due
you would
respect,
need
I'm talking
repeaters
about,
on a flat surface.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about a specific refutation of the globe. I don't know why we wouldn't just like drive that home, you know? Like the for if what they're saying is true, for starters, because there's like 10 problems. The first thing is that means you'd be able to, based on the altitude that you send the signal from, you'd be able to know where the curvature of the Earth is going to block that signal. And that means that right at that point, the signal is going to significantly decrease.
Yeah.
That isn't what happens in reality. That doesn't happen.
No, it's
So
not.
diffraction doesn't
And the
help you
reason
explain
I
that at all.
took
Wait, it does for line of sight
the reason I
transmitters, the microwave transmitters that I
this
work on.
picture, hang on one second, doofus. I'll let you go.
Oh, I thought Rocky
Hang
wasn't
on.
talking. He's
The
lagging.
reason I took quick
Rocky, you're roboting.
my screen.
He's roboting bad.
What about those microwave transceiver pairs, though?
I don't know if you want to try again, Rocky. You were roboting pretty bad.
Yeah, Jeremy throws the robot on me when he comes in. The reason I even took the pictures and did the 70 miles because Globers told me it wouldn't work. It would hit the Earth. And then when it did work, I showed them the pictures and the oil rig and all that. And we went through it, how tall it is, blah, blah, blah. They then told me, oh, it just goes around the curve.
Yeah, but that's what they have to say. There's no doubt. Dude, the actual globe position is that it bends around the curve. Not that, more than half the signal gets blocked and then the rest just diffracts and spreads out and it just keeps working. No, they claim that the signal bends around the curve. And that doesn't make any sense. Okay, but they have to claim that because the signal doesn't significantly drop based on a specific geometric location of the horizon. That doesn't happen. So then the only way that it works on a globe is that it's spinning around the globe. So that just has to happen. So therefore they say that happens because it has to happen if the Earth's a globe, right? That's all there is to it. Now we know that refraction does not affect radio waves in any way the way that they need it to for that to be the case. So some globers say refraction, but obviously that doesn't work. And the official explanations say, well, it can be slightly affected by refraction, and there's a bunch of other variables, right? Where of course it's like, what? Why does it always happen then? You know what I'm saying? And then the glober tried to respond 50, I guess, helps do this. He brought this up as evidence for the globe. This is what started all of it. And then he's like, on a flat Earth, why wouldn't it just go forever? I'm like, it's called attenuation, right? Absorption into the atmosphere, attenuation. So anyway, I mean, my point is like, if what they're saying is true, this is very testable. You can just go to where the geometric horizon would be on the globe based on the altitude that you sent the signal from. And at that very moment, that very location, the signal would drop significantly. It would decrease significantly because a large portion of it would be physically obstructed by the globe. But that isn't what happens.
Okay. Microwave transceiver pairs definitely suffer from this issue. Secondly, why do you think that diffraction doesn't make sense?
You're just going to keep ignoring what I said, so I'm just going to keep saying it. That's all I'm going to do is just keep saying it. So if
What
this
you
was
said
true,
was diffraction doesn't make sense. I want to know why you said
I'm just
that.
going to keep saying it. So if what they're saying is true and the Earth is a ball that blocks the signals, then if you went to the very distance that the curvature of the Earth should be based on the altitude that you sent the signal, at that very location, every single time, the signal should significantly drop and decrease every single time. Every time.
Right.
It doesn't do that,
Microwave
though.
transceivers suffer from this issue, but earlier you said diffraction doesn't make sense. Why?
Okay, see, I'm just ignoring you because you're intentionally not addressing what I just said. And that's just disingenuous. You just want to keep on saying the same things, but ignoring what I'm saying.
I
And of course,
directly responded to it. Don't gaslight me and tell me I didn't respond to it.
you didn't.
Right. Microwave transceiver pairs suffer from this issue, period. Next sentence. Earlier,
No.
you said diffraction doesn't make sense. Why?
So are you saying that the microwaves are blocked at a specific geometric location and it stops there every single time?
The signal to noise ratio drops precipitously beyond a certain distance because something gets in the way.
Okay, first of all, we have all kinds of topographical obstruction and we have the atmosphere. According to you, the microwave should stop at a certain distance every single time. Is that what you're claiming happens? Because we can bet on it if you want to bet on it.
Okay, let me do this again. Microwaves are not infinitely thin. They have a width. There is going to be some fall off with signal to noise ratio. The signal to noise ratio will gradually decrease, but it does so at a rate very rapidly beyond a certain distance.
Okay, because yeah, that's how attenuation works. You didn't know that's how
No.
attenuation works? Yes.
That is not how attenuation works. Attenuation follows the inverse square law most often.
Okay, so are you claiming that at a certain distance, the microwave is consistently obstructed by Earth curvature and that it happened every time?
I'll use the words I used last time instead of you trying
Okay,
to
I'm
change
not
my
talking-
position. No. I'm not going to allow you to change my position for me. I'm going to use the same fucking words I used last time instead of the words that you want
No,
me
you
to
should
use.
just answer.
Instead,
I asked you a
what my
question.
actual position is, Witsit, stop.
I'm not
Instead,
strawmanning
my
you.
actual position, Witsit, cut it out.
Why are you always screaming, man?
Right, because you can't fucking control yourself. Let's try this again.
Here, just try to do
What
it
I'll
calmly,
use is
okay?
my actual position.
Yeah,
My
you're the
actual
one who's in
position.
control of yourself.
Maybe a little toxic, right?
Like, I'm not
Do
trying
I
to
get a
interrupt you. I'm
chance
just trying
to
to say,
actually clarify,
Yes.
or am I just going to
Yes.
get talked over every single fucking time?
yes, I want you to complete your statement. I just want to make a point, dude. I'm not strawmanning you. I was asking you a question.
Right,
So
with
if you would just
different words
answer
than
it.
what I used, right?
That's why I asked the question.
Right, my actual position is the signal to noise ratio will fall off. It has some graduation to it. That rate falls off faster than the inverse square law and starts at a predictable distance.
Yeah, okay. So you say that, but it would be different based on locations and topographical obstruction. But I'm going to ask the question again, and will you please provide a yes or no? So this can't be a straw man because I'm asking you a question. So will you please say yes or no? Okay. Are you saying that the microwaves are going to be physically obstructed at the same distance every single time?
You didn't hear what I said.
Wait, that's a good. That's
You're
hold
not
on, dude.
fucking
That is a
listening to
good
what I'm
question.
saying. You're
Dude,
not
he's
fucking
asking
listening to
you-
a word of.
All right, he is asking you just a yes or no question. It is a valid question. Would you like to answer it, or if you prefer not to answer, it's fine. You can't be forced to answer it. But could you at least say yes, no, or refuse to answer?
Right. The answer's been no. The words that he's using are not the same words that I'm using. My position is that there is no hard cutoff at a specific distance because there is a gradual fall off of signal to noise ratio that is faster than the inverse square law beyond a certain distance.
Okay. Are you saying it's always the same?
Yes.
Okay. So, according to you, there is a physical obstruction that blocks the microwaves at the same exact location every single time.
For fuck's sake, dude. It's not an immediate fall off. There is some amount that the signal does make it over because, as I said many times, microwaves are not infinitely thin. They have a width to them.
That is a non sequitur to my actual question. So
No,
I'm
it's not.
talking
It's fucking important. Of course the
No,
size of the wave matters.
No, I'm saying it's not sequential, meaning it doesn't follow my actual line of questioning. Okay, so like you keep
Sequitur
on
doesn't
saying
mean sequential.
yes, that's what non sequitur means. It doesn't follow. That's what it means.
Not
Comes from
sequential.
that's what sequential means. It follows.
Ugh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. Okay, that's why it's called sequitur. Anyway, so the point is, you keep on strawmanning me like I'm saying, oh, you're claiming it completely stops at one place. I didn't say that. Never said that. And 5 times in a row, you responded with that straw man of what I'm allegedly saying about your point. I'm not. What I'm saying is it has to happen exactly the same at the exact same location every single time. Is that what you're claiming?
Right. When you used the words, it is blocked at a certain distance, that is you causing an interpretation that is not what my position actually is. I hope that clears that up for you.
Why are you afraid to answer the question?
Because I already answered it, for one. And for two, when you said that you didn't give a straw man, I explained exactly why you did.
No, I understand your point. Okay, whatever. I hear your point, and my question remains. So if you answered it, I believe your answer was yes. So then you're claiming that yes, every single time we shoot the microwave, that the curvature of the Earth blocks a certain amount of it, not all of it. So please stop saying that. And you're claiming that once the curvature of the Earth blocks a certain amount of the waves, then it drops off at a greater rate beyond that, and that it happens at the exact same location every time.
Yeah, for an ideal topographical situation, as you mentioned.
So there is, and you're basically saying there is a, to use that term, a consistent geometric horizon by which these waves are being blocked, different than the optical ones you guys say is wavering and making it look like a planar Earth and all that stuff. You're just, even though you say that with that, for this one, you're saying yes, there is an actual consistent physical hump, as it were, or water or Earth that is blocking it at a consistent distance, Doofus?
Now, as I mentioned earlier, refraction affects radio waves less because the wavelength is considerably longer than visible light, but diffraction affects it more. In the case of microwave transceiver pairs, diffraction is not great enough an effect to allow you to do some really crazy shit. Like,
all right, then we should be able to do the math of the curve of the Earth, go out there and set buoys with signals, and we should get in. If your thing is true, then we should have a consistent blocking at that geometric blockage point, correct?
Well, if you're doing it with microwaves, you kind of have to have something directional, and that's not cheap.
Right, I'm not.
He asked if it's testable. He didn't ask if it was cheap.
Okay, it's testable. I mean, none of you guys are going to have the money to do that, though.
Want to bet?
Hey, I could actually get one. I'm not even joking. If someone's interested in actually doing it, I could call my uncle. He has a storage place where he has a shitload of different types of dishes from back when he had the company. And I believe those radiation ones are expensive. You just have to know how to set them up, though. It's doable, though. But
yeah, because I've already looked into this. I found that the all these different types of signals, they go further than the radio and geometric horizon, and it's not always exactly the same. So it fluctuates.
Okay, can we have some citations, maybe?
Yeah. Whenever I get back to the house, I'm driving.
Right.
See, guys, we have two issues here. We have radio transmission bouncing off the ionosphere and the ground, which everybody, I think, gets. Then we have radar, like example, Rakia's boat. Now that's line of sight. Everybody knows what line of sight is?
Depends on the frequency being used.
How does that beam, Doofus, this question is to you. How does Rakia's line of sight radar go further than 3-4 miles, whatever?
Right, as I mentioned just a moment ago, SE, it depends on the frequency that's being used.
Okay, the frequency that Rakia is using, that radar frequency.
Yeah, and I'd like to say it was told to me that it was line of sight.
Yeah,
Like
that's
that,
why I
stated
on
that
it.
earlier.
That's why I picked up on that. So that one, Doofus.
The only people that told me that followed the curvature of the Earth was over the horizon radar, was in here, in places like this.
Yeah, I never heard of radar like staying on the ground, following the ground. Is that what you're claiming, Doofus, is happening?
Yeah, he's saying it's
Just because you
diffracted.
haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not true.
Right, but they
No, I wanna
must
be-
sell radars that are line of sight, right? Like, and not being following the curvature of the Earth. I mean, there's
Doofus,
definitely
I wanna
line of
be
sight.
clear. Doofus, I want to be clear in your explanation. Is that what you think? You think that it's diffracting off the ground and bouncing where? How is it making that curve? I understand diffraction, but how is it working?
Did you miss the diagram I posted earlier? I'll post it again.
No, I saw some kind of season inside the beef.
You're hot micing,
You
brother.
have the beef.
You're hot micing,
Where
brother.
the beef is at the food.
Yeah, it's not bouncing either. He's saying it's.
Yeah, where is it? Yeah, I
Jesse?
see that. I see that, Rakia, but I want to ask him. I don't see. I just see waves there. What are they bouncing off? How are they following the curve? What's the mechanism? I understand the ionosphere. It's a bounce, right? But what's happening here?
Okay. This is something called diffraction. Not refraction, but diffraction. When you have a wave that is passing near something, it can spread out due to diffraction. And that's what I'm drawing in this diagram here.
Spread out. Agreed. Spread out, bounce off. I get that. But that's not what's happening here. It's following, it's attracting the Earth. It's not bouncing off of it, Doofus. It's attracting to it, like molasses.
No, that's not what's going on in my diagram, SE.
Well, your diagram definitely is. I mean, I know you just did it on paint with a mouse or whatever, or with your finger on your phone, but obviously the waves are all different lengths. I mean, if it was made, maybe Kosho or someone who's at the computer wants to make it a little better. But the thing is, that's kind of what I first said. We all understand that idea of like, you have like a little half, like a hemispherical thing, and then a little bit of a larger one, kind of like sound waves, that kind of, which is kind of what you're trying to draw here. So they start small, then they expand out. I get that idea. But the thing is, if you have an Earth curve that's blocking that signal, I don't see how after that part of it has been blocked, like half of that little hemispherical, almost like the sliver of the moon, you know what I mean? Half of that thing has been blocked. I don't see how that part is going to now grow in the air from the other signals. Like they're not,
downwards. Yeah, right. Especially downwards. Yeah.
Right. They're not growing. They're not being there. It already was sent from the source. So there's no additional way to make the part that's been blocked to have that expand around a curve.
Yeah, you guys keep saying.
Hold on, you're disagreeing with the whole concept of diffraction now.
No, you guys keep saying we need to find something that's not optical. We already have it. It's called radio wave. They can't say refraction, okay? And diffraction, it has implications. And they're saying that the transmission will have to drastically decrease in signal strength at a specific geometric location every single time. Subjectively, not what happens. We're actually in contact with someone who operated radar. We are in contact with someone who operated radar for the military for like 10 years. And he says, dude, he always used to wonder how he was able to so consistently send these signals so much further than the curve of the Earth, right? And now he's realized, of course, that the Earth's actually flat. And so this is used in real life. They use line of sight for long distances in real life because they don't care about arguing with Doofus in Discord about flat Earth. They just care about like it works. So we're going to use it.
Hey, Witsit, just to kind of piggyback on that, what you're saying, if you realize, you have like, if they have the geometry of how far the horizon should be from the shore, right before it's curving, and it using that, like how you're talking about radar to see, like an object in the distance. Like even last time someone was talking about flying under the radar, but they even say like you can get somebody like 30 miles out. So let's say you're you're going flying under the radar. Well, you'll be able to get within 30 miles close to the enemy before they can see you if you fly below the radar. But the question is, well, wait, if the horizon is at 4 miles or 5 miles or whatever, like, you know, or let's say they have a tower setting off the radar. Maybe you could get a little bit further. Maybe that's why their explanation is. I don't know. But it's just, it does make really weird, you know, points when they are able to see things even way beyond 30 miles, like that one ship that sees, you know, 100 miles away, line of sight. Like, what? It's
Well,
crazy.
they said they they
Stand on top of your vehicle, Rakia.
told me
He's
You're
behind the
roboting
curve.
really bad.
that my radar.
You are roboting.
You need a curve extender, Rakia.
I really
My
wanted to get back
boy's
to
robotic. The globe hijacks optics.
I wanted to get back to the topic of diffraction and why certain people in here are still having an issue with why that
It's pretty psychotic. Your plan is diabolic.
I'm glad that happened while I was still talking, of course.
Rockets are parabolic.
Yeah, and Rakia, don't drive and post.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the boat, man.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand why, if diffraction is a thing, why these radars have these voids.
Oh, you mean like the locations that they skip?
Yeah, they reflect off the surface at the angle and then have a void, you know, then create a void.
Yep.
They go close to the surface and they're diffracting. They should always be on the surface.
They're called like skip zones or something.
Right, it depends on the topography of this area, because ground waves can only
We're on the
change
water, man.
direction. Because ground waves can only change direction so much.
Yeah, we're on the water.
Yeah, what's the topography of water?
Right. If we're talking about skip zones, we're talking about topography. If we're talking about what's going on the surface of the water, ground wave propagation. I guess I would like to have an example of where that occurs over water.
Well, I just looked up over the horizon radar, which I was told mine was, and it's not. Over the horizon radar has to do with reflecting radar off the ionosphere. So now
That's
what?
not the only
Mine
form.
is line of sight. Well, mine is line of sight, not
It's
over the
not
horizon.
over the horizon radar is not limited to reflecting off the sky. There are other forms.
Okay, well, mine is not over the horizon. It's line of. That's what I'm talking about. If it's line of sight and it's reflecting off of a target 70 miles away, what now? Like,
Here's something else, right?
if
So they say that there's a certain frequency that reflects off the ionosphere. We can just test that by sending the frequencies that are not within that range that supposedly reflect off the ionosphere. And we can send them with line of sight over the surface, right? And if we send them too far beyond physical obstruction, then that debunks that there's physical obstruction. Which is basically what you're talking about doing. Well, I don't know the specifics of like the wavelength.
Is radar traveling through the air, the atmosphere? Would that be did you compare it to like throwing a rock in water where you're making a perturbation like that? It's going out in all directions. Is that analogous, those two things?
Well, it's going to be sent in a certain direction.
Right, but I mean, is it the same kind of propagation like in waves through a medium, like
Yes.
in water?
Yes.
Okay, so you know where I live on the Columbia River, and we have like breakwaters or levees that run along the river. There's breaks in them. When it's really windy and there's a lot of waves out in the river, little waves will actually come in to the there's like pools inside these levees, and there's they're like little ponds. The waves can come in though, and they spread out, and they'll actually almost go backwards, like the direction that the waves came from in the river. They'll just spread out. They'll be weaker as they spread. It's really incredible how much they'll spread out in a
Yeah.
situation like that.
Reflection off of water does the same thing. Like it mimics the action of a ripple on the water. When something reflects off of water, like onto the side of a boat or on my ceiling, like you see that same effect.
I think this has been completely overlooked and not talked about enough. Like, they can't use like, oh, it just looks like it's flat it just looks like it's flat everywhere. Everyone keeps talking about we need a test that's not optical. Like, okay, this is it. This is it. Sending signals with horizontal line of sight propagation over top of the Earth. There's a clear distinction between what happens on a globe and what happens on a plane. Right? The globe is going to consistently block the signals physically at a specific location and distance every single time.
I've been talking about this for years, bro. As a matter of fact, your boy Bob first brought this to my attention with the what do they call that?
Ham radio.
No, not the ham radio. We had a guy on. It's damn it. You know those trajectories that don't use ballistics? What's it called? The rail gun. He had a guy. No, sorry. He had a guy talking about the missile. The missile that's line of sight. That's when I first heard about this. And the targeting acquisition system uses line of sight beam radar, and it has a range of 30 miles. So this is the trick, guys. Line of sight radar. There's no way around it. There's no way around it.
That's right, because it has to have a consistent obstruction on a globe.
Yep, and you need line of sight. You see what I did with Doofus there when I asked him how does it go around the thing? He just drew waves there. Those waves are not bouncing. The only place that they can go if they bounce the Earth is up or the other direction. They can't go around the curve. So game over.
Yeah, I'm going to go more in depth into all of it and get really specific and create an argument.
Oh, by the way, it was the Sea Sparrow missile target acquisition. Have a look at that. It's a pencil beam radar.
Can you send it to me in DM?
Not right now, bro, but when I get home, I'll send it to you. Yeah. Ask your boy Bob. He has a whole thing on it. He did a video on it with one of the guys that operates the system. Ask Bob.
Okay.
You talking about QE's argument, the one with the
QE took
ESSM
up that
block
argument
too?
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeremy cut me off again. That's great. No, I'm just kidding. It's range of sight where the radar
still
antenna and
rolling.
target must be visible.
Oh, you came in at the end there. Try it again.
It must be line of sight. And then it goes on. It mentions the Earth curve. I didn't even know it. I didn't read that far. The Earth's curvature is a factor. So the height of the radar antenna is essential. For example, your boat's antenna is at the height of whatever. But it says the higher the better because the Earth's curvature is a factor. I'm going to post this. It's not saying it diffracts and can go over the curve. It's saying it needs line of sight.
I mean, the things Doofus is talking about, they're saying it starts off as a little wave and then gets bigger and bigger as it goes. After it hit the curve, the piece of signal that kept going, that's going to get bigger, right? Or no? You guys hear me? All right, good talk, guys. Good talk.
Yeah, I heard you.
Let's summarize that. Jeremy came in here and interrupted, was rude, called people's names, wasn't on
Now I'm
topic,
confused.
and hot.
No, seriously,
Dude,
if there's this curved wave going out and it's getting bigger and bigger as it goes, and then it hits the earth, the piece that didn't hit the earth and kept going past the curve is going to keep getting, that wave gets bigger, right?
they're saying it follows the surface of the earth. Once it gets close to the surface, it's going to diffract down towards the surface, reflect off the object that's beyond the horizon or below the surface, come back, and because of those signals are near the surface, is going to follow the surface of the earth and come back to the receiver. But my radar system, the people who developed it and posted this online for Simrad, said it's a line of sight. So I don't know who you want to believe, Doofus or Simrad's engineers. I mean, there's a big difference between following the curvature of the earth, reflecting back, following the curvature back, and line of sight, right? There's a huge difference there, right? I mean, it mentioned Earth's curve as a problem for distance. So obviously it's not following the curvature of the earth, because that wouldn't matter the distance that the signal is reaching. And these signals on my screen that are 72 miles away or 70 miles away or whatever, they're just as large and bright as the signals that are 10 miles away, which tells me they're receiving and reflecting back full strength, right?
By the way, the thing that QE did on the Sea Sparrow, I checked all the info. It all checks out, bro. The only thing I can't find, because it's classified, is a direct kill. There's no information on how far, because that's classified. If we get that, bro, if we get like 20 or 25 mile direct line of sight kill, it's game over. But I've looked everywhere. I can't find it. It's classified.
The thing with the Sea Sparrow missile is that it does surface to surface and surface to air. So,
yes,
if they say it can hit a target at 30 miles, is that an air target or a fucking land target?
Well, its specialty is that it's made to hunt down sea skimming missiles, the ones that go after aircraft carriers and boats that fly low. That's the specialty of this thing. So, yeah, like I said, I can't find any direct kills. It's classified, but the trick here is the pencil beam radar.
No,
It's
the trick
direct
is
line.
you got to determine the range off of, is it an air target or a surface target? Because I brought this to Gems before and it didn't go too good.
Well, gems are a bunch of morons, bro. What do you expect this dude? What do you expect in there?
I'm just saying, what's the range on a surface target?
Well, the missile has, I think, by memory, it's 30 miles, 40 miles.
It has to laser target for it to hit it, right? With the
That's
laser
the trick.
beam.
Yes. Yeah, like
Yeah. So
like
is
when
it
you play with
lasing?
the.
I know. Is it lasing surface targets at 30 miles, or is the range 30? For an air target or whatever.
That's the thing. I can't find the kill, bro. I can't find the confirmed
That's what
kill.
I'm saying. That's why that shit
Yeah.
didn't go good for me. It's not because they're idiots at Gems. It's because I don't know what their fucking range is on the surface targets compared to the range on the air target.
Yeah. That's why I made it clear. We have to find like a confirmed kill, or we got to do it ourselves, like Rakia, right? If we have Rakia on his boat and we have another boat 20 miles away, right? And we can get contact, it's game over. I mean, it's game over. Because it's direct line of sight. There's no way
Where do
that
you
they
think?
can say it diffracted and it curved on the water.
Where do you, SE? Where do you think they're actually measuring this or referring to the line of sight? Where on the ship does line of sight take place? The captain's bridge, the crow's nest. Where do you think it happens?
I think
I
it's
don't
on the
think
deck.
I
I'm not
know.
sure.
I don't think I know because I
Where
checked
is
it.
it?
So where
It's
is it?
Where's
about
the
60
laser?
It's about 60 feet off the water.
Okay.
So probably
You
on the
can
deck.
Google it. You can Google it. Yeah.
And is the system inside? Who's playing guitar?
Hold on.
Who's trying to play? Who's trying to play guitar? I should say.
It's fucked up, Zanuck. Go ahead.
And does the missile have the capability of being shot and then using image recognition systems find a target?
Negative. It's. I repeat. Don't ask this again, Zanuck. It's line of sight. The missile has a camera on it, and it looks for the beam. The only way that it can follow the target is if there's a painted beam on it, like when you play with a cat and you see the light on the floor, like that, Zanuck.
Mm-hmm. And where do you think the beam comes from?
What kind of a question is that? What do you mean? Where do I think? I told you where it comes from. Target acquisition system on the boat, 60 feet.
You don't think there's a target acquisition system on the missile itself?
No, there is no target acquisition system on the missile itself, Zanuck. Not this particular one. No. Sea Sparrow Block 2. Check it out.
I was going to ask.
Everything's getting lasered from the ship.
No, it
Not
if it
looking
hits
this
it
up,
hits sea
Zanuck.
skimming missiles, so it's not just shooting stuff in the air. That's over the water.
Yeah.
Why do
Yeah,
you
but it
keep
can
saying
hit air targets, right?
But it
how
can
is
hit
a
an air
skimming
target.
If the missile's skimming right over the sea, that's like surface to surface. That's not.
Well, they have different variations.
Also
Don't,
has
don't
a-
even get caught up with that. Don't even bother with that. Just give it to them.
I'm saying it also. I think it also has the ability to hit air targets too.
It does. But like to dismiss the argument because they want to act like that's all it does, and it hits sea skimming missiles. And it says here,
Yeah, I
it
specifically.
What's the range?
says the maximum range is 65 nautical miles.
Is that on the missiles or on any?
Well,
on
it's
the
hard.
air
It's hard to
target?
tell. So.
Well, I've heard
That's
the
what I'm
Sea
saying.
Sparrow. The Sea Sparrow says only a 10-kilometer range, only effective to 10 kilometers for intercepting sea skimming targets.
Where'd you hear that from? Who told you that?
That's a common knowledge.
It's
It's common knowledge.
Really
Common knowledge. Oh my God.
That's what they said. Well, that's I know that's
Who's
about
they?
50, 60. Well, the Air Force, or the Navy. Navy talks about these things being 50, 60 miles in range from air to air, air to ground. Sea Sparrows. Of course, there's many versions. You got the Sea Sparrow. You also have the what is it called?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the servers, Black. Like, doesn't make any sense with the ping at the moment.
7B or 7E or something. From the old Vietnam days. But those were, I think those were 50, 60 miles, air to ground, or air to air. But I know the ships we're talking about, just a fraction of that, like 5-6 miles.
Oh, hold on a second,
Cite it.
Elbow. You're hot micing.
Stop just saying it over and over. Just cite it.
Well, that's a common knowledge. You haven't heard that back in the day. These are old technology. You know that.
Are you going to cite it?
70s technology. Yeah, I'll
What are you
cite
talking
it.
about Vietnam for, dude? This is
because the
ESSM.
Sea Sparrows came from they were used back in like the 60s for Vietnam.
Okay, this is the Block 2. This has been out. The ESSM Block 2 has been out since Vietnam.
And the AIM-7E and all the rest of the AIM missiles that were actually developed originally for air to air, and also then were used on ships for sea to air interception, sea skimming missiles, and air to ground, ground to ground.
So it can only hit a sea skimming missile from 5 miles away.
It's not that effective past 6 miles, 6-7 miles.
Really? Can you cite it?
Yeah, I can cite that.
Dude, the shit went in service 2004, bro.
Yeah, hang on. Before anybody, I want
Talking about Vietnam.
Zanuck. I want to
Because the AIM-7s, those were the surface to air, air to air, interception missiles of the day.
Dude, you should
There's
really,
many
after
variants.
shift change, you should give it a second. Start researching what we're talking about before you just come on here and blurt off stuff.
You said Sea Sparrow.
That would be a
The
good idea.
ESSM.
You said the Sea Sparrow. I only know and been remembering things about the Sea Sparrow. You talking about something different?
This is the
I said block
Evolved
2.
Sea Sparrow.
Well, I was talking
SSM.
about the Rim 7s. Those were all the video games back in the day too. We all had those. Rim 2s. Rim
Stop
7s.
talking, Xanax.
You said you started out this conversation. I heard it. I just used the word Sea Sparrow, which I heard a bunch.
Sarah means
And then
to
said
say
block
something.
2. Now it's block 2. Okay, that's your clarifying there, Essie? You said that. You said block 2. So
Hold on, let me double check this date. Hold on.
You're catching up here.
it's a simple question.
The first
Yeah, I'm
system
catching
was
up.
made like all the way in the 60s, Jeremy.
The AIM 7.
I repeat, Jeremy, there's different variants of this missile,
I
man.
know.
Different variants.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm assuming that we're talking about something that was very primitive and started in the 60s. Then you said, I only heard you say one thing that made me get some better clarification. That was block 2, which I don't know what that means, but I can, I'll find out. There's different, variations of it, which there are.
Yeah, they may have had the first versions in Vietnam, but this is an updated thing, I think. And I'm not sure what the date is now.
But I guess the question is, or the assertion is that you're saying that if you're not 100, 200 feet above the seawater, you can't have a line of sight to these targets that are 30 miles away. And some of the answers I've heard of, well, it's bouncing off the ionosphere, or it's bouncing off whatever, or it's curving with
No.
whatever. I don't know what the
Not
answers are. I
this.
don't know. I'm guessing. What are they saying?
Xanax,
That
let me interrupt you.
It's line of sight, Xanac. You missed that part too. You're just really making yourself look bad, bro.
well, a lot of the modern missiles
go
have
take
line
a
of
break.
sight.
Look.
They have their own tracking system, line of sight. So when you shoot, and they also use the air-based radar system, which actually gives them a GPS signal and it follows a line of sight from them. But
He's
line
just
of sight
saying
from the missile.
and he's just squabbling stuff. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Xanac.
It does. You're saying
No, it
line of
doesn't.
sight is from the actual ship. Line of sight can be from the actual missile too,
But it's not. That's the part
show
you
me that.
missed.
Cite that.
I need to show you nothing. You just came late to the party. We're talking about the
not that late.
Sea
You've been talking.
Sparrow
This
Block
started with
2
Q.
missile. Stop, Xanac, stop talking. Google it and then come back in the convo, bro. Simple.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this block 2 shit came out
We
in
go the shit out of this.
2004.
QE was out of his element, even though I'm Mr. Military. But yeah, he was gone. He got blown out 2 or 3 years ago. This came up. Now we're back at it again. Really?
Dude, you just basically tout victory after showing immense amounts of ignorance, talking about something from Vietnam, lying about what could possibly cause the line of sight, speaking completely incoherently, and now you're bragging victory.
Yeah.
What are you
And then
talking about?
he got
I
a
didn't
DM.
say-
He got a
I
DM. Said, man, it's about line of sight. And then he started talking about line. Oh, I remember you saying block 2 or come on, Xanac.
Yeah, the
I
block
didn't hear
2
that
was the only
part.
clarification I got. I didn't make anything up. I gave you the values that came from the Sea Sparrow, which was we were talking about, and that was
Tell
in the
me you got a
60s and
DM.
70s. Hold on, Whitsitt was out of his element here, and he started just like point fingers and lie about what he thought he heard.
Dude, just calm down,
Everything I
bro.
said was the
Take a break.
truth. The only thing I guessed at was what the responses were. I don't know what people's responses are to this. I guessed at that. You're right about one thing. 1 out of 5 things. Whitsitt, you're right about.
No, you're talking about something from Vietnam, and we're not talking about
You talked about
Vietnam.
was the Sea Sparrow?
You made a fake claim.
We didn't mention the Sea Sparrow, dude.
You made a false
Yes,
claim.
no.
You made
Yeah,
a false claim about 5 miles. I asked you to cite it. You haven't cited it. And you just keep jumping in and saying, "Oh, QE brothers up. This has already been debunked," with no specificity. Like you're just saying things.
Yeah, we're asking you to take a break, Xanac. Just 5 minutes, dude. Go. You know what we're talking about now. Go research and come back and tell us about it.
I have the citation already for the thing that Whitsitt wanted. But are you going to tell me you're not talking about sea sparrows? Then go ahead. But you are, Whitsitt. So I have the information regarding sea sparrows of that vintage, 67, 72, 76, that range.
Well, I have right here. It says a dozen miles right here.
For what range?
Yeah.
Not effective for sea skimming interceptions.
How can
beyond
it say that it says its range was limited to 12 miles?
because the range is different than interception.
Okay, so how could it ever have a range of that far on a globe?
Of 12 miles
Yeah.
from 60 feet up? That's the
Is
easy
that how
answer.
high it is?
Well, these boats are about 60 feet up off the water. Yes. Are they not?
It's about 60 feet, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
About
so
60
no,
feet.
no
Yeah.
problem to see 12 miles from 60 feet.
Yeah, you would only have like a few feet of.
No. It
structure.
doesn't matter. Not you only. Don't discount it. You're wrong, and you won't ever admit that either. You know,
I literally just did. I said, yeah, you would only have a couple feet of
I thought it was
obstruction.
like, yeah.
Well, maybe you need to stop interrupting about what you think when you're consistently wrong about what you think.
So there you go. There's your answer. So it can work at 12 miles.
So what we need to find here, guys, is a confirmed kill of a sea skimming missile. That's what we need to find here. And
These
I've
are all
been
gonna, it's all
looking.
gonna be classified. Like the real
It's all
information here.
classified, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's why radio waves are so much more attainable.
So since Zanuck is not going to take a break, he's going to be involved. That's fine. Zanuck, can a line of sight radar system that
LiDAR?
has a dude, you have an issue.
What
You're
I
on
didn't
drugs.
say anything. You're stopped twice. I only said
I haven't
LiDAR.
even.
You say I couldn't hear you. I think you're breaking up. Is it LiDAR? You said.
Yeah, I'm done already.
Yeah.
I don't know. The way QE puts the argument, like it was a lock and shit. I don't know.
I know,
Maybe
right?
it might be on his website or something. It might be on his website.
I remember this being kind of blown out of the water. I don't remember all the details. We had all the specs of the thing, and I had a guy from Lockheed Martin online at the time going back and forth with them. It was pretty funny, but I think it was common. There was some bending of it wasn't bouncing off the ionosphere. Something it was why this radar could actually go over the curve. I don't recall exactly what happened in that discussion. We have to go back to the tapes. Go back to the tapes, Nathan. Go back for 5,000 hours of him yapping for years in that episode.
Boring.
Yeah, it is. It is getting a little old and it's boring. But I'm interested in your 30-mile line of sight question. That's what I'm doing research on now. So see if I can find
72 miles line of sight. Self-contained radar. Simrad Halo 2000. I own it.
Self-contained radar. What does that mean?
It sends out its own signal and receives it back in one unit. Self-contained. Not helped by anything.
So it's in the missile itself, right?
It's my radar system. Simrad Halo 2000.
60 miles from your boat.
72 miles. You're a degenerate. Or I'm roboting.
Please don't.
He's very geeked up. I don't know. He's got a lot of testosterone.
You've got
Did you get
now
the
you're
package of
projecting.
you got the
Now
package
you're
of Dianabol I
projecting.
sent you?
You're
Don't use
projecting
the
now.
injectables.
You are the one on drugs.
Don't use the injectables. They'll leave
Hey,
bruises on
just
your
everyone relax.
You got everything wrong. I said 72 miles. You said 60. I
Oh,
said
you
self-contained
quiet.
line of
Quiet.
sight.
You're
You
too
mentioned
geeked
the
up.
military. Simrad Halo 2000. Self-contained line of sight. How would it pick up a reflection of an object 72 miles away if it's on my helm?
You got that James Bond boat?
He's got a shrimp boat.
I don't own a shrimp boat. He's
Him and
wrong
Forrest Gump
again.
are out there throwing nets out there catching shrimp.
I don't catch
So
shrimp.
your bubblegum shrimp boat is picking up objects 72 miles away in its line of sight.
I wish I had a shrimp boat.
And how high is the your radar dome on your
About
little
17
crossbar.
feet.
That's it?
Yeah, it's on top of my helm.
Okay.
I could
Have
go
a peg
measure it.
leg?
I could go measure it. Hang on.
And an eye patch? And a hook for a hand?
Don't say peg leg. It's Pete's birthday.
So I'm not lying. So I'm not lying to you. I'm gonna go in the helm and measure. I got a tape measure.
Watch this, Jeremy. So, Racky, it only goes 70 miles?
Yeah, this unit is a small one.
70 miles, right?
60? Would you say 60?
Yeah, 62 miles.
65 miles?
That's
I'm
it.
50,
60.
the radar is 15 feet off the water. I just measured it with a tape measure.
Oh, shit. That means the Earth is flat. Fucking Racky, I figured it out.
Well, how do you explain it?
I don't.
He can't. He's just trying to gaslight.
I'm not gaslighting.
You are.
How's he getting 72 miles with his line of sight shit?
That's a good question of the hour. Let's find out.
Get back to us when you got it.
Yeah, maybe go on mute. I'll take a picture. Let's see if it comes out. I wonder if the stars are going to be in my picture because there's stars out. Nope. All right, mine is 50. Can y'all hear me? Mine is Jeremy. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Yeah.
Mine is 50 amps, I believe. Halo 2000, 72 miles. And I'm gonna send you a picture of the boat next to me. It's a bigger Hatteras, and he has the one that's bigger. 70 more amps, a bigger radar. Like mine is like 5 foot, his is like 7.
Okay.
And
That's
more
legit.
amps. And I
No,
think
that
his
is.
is 90 miles or something like that.
So, hey, Jesse had a question. He wanted to know if you always see ship 54 miles out, like your screenshots show.
Do I always what?
See ships that are 54 miles out, like your screenshot shows.
No, well, most of those are oil rigs, but sometimes the ships and oil rigs don't show up even 40 miles out because of, like, if it's a lot of moisture in there, a lot of raindrops.
No,
it'll
clear
pick up
day.
that
On a
on
clear
a
day.
clear day. Yeah,
Ruin
yeah,
his
a
boat
clear
launch.
day. I can adjust it to like a half a mile up to 72 miles. That's what this one does. So it'll pick up whatever's in those ranges that it flex off of.
The motherfucker ruined his boat with connect-a-sec parts. Like, what the fuck? Dude, it's a beautiful boat, and then he puts, like, erector set connects on it. What's he doing?
I did.
No, yours looks okay. His is, like, a construction site on top of his yacht.
Oh, that's a fly bridge.
Dude, it's
I
know it's for fly fishing.
It's not for fly fishing, but they can drive up there. They spot tuna and stuff.
Yeah.
But all the outriggers and stuff are up, so that it looks kind of funny.
It does look funny.
That's a fine boat. Yeah, that's a fine boat. Believe me.
Yeah, dude.
That is top notch.
Jesse wants to know if you can always see ships 54 miles out like a screenshot shows.
Oh my God!
Yeah, if there's a ship there, it does. If there's ships there, you can see them. It shows up on the screen, unless there's rain or something deflecting it. But most of those are probably oil rigs. I don't know if I have my AIS on, but AIS is going to show if it's a ship, it'll give a diagram right above it, how fast it's going, what its name is, and all that. So if it doesn't have a diagram above it in that screenshot, I don't know which one I posted. It's just all oil rigs. There are no ships. So AIS is going to show a blip. It's going to be orange, and it'll give a box like a description. You click on that, and it'll tell you it's a 200-foot oil tanker named Elizabeth carrying this, captain this direction, this speed, right? Called AIS, just like a plane.
And you said this was an over-the-horizon unit that you have?
No, it's line of sight.
Fuck with you.
Yeah. I mean, you can look it up. It's Halo 2000. I didn't even know. I might have the book. But I looked it up, and it's 50 amps or something, because the more power, the further it'll go. We cleaned out, went to the hurricane, we cleaned out everything, so I don't know if I have the book.
Well, we just tell Kosho the model. He'll be an expert on it in 5 minutes, and he'll figure out why you're getting 72 miles.
Halo 2000. Yeah, I don't have this on it. This is all TV and I have the Simrad radio.
Listen, I don't care what you flat earthers find. I'm gonna come against it, regardless of anything, because that's my role here in the server as an anti-flat earther, okay? I know. Listen, I know it's flat, but I don't care. I'm an anti-flat earther, and that's all I care about.
That's what they did before. They came with over the horizon radar, and now Doofus said it diffracting. But this saying that it's line of sight.
Kosho said the hours have been given. The answer's been given hours ago.
Yeah, what it sounds like to me is Rakia just wants free tech support.
Here we go, boat boy. Hit us with it, Kool-Aid. Why is he getting 72 miles on his line of sight radar shit?
I couldn't care less.
Convenient.
I've only half been listening. I've had other shit going on in the background. I just was giving you shit, Rakia.
So does radar only work on a globe?
Apparently.
No. It would work just fine, but
Are we supposed to believe that?
yeah, so if you want to talk radar, you can talk with the radar experts. I don't know shit about radar.
How high did you say it was? 10 feet?
15, which I said 17 earlier because I was just estimating, but I went out with a tape measure. It was 15 foot off the water.
62 miles?
72.
72.
The radar goes up to 72. You can look at the picture I posted, and the top blip, the very top, like north of the screen, there's a blip, and I would just say it's 70 miles. The outside ring, when it's set to 72, is 72 miles. And then later on, we went past it, and I posted a picture of the oil rig. I mean, it's a big oil rig, right?
That's like almost 3,000 feet of curvature.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
Depends on what size earth you use, because they give us a
2,800.
tiny earth.
Yeah, it's 2,800 feet of curvature.
It's a lot. That can't be line of sight then, right? Even with the 15 foot?
How tall was the oil derrick when you went past it? Was it a big old giant thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's big, but the problem is if it's reflecting off just the top, it's not going to give off that big of a signature. You understand? You can look at the blips on the screen, and I can tell that it's giving a full strength signal, and it's a huge object.
Well, it's definitely not 2,800 feet tall. So
No, like that's what I'm asking. Was the oil derrick like one of those little 20-foot jobbers, or
No.
no?
They're big. It's a big oil rig. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
try and find a picture again.
Was it a full oil rig standing a couple hundred feet above the surface? Well,
Yeah, Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. It wasn't a small one.
Yeah, cool.
That's
That's all I need. Yeah, that
What is
makes
that?
sense.
How? Still 2,800
Um,
feet of curvature between us and the what?
100 feet of curvature.
Yeah, 15 feet, 70 miles, 2,800 feet of curvature.
Oh, yeah. If you cut a cord line through it,
Yep.
that's an
Electrical
interesting
insight.
way of looking at that problem. I would look at it as just over 1 degree, but
Okay, well, you can't use refraction, so refraction
okay,
doesn't work like that on radio wave.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm not the radar guy. I don't know a whole lot about this. I know when I turn it on, I can see things.
cool. Maybe hit that mute button.
Yeah.
I have a picture right here of the oil rig. I posted it earlier. I'm trying to post it again.
No, I totally been there. I believe you can see that at 70 miles or 72, whatever.
No, not see it. You don't like radar.
Well, yeah, radar.
It does.
The
spin
radar
on-
is sending out a signal and reflecting off of this.
Yep.
It does spin on the
This giant metal
horizontal
reflecting
azimuth,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
Well, it spins around. It sends out a signal 360. That's what you're asking. So when I turn it on, that beam, that it looks like a 4 or 5 foot long bar on top, will turn. So it sends out a signal 360 around the boat. Like it'll pick up anything around you. Like right now I'm in the marina, so if I turn it on, it'll pick up the marina. It'll show the water, it'll show the slips, it'll show the poles. When you're out on open water, it'll show you every little object that it reflects off of. It'll put it on the screen as a different colored blip depending on what you have your settings. I can pick up weather, birds, waves, whatever.
So Jesse Gordon in the chat is saying there's some refraction to it, or no?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if there's
Refraction?
refraction.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Oh my god.
See those? I'll post my picture. The blue dots are waves. Like that's showing. Let's see. It's either waves or it wasn't raining that night.
Are you able to turn it sideways and shoot like a signal straight up? Like what happens when you shoot your radar straight up at the sky?
Can't adjust
You see nothing.
the radar that's on top. Oh, you know what? I'm showing one that's not even. This isn't the one that was 72 miles.
Refraction. I mean, I understand if we're talking 70, 80 miles, we're talking 3,000 or 4,000 feet of drop, right? But also to your point, Raki, you got your 15 feet up, and another ship might be 15 feet up top of their bridge. So that also makes the distance quite a bit further. It's not going to be 70 miles, but it makes sense that you can see things 20 or 30 miles.
Oh wait, sorry, Zan. Yeah, it is 72 miles. I'm looking at the 60. That's the degrees of the compass.
Yeah, but that's
setting.
the range of your radar. We know you could see like
72 miles. Yeah,
72 miles away. You could actually detect like an airplane or something. A large airplane.
No.
Yeah, why not?
No, I've never seen airplanes on my radar.
Well,
I've seen clouds like rainstorms, but it doesn't.
72 miles away.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's where the range is coming from. Probably not sensitive enough to measure maybe at that distance an airplane, but maybe it can measure cloud formations. But the refraction is a real thing, and radar is in that spectrum where it's going to be highly affected by the.
Oh my god, cite it. Cite that. Say cite a radio wave can be refracted around 2,800 feet of curvature. Cite it. I just make stuff up. It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
I don't think it's refracted 20. I don't think it's refracted.
So what wavelength radar does your
cite it?
Use?
They're saying it's line of sight, Zanuck.
I know it's line of sight.
So 72 miles line of sight.
Even though it's line of sight, it still is refracted.
Okay, 2,800 feet refraction.
You disagree with it? You seem to be the expert here.
Cite it.
Cite what? That radar is refracted?
Yeah, that it's refracted that much. Yep, cite it.
How
A
much?
Halo 2000 radar that has a 50 amp beam shot out. Like that is the signal, the pulse that's being sent out by the self-contained radar and being received back is refracted 2,800 feet. I'd like to see that. I don't believe that at all. I think you just spouted it.
Well, okay. So
What I'm
is radar
saying,
long? Is radar long wavelengths or?
yeah, who cares? What I'm saying is over a plane.
It's a big point.
What I'm saying is over a flat surface, a horizontal line of sight, 50 amps will reach out 72 miles. Now, the boat next to me has a step up that's more amps that will reach out further and receive a signal back.
Point
Now,
is,
Garmin
we know that waves, these electromagnetic waves, are refracted, and the longer ones seem to be refracted less. And I think this would be one of the lesser refracted, but they still refract. And it's part of the equation for how refraction works.
Yeah. Cite it.
And lidar refracts a lot more.
Yeah, but we're talking about Halo concentrate, everyone, including Xanax.
Bro,
Halo
you just keep
2000.
going off.
50 amp.
Listen, how many times have we said, as what's it said, cite it? One of the things that you're saying has to be cited, or you should get booted.
That radio waves can be refracted.
Cite it. Shut up and cite something.
What? He's saying that something that's really to actually get.
Brother, you just keep talking.
Because we know that radio waves are refracted.
God damn it.
Are. That's the citation I'm going to get you right now because that's all I know you're asking. Everything else I know what you want to ask, but you're not able to for some reason.
Can I ask a question? Does it change the observation if we acknowledge that the radio return we were receiving was amplified by use of a man-made radar reflector designed to gather and boost return signal?
Yeah, no, that's not the topic that we're talking about. The radar system that I use, that I provided pictures and information about.
Right. No, I was talking.
That's not a system.
I was talking about the radar reflective mirrors that are required by law on all oil drilling vessels, so to prevent any kind of, running into them.
Okay, I've never heard of that. Go ahead, cite that. I can call people that work on the oil platforms and see. So you're saying all the oil platforms out in my area have reflectors?
It is required if the vessel is above 150 gross tonnage, which all oil derricks will be well above that. Solaris volume 19.2.1.7.
And it amplifies my radar signal?
Right. What
I'm
are
sending
they
out a
designed to
signal
do
from
is to amplify
72
the
miles
detection
away.
of what it's designed
I
to do.
understand what you're saying.
Because
But
I haven't
my
tried it.
radar signal that yeah, you
Listen,
did. It
Xanax
amplified it. I heard it.
Xanax just ended the argument.
It's a reflector.
No,
Hang
listen,
on. I think you cut out, dude. But if
No,
it's
sorry,
being
you said hang on.
amplified,
Listen, real quick. Sorry, you
it
said hang
has
on.
to be
Real
received.
quick. I'm sorry, buddy.
Go ahead.
Listen, just really quick. Xanax
Oh, go ahead.
said in voice text, I want everybody to hear it. He said, no, it's not anything to do with refraction. It's specifically its range, not going around the curve.
Way
Thank
to
you,
mix
Xanax.
the words up. Wait, no, that's not
I
what it's
read what you fucking
context.
posted just
But
now.
You don't understand basic context. The spec for 72 miles has nothing to do with refraction, you tool.
Wow. Anyway.
It's
Okay, good.
range.
So no refraction.
What? No, that's not what I'm
So
saying.
it can't
Why
be
can't you just
amplified.
understand basic English?
I got a screenshot of it too.
I'm understanding.
Yes, you can screenshot all you want. You're
So
still
not
fucking confused. The range of
Xanax.
the Garmin or the radar system that Rakia has a range of 72 miles. We all agree. It doesn't say it can see from 5 feet off the deck 72 miles. Show me in the manual where it says that. It doesn't. It sees clouds. I think it probably can see airplanes or large airplanes for that low.
It's seeing an oil rig 72 miles away.
Racky, I'm speaking. It's raw range. Has nothing to do with refraction. It doesn't mean that refraction doesn't happen like you think I said, which I didn't. It says that's its range. Come on.
Awesome. So its range is 72 miles without refraction. Awesome. Glad we got there. Now let's deal with the
No,
amplification.
it has nothing to do with refraction.
Xanax, can you shut up? I said it doesn't have anything to do with refraction. Damn, dude, you are freaking something. So amplification now that the guy brought up. If something's going to be amplified, it has to be received first. From my self-contained radar, the signal would have to hit the oil rig 72 miles away to be amplified. Still the same issue. 72 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, deal with it. The next one up is 130 amps, which is 96 nautical miles.
What is the issue? The issue with your range is down to your power. It's how much signal you can put out there so you can get a return.
Yeah, the issue is that it's line of sight, 72 miles, and on an Earth with the radius that you so love, that wouldn't work. My radar wouldn't hit that oil rig and amplify the signal and receive it back because of Earth curve would be in the way. Now, Witsit computed 2,800 feet. You can compute all you want. I don't do that because I don't live on a ball.
Tangential drop, really?
I think the radar system is sending out a pulse at 50 amps over a flat plane, reflecting off objects like ships and poles and oil rigs and receiving it back over a flat plane. Call me crazy if you want.
Do you not believe that theory that we can actually hear radio waves from Europe, for example, with using a ham radio, which is also very long wave radio signals?
What I know as a fact is that about a year ago, and I can go do it tonight, I have a system that sends out a pulse at 50 amps and receives a signal back from over 70 miles at 15 feet off the water.
What kind of signal are you sending?
A radar signal, 50 amps, Simrad Halo 2000.
50 amps.
Simrad.
Yes, I heard
Halo 2000.
I heard you the seventh time. I was talking about
What?
radio, like AM radio or ham radio operators. Can you actually send things?
I don't
thousands of
have
miles?
one of them right now.
I
have
know.
A
I'm just
Simrad
saying that. I'm just trying to get to the
Halo
basic fundamentals of how things are either refracted or how they can be bounced off the atmosphere to go longer.
This is line of sight. Halo 2000 Simrad, line of sight.
Gotcha. Right. And
Maybe write it down.
And I believe it goes 72 miles. I conceded that I believe the specs, and I believe it can go line of sight. Now, whether it's line of sight from 15 feet off the deck to another 15 feet off the deck ship, that's what we're talking about. That I don't believe.
Well, we know my system is 15 feet off the water.
Yes.
I just measured it with a tape measure.
And I don't believe you. I believe you. I saw it. And thanks for posting that picture of your beautiful radar system. I'm not saying that your system is not 15 feet off the water. I'm saying you can't see things 72 miles away that are on the surface. That'd be silly. Unless it was
I never said you could. I even showed the picture of the oil rig. The picture of the oil rig proves that it's not just showing the surface. There's just legs there. It's a big oil rig. It's all lit up. I passed it about 6 hours later because we were doing about 12 knots. 70 miles.
That lit up structure is 70 miles away.
Jesus. Which part of this conversation are you late to?
Well, I was tasked of getting citations, so I've been relating some. This picture you have.
Is this the same guy? Is this the same robot that said it was
45
miles
past
early?
here? Yaki, are you just an asshole by nature, or is this something you're trying to do?
I just want you to write it down so I have to repeat it to the same person 10 times. Write it down. Ready?
The question still stands.
Can you write it down?
Yes, I'll write it down.
Oil rig. I shot a picture of it. You can decide how tall it is.
With the
70 miles
lights
away. 70 miles away. Concentrate. Write it down. Simrad Halo 2000, 50 amp, 72-mile range, 15 foot off the water. Now, I could be right, wrong, whatever. I just know that's what happened. I shot that all rig.
I don't think to see something 70 miles away that clearly, that's like zooming into something twice as far as Catalina and seeing like a boat, seeing light bulbs, people walking
Oh
around the
my
shore
God,
carrying a
I'm not
martini.
seeing it. I'm not seeing it. It's on my radar screen.
I know that's why it's so
Xanax.
misleading to talk to you. So that's
It's
just a
not
picture.
misleading.
So that's a
I didn't
picture of
never.
you about
You're
a
just
quarter
trying
mile.
to
Oh my
obfuscate,
God,
and
you
you're
are
trying to
such an
do a different
asshole.
pop.
You really
Go
are.
on mute, Xanax. I didn't see the all rig. My radar.
I know.
Radar.
I get
Halo
it.
2000.
I
Picked
get
it up
it.
and put it on my screen 70 miles away. Don't
Yes,
tell
and
people I said I saw it from 70
stop.
miles
It'd be
away.
so cool if you guys
You
talked a
won't
little
stop.
quieter.
You won't stop.
Yeah, let's just relax,
Over
relax,
here on the
please.
mic.
So what I hear from you now that we got
Did you
clarification,
just
the
hear
picture. He
that,
said he saw it. He
Sammy?
said he saw it on his radar. He's got a picture of it. Now we know what he's talking about. You're a jerk. I'm okay with that because I know that you're the
No,
standard
you're a
you
jerk.
live by.
You're
No, I'm
trying to
just
tell
trying to.
people that. I
Let
know
me
you
just
did it
let
on
me just
purpose.
let me just kind of ask the question that I wanted to. So we got the picture, which is obviously only like a quarter away. You've seen it 72 miles away on your radar system, and it's 72 miles away that this object is, and you don't know how high it is, but we're guessing probably 150 to 200 feet. Which still, if it's 72 miles away, it should be 3,000 feet to see it. That's what I'm saying. So why are we seeing it blip on your radar screen? That's the
Because
question, right?
the Earth is
The Earth is
flat.
flat. I'll finish the sentence for you. The Earth is
Because
flat.
the Earth isn't a ball.
No, everybody's wrong, and Rocky is right.
Another proof.
Okay,
Another proof that the Earth isn't a
gotcha.
sphere. Line of
Now we're
sight.
clear.
It's not me. It's Simrad. Take it up with them. Simrad, Halo 2000, 72 miles. Line of sight. I just used it and got a oil rig 2000 70 miles away. You can come a 15-foot radar and do it on your own boat. All you got to do is get one. The boat next to me has a more powerful radar that picks up all rigs of the same size from further away. Does that now make the Earth a sphere? Either it's not line of sight, or the Earth isn't a sphere.
Well, could it? Is it possible that the blip on your radar screen is not this oil rig 72 miles away?
I kept it. We were going to Florida. That oil rig was right in my way. I picked it up 72 miles away. It come on my screen, and we passed right by it on purpose because people like you, before I went on that trip, said that the Earth was a sphere and that radars don't work that far. Because I told them I had a Simrad system that was 72 miles line of sight. They said wouldn't work. That's the only reason I took these pictures is for people like you to act like you're acting tonight and going, oh, well, Rakia says he saw oil rig that's 200 foot tall from 70 miles away, which is not what I said, obviously. I said my radar picked it up, and we kept it on radar for like 7 hours because we were going at night, 10 knotting. Not going very fast is what that is. So then passed right by it on my left because on the radar you see that the middle of the screen, that line is my heading, and the oil rig is on the left. I was even confused because he threw me off. The 60 is actually the heading. 72 is the outside ring. Like I said, it's either not line of sight, Simrad is wrong, and Doofus is right, which could be, like, I'm fine with that. And the 50 amp signal is diffracting and following the curve, hitting the oil rig 2,800 feet down below me. reflecting back and coming back 2,800 feet, following the curvature of the Earth. That sounds more logical to you. There you go. Good luck.
There's no way in hell that radar is hitting the Earth or the water and bouncing around. No way in hell. Sorry.
To be fair to Doofus, he didn't say bouncing around the Earth's curve. He said that it was spreading out and following the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
Reflecting off the
diffracting.
oil rig, coming back towards the surface of the Earth and following it around to the receiver. Yeah. Now that sounds as, almost as ridiculous as what you said, stuff like that. This is the
It's
guy, remember
ridiculous.
SC, that says that the tops of the clouds are following the curvature of the Earth? The bottoms are
I
flat.
remember that. Yeah.
And that on a flat Earth, you would also see a curved horizon because of this, that, and the other, but for other reasons. But it just wouldn't be as much, right? On a curved Earth, you see this horizon curving because of it's curved, right? But on a flat Earth, you would still see that curved horizon for other reasons. It just wouldn't be as much curved. That's that guy.
Yep.
Now, I probably messed up a word or two here and there. He'll get on to me, but that's basically what he said. And what he's seeing out in the distance from an airplane is just the tops of clouds or haze or whatever. You can't even make out what's Earth. Definitely can't tell what's curved. It's just, come on, man. It's not the
Yep.
water that you're seeing. You're seeing the tops of clouds. So then he had to say that the tops of clouds are curving. Yeah.
I'm glad people are picking up on this. I've been talking about this for a long time. So have you with your radar. Finally, somebody's listening. This is the killer, guys. Radar. There's no way it's going to bounce off the atmosphere, and there's no way it's going to curve the Earth. No freaking way.
Well, let's just say SIMRAD is wrong, right? It's not a line of sight. It's an over the horizon radar that follows the curve of the Earth. Surely there's got to be a signal, some type of strength or signal that wouldn't diffract that much, right? 2,800 feet, if that's the right curvature rate. I don't know. It's a lot.
Yeah, well, there is such a special thing. That's why I brought up the Sea Sparrow and the target acquisition. It's pencil beam radar. That's how they describe it. Pencil beam radar. Thin radar. Yeah, there is exactly such a thing.
Well, when the engineers developed this radar system called SIMRAD, they have other ones, right? You know, you can buy other brands, but SIMRAD is what we went with. And they named it line of sight. I would think they know what they're talking about, right? The object has to have line of sight. If you put your system 15 feet off the water, it's going to pick up things that are line of sight and at this distance. If you put it 2 feet off the water, you know, you might not go as far, right? If you put it higher, you might even go further than 72 feet. But on your screen, it's only going to show things that are 72 feet. I mean, 72 miles. My screen will only zoom out and show blips on it that are 72 miles away.
Well, that's just impossible on their mythical sphere. It is physically impossible for that to happen if indeed your radar is line of sight. Line of sight, we all know what line of sight is. You go hunting, you see the deer. Line of sight. If the deer is, behind the tree, then you no longer have line of sight. You can't see that deer anymore. That's what line of sight means. Direct line of sight.
Now, the other ball above the radar system, that's the satellite TV. I also have an issue with that because we went offshore fishing one time and there was one of the pro football games on that I wanted to watch, right? We all wanted to watch it. Well, we got 100 miles offshore. My satellite TV went out. So we watched TV all the way out, blah, blah, blah. We got 100 miles offshore and it cut off, right? Well, we radioed the boat that was fishing with us and they were about 120 miles offshore. And I said, look, do you have reception on your TV? He said, yeah. Well, he has an upgraded system, one that gets that can do text and Wi-Fi and all this stuff. I don't have that. I just have the lower one that gets TV signal. And I said, do y'all still have signal? He said, yeah. I said, well, we're headed your way to watch the game. We went on his boat and watched the game. Well, on our way in, a couple days later, I got about 90 miles, from the shoreline, and my satellite cut back on. Right? It received signal, which told me it seemed like it was receiving signal from onshore, right? Not from a satellite. So you tell me. I'm watching satellite TV right now. I'm watching Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze. He's got a nice ass, right? On satellite
Pretend I
TV.
didn't
But
hear that.
yeah. If I go 100 miles offshore, I couldn't be watching TV unless I was on my buddy's boat that had a bigger, satellite system. Now, does that tell me that it's coming from a satellite above my head? No, I don't think so. It tells me I'm receiving that signal from onshore. So
Yeah,
you
well, we
tell
got
me.
two possibilities here. We got two possibilities because one, the satellite broadcasts everywhere, right? So it could either be that that the system you have, right, should catch it. There's no way around it. The only thing I can see is that they charge you more money for a bigger system. That's the only excuse. Otherwise, it broadcasts everywhere. It's like a radio, right? It broadcasts everywhere. You should catch it. Yep.
I'm right next to him, right? And my satellite is spinning. It's in that dome and it spins around, and it's supposedly sending the signal up to space and grabbing a satellite signal and giving me TV signal, right? Well, mine's not working and his is. The only difference is his is more powerful. It's a bigger, it has a bigger dome. It's putting out more power.
Well, it's the other way around, actually. It's receiving the signal, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, so it's receive. Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, it can be it can be that. If you're broadcasting, you need more power, right? But to receive, you don't need power, as far as I know.
The bigger systems get Wi-Fi and they can get faxes and stuff like that. I can't do that. They can receive things like that and hook up Wi-Fi to their system. Mine doesn't do that.
Yeah,
we
but
bought.
No, I
I
get
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm just receiving the satellite signal.
Yeah.
So it should be receiving no matter where I'm at.
Exactly. Yep.
Like right now, it just went out. We don't have bad weather. We have clear skies, and it just kind of blinked out. You know how satellites do. It just doesn't add up, man. It's coming from onshore, 100%. When we used to have satellite TV at the house, the TV where we paid our bill, the cable system had an office, a building that they did all their paperwork in, their secretaries and stuff. You paid your bill there, and they had huge satellite receivers.
Yep.
So I guess they were receiving it from outer space.
That's what the story goes. Yeah.
I don't know how they're bouncing off the ionosphere or doing whatever.
Well, they're broadcasting as well. Those TV stations, they're broadcasting. Yeah.
This was just a cable, service. That sent me signal to my satellite dish that was on the side of my house. But they had huge satellites at their, huge ground, like the ones that are on the ground with, that were just huge, like 20 feet in diameter. They had several of them. I never understood that. But anyway, I know this satellite system on my boat stopped working at about 100 miles, and we were pissed, so we called them, and they were like, "Yeah, ours is working fine." And they were further offshore than we were. We actually went on their boat and cooked and watched the game.
Let me ask you. It's probably an obvious question. Was their satellite dish bigger than yours? Much
the dome,
bigger.
Yeah.
Much bigger, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading. I was reading in the Garmin site about boat-to-boat radar, and when you had more power, it seemed that you were narrowing the beam. So it wasn't really about power and distance; it was more about finer tuning.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. A stronger signal in that particular, but it does 360. Either way, I mean, it's more distance. With more, they have 130 amps. I only have 50, but they only go 96 miles, and I go 72. They're not getting that much more distance. They're getting a lot better, signal strength. But they're limited to 96 miles, even with 130 amps. It's more than twice my amperage, and they're only going up by 20 miles or so. I just don't think that signal will go through the atmosphere as far, no matter how much power it has limits, right? When it's raining or it's real foggy or whatever, it'll cut through the fog, but it won't receive a signal as strong or as far as when it's clear. Like the fog doesn't hurt it as much as like rain. If you have a downpour in front of you, it's not picking up oil rigs past that downpour. It's reflecting off the raindrops and coming back. It's not going through them. You understand? Like before it starts raining, you can see oil rigs in front of you. And then when it starts raining really hard, you can't see those distant oil rigs. Now, ones that are up close, the rain is going to show like a blue color, bluish white on your screen, and an oil rig will show orange or red or whatever. The up close ones will always show, but the ones that are further away, they go out, they dim out. You can't see them when it's raining like that.
So, Jeremy, you were looking for a test? Here's one for you. You just gotta convince Rakia to do it. Rakia with maybe his buddy with the fishing boat. Point radar beams at each other.
That's how we knew the shrimp boat, Mr. Thibodeau, used his radar, because the beach that I'm on, it's an island. It's 7 miles long. Well, I'm about a mile or so from the beginning of it, and he was straight out, south of me. Well, I was like, just make sure, because I can't see the end of the beach, right? I can't see. There's a big state park down there and a pier, but from where I'm at, I can't even zoom in and see it most of it, because the conditions here are not good. So I said, just make sure how far you're off the beach. He said, my furthest distance is 3 point something miles. He said, some parts are closer and some parts are further, about where you're at. He knows, what I'm saying? He can tell, we have a big water tower here and a store. You can see all that from 4 miles off. So I'm like, I'm west of the water tower. He goes, yeah, you're about 3 miles away from me. I tell people 4, but there's an oil rig right there. There's actually 2 of them. That's where we went sheephead fishing today. We didn't catch any, by the way. We only caught 1. Remember I told you I was going fishing? But those 2 oil rigs, one's to the west, one's to the east, kind of like at an angle from where I shoot from. They're not even 4 miles offshore. So the shrimp boat was in front of those oil rigs. But I just give the Globers the benefit of the doubt and just tell them 4 miles and whatever. I mean, it don't matter. It could be further than that. It still doesn't add up. Still not Earth curve obstructing the bottom of the shrimp boat. It's an optical phenomena. It's a mirage.
I spoke to Garmin about this regarding their different arrays and things that they had. He also sent me a letter. I just posted them both.
Nice. Now this system is a Simrad, but they're basically the same. Garmin, Simrad, it's just different electronic systems that you do all your your systems with. Your autopilot and everything is. You usually try and get all one thing, so they integrate.
This is a devastating argument.
We've had,
I hope people realize that this radar stuff, it's a devastating argument. The thing is, we just got to do it and just show it. I mean, there's no way around it. They can't say anything. They can't say ionosphere. They can't say diffraction. They can't. There's no way out of this.
There is refraction of some kind with radar too, but
He said diffraction. There is refraction though, not diffraction.
yeah. Well, Doofus said there was diffraction and not refraction. So which is it, Zanuck?
What's the diffraction?
Because you and Doofus disagree. He said that when I send a signal out and it reaches the surface of the Earth or goes near it.
Oh yeah, I can diffract. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, so now it is diffraction.
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
Well, he said there wasn't refraction.
There is refraction.
So he's wrong about that.
I don't think you might. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he probably knows it's refraction because all radio waves are refracted. Sorry.
His exact words were no refraction. Refraction has nothing to do with radar, and that there was diffraction.
Well, radar can be refracted just like any other long wavelength. I mean, they refract less than short wavelength. They still refract, and the refraction formula can take into account that wavelength and tell you how much it would be expected to refract.
Were my exact words no refraction? Did those words come out of my mouth, Brachia?
We can play it back if you want. I think it did.
Go do it.
You said it was diffraction.
Do it right now.
You said it was.
Stop talking and go do it.
Or
Don't
you
even
just
say
so you
another
know,
word.
like
Go ahead and
now
go
the
find
other
it.
Don't
Don't even
ballers,
say anything else. Go find it.
now the other ballers have
So
said
what-
refraction, so now Doofus's new position is that it was refracted.
Go
And by the
find
way,
it. No
refraction-
refraction. Find it right
So
now.
which
Do it
did
now.
you?
Go ahead and nope.
Did
Stop
you hear
talking now. Go find
him
me saying
say
that. Go find
that
me saying
refraction?
that.
He said
Don't
Doofus,
lie
don't
to
tell
my
me what to
face.
do.
Don't
Hey,
lie to
he
my
Doofus,
said
how
face.
about go on mute? Let me ask with it.
he said
I
refraction
said I could
wouldn't
be
really
wrong, Doofus. Calm down.
he said it wouldn't really affect it and that it would be diffraction.
It's a very small
So it's
amount.
not
Yeah.
refraction wasn't what we were talking about. Diffraction was what was causing it, right? Right, Doofus? Just to clear it up. Right now, answer me, Doofus.
Ground wave propagation's
So when
primary cause is due ground wave propagation's primary cause is due to diffraction, and that's why we were talking about it.
okay, and said that refraction wasn't really involved, we needed to talk about diffraction, right? You said it several times, right?
Yeah, I did say that ground
Doofus?
wave propagation's primary cause
So
is
then
due
when
to
Zanuck
diffraction.
comes and
Jesus
says
Christ, Rocky, get some better.
refraction is what's going on, and I said, yeah, you don't mind me now you agree with me. So when Zanuck came in and said refraction is what happens, and I said, well, that's not what Doofus said. He said diffraction, and he says no, diffraction is not. I said no, he seriously said refraction wasn't what's going on. Diffraction was. He goes, oh well, Doofus probably knows more than I do.
No, the reason I came into this conversation is because you said Doofus said refraction was 0, and you said those were his exact words. So I need you to go get that for me.
I already said I could be wrong. I was just making a point to Zanuck that that's not what you said when
Right,
he
I
said that
understand
refraction
you
is
don't
what
care about
causes
the
it.
precision of your speech.
I understand when Zanuck goes, it's refraction, not diffraction, and I try and say that's not what Doofus said. He actually said the opposite. I think I'm right about that. You want to go get that? Do you accept that I said I was wrong 3 times now? Doofus?
don't they have the same result? Diffraction and refraction?
It's the bending of light. I mean, of waves and radio waves and light. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the bending of light. Isn't it, Doofus? Or am I wrong about that too?
Refraction is a change in direction. Diffraction is a change in width of the signal. They are different things.
Resulting in the same result. Resulting in the same result.
No,
Yeah,
they
both of-
definitely don't have the same result. Refraction changes the direction of the signal. The signal The direction that it's going. Diffraction widens the signal to make it take up more paths. Those are
So-
two different things, Dan.
So if I refract, do I maintain my signal strength? And if I diffract, is it dispersed, therefore having less value?
Value. Signal to noise ratio will drop with diffraction.
But does it with refraction too, or does it stay focused?
Depends on the conditions.
That's
Usually
probably the
under
biggest
stable,
difference, though, right?
usually under stable conditions, the beam width won't really change all that much.
So assuming we don't lose enough power, your diffraction is going to behave just like refraction.
No.
To the receiver,
No. Diffraction will definitely cause a reduction in signal to noise ratio. Refraction is not necessarily going to.
How come when I look up diffraction, it talks about the bending of stuff?
Maybe you should try harder.
Diffraction, definition, the bending of waves around obstacles. I can't research much further than that, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
that's
spreads
a good
out
start.
around it spreads out around an obstruction. It's
Doesn't say spreading out
That's
anywhere
the
in here.
difference. I understand what you've stopped researching at that point and called it good, threw up your hands like a child. However, there's more to it. Diffraction causes the signal to spread out.
Well, you're saying that it's so different than refraction, but when it says diffraction, in bold letters, mind you, is the bending of waves around obstacles and openings.
Again, I understand that you stopped your research at that and didn't continue to do any more research like a child, but there's more to it.
All right, look, you've been insulting for like 4 hours, dude.
Reki is being
Have
a
you
little bit
listened to
obstinate here.
Rakia today?
No, I'm not. I'm reading very definitions that are in bold print talking about
So are you
diffraction
are you
being the
insinuating that
bending. When I said diffraction, excuse me, when I said diffraction was very similar to refraction, which is the bending of light and waves, basically. And I look up, the first thing I come to is bold letters, diffraction is the bending of waves. And this guy's going to tell me I'm ignorant and need to research more. I don't doubt that I could research more and find out the spreading out of things. But this says diffraction in bold letters is the bending of waves, which is what I said. Maybe
So what is
he's
it that-
childlike and needs to research more of what I'm researching.
So what is it that Chucky just posted 25 after the hour?
Don't care. I said I could
Don't
probably
care.
research
Obviously,
and
you
find-
don't care. It doesn't matter if we find something that doesn't agree with you. You don't care.
It's still the bending, sir.
A wavelength and a what? And a speed change.
Yeah, that's
Diffraction
refraction.
doesn't have that.
They're both bending.
Yes, but we don't have.
Yes, which is my point.
Which
Do you want
end up
to
with
argue, or
different
do you want to
results.
like? Listen
I'm
to
not
that?
arguing. The other guy is saying I'm dumb and need to research more when what I said is very true and backed up by the very definition I'm reading in bold print.
Okay,
Well,
so
Doofus,
including
hold
the
on.
one that
Doofus.
Chucky brought
I
up,
was
which is
talking with
totally not the
my
same as
turn.
what you read. Is it, Rakia?
Correct, because it's dealing with an aperture.
No,
So when
no,
dealing
no.
with radar over distance,
Can I
are you
just
dealing with
respond
an
back to
aperture? Are
Reki?
you
Is
going
this
to
what
talk
you want to
over
know
me? Are you going to talk over me?
I was
literally
talking to
haven't said
Rakia.
anything.
I really had a response back regarding refraction. This is important. I said it's a wavelength and a speed change. Fraction isn't that. It is bent.
Refraction is a wavelength and speed change.
Correct.
Yes, I know.
Diffraction is just the
I don't
bending of
need you to
light.
teach me anything.
I
Diffraction
know you
is
know this, but
also
you're making it sound
bending
like you
of
don't.
waves.
Okay.
Now be silent for a second. You asked him his thing, right? So I'm going to go back to Doofus. Doofus, do you stand by Chucky's post and that definition as being applicable to what we're talking about?
Yes, diffraction is involving nearby obstructions that waves are passing around.
So do you stand by the definition that he posted? where it says
Did I
the
not say
process
yes?
by which
Do I have
a
to say
beam
yes
of
a fourth
light
time,
or
fifth
other
time, or maybe
system of
even a sixth time in this conversation?
the process by which a beam of light or other system of waves is spread out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture or across a edge, typically accomplished by interference between waveforms produced.
Okay.
You prefer that?
Yep, it's pretty good. Wave
Okay.
passing around any obstacle will do that.
An edge.
Gotcha.
An edge is something.
So
Well,
any obstacle will not create a shadow for radar. Is that what you're saying?
No, because in this case, the diffraction, the waves that change direction at that obstruction, change at a rate. You know, they don't instantly just bend right around the surface completely. If we're talking about a 90-degree bend, there will be a dead zone there.
yeah. Do you not see like light going through
Correct.
keyholes in a barn? That diffraction.
Yeah, we're
diffraction
familiar with the
pattern?
process, Zanuck. I don't need you to try to teach me what the hell
Well, I'm
diffraction
not
is.
teaching.
So is there a keyhole in the scenario that we're talking about?
Not required for it to be a keyhole.
Then why is Zanuck bringing it up?
Because I'm just trying to explain. Maybe if you hadn't thought about that,
You
light
don't
would
need
bend around an object.
why do you guys feel the necessity to try to explain things to people that they already comprehend, and then you bring in things that have no relevance to the conversation and act as
Is
if
your question?
you're gonna are you gonna interrupt me?
I stopped immediately.
The problem is refraction and diffraction in a case of a gradually sloping curvature would be a very similar result. Would you agree or disagree?
They would be very different. The signal to noise ratio for diffraction drops quite a bit. For refraction, that doesn't typically happen, not under stable conditions.
Correct. That is a great response.
Right, I know. I already gave it like 5 minutes ago, but of course,
So the
They heard it.
Oh, thank
But
you.
they're
for
both
giving
the
it while
spreading out and bending of light waves, right?
No, it doesn't spread out with refraction. That's the point.
Do it without like the cheerleading of the responses. I mean, come on.
No, but that's why I gave the key. That's why I brought up the keyhole. I know you understand how diffraction bends around object definition. Hopefully, and refraction is something a little different, going through a differential medium and also an angle of incidence. Now, the effect of diffraction is a spreading out, as Doofus said. Refraction keeps the images intact. It's like you don't know if something's loomed up or not.
Oh my god. Okay. Hey, so Rakia, just so you know, your thing uses, I think, 9 gigahertz is the frequency. I looked it
For
up.
his radar system?
Yeah,
I
I'm pretty
didn't know.
sure. Yeah.
I just know it's a
9
pulse at 50 amps.
Simrad, right here. And I'll drop it. Tell me if this is what you have. It says frequency 9.3 gigahertz. So there's link. I mean,
What I'm seeing I have is a Simrad Halo 2000, whatever that is. The limited research I did on the while they were asking me was 50 amps. I didn't know anything else.
what's it called? The Halo Simrad 2000, right?
2000, yeah.
Right, 50 amps is just telling you how much power it'll draw off of your
Yeah.
electronics. And not going to
Right.
tell you how powerful the wave is coming out of it.
It doesn't matter to me. I was just saying it's a pulse rate like the radar is, and it went 72 miles.
Well, it matters when it comes to, right here it says Simrad Halo radar uses a solid state pulse compression technology for superior target resolution of up to 72 nautical miles. And the frequency of gigahertz does matter when we're going to address how stupid the refraction claim is. They know nothing about it. They just say,
I got what you're bringing up now. I'm just saying we were just discussing, like line of sight, basically.
Is it
refraction or diffraction? The claim as to why you'd be able
on
to say that.
what is refraction dependent upon? Is it wavelength or frequency? You're making it seem like it's a high frequency wavelength, so it's going to be at a less of a or more of a refraction. Which is it?
You don't know that refraction is relative to frequency?
Relative to wavelength.
Do you want to
related to
bet that
frequency.
you want to bet that refraction is relative to frequency?
It's part of those both together tell you what that
So
wavelength.
why are you talking then?
Are. Well, because you're bringing it up like it's some really super high frequency when it really depends on the centimeter or 2 centimeter wavelength, which allows it to either not be refracted or refracted.
Okay, here I'll just drop the same paper that this dude dropped. You guys are funny, man.
Do you think? Well, put it this way: do you think a radar wavelength is longer or shorter than visible spectrum?
Hey, look, what we're not going to do is where Xanax starts asking me all kinds of questions because
Well, I
he
think it's
wants to
relevant.
somehow shit on the conversation and make it suck like always.
Divert, deflect.
Yeah. So
degrade.
this is the difference in the flat earthers and the Globers.
Globers
Why are you talking over him?
The Globers just say words. So they say, they know, no, not refraction, diffraction. Oh, never mind. Another baller said refraction. Now we're all going to say refraction because we're a cult. Okay. And so they just say the word. What the flat earther does is goes and researches the specific radar, finds what frequencies it used, goes and reads the academic papers on refraction specific to the frequencies, finds out there is actually no agreed upon calculation, goes and finds out what the problems are, tries to find the best one to apply it to the specific scenario to see if it's a feasible claim. You guys will do none of that. We'll check none of that. Have done none of that. Just all say the word refraction over and over. Okay, so that's what's currently going on. I'm not, and let Zanuck pretend he's a master about it, and then try to ask me random gotcha questions.
It's a distraction causing a reaction.
Annoying.
I wish I
So
didn't.
anybody, a coherent, to the point answer. Anybody? How a radar, line of sight radar, could go through the Earth? Anybody? Coherent sentence.
Nobody's saying that it does.
Yeah, I don't think it can. But I'll read this again. The most common example of diffraction occurs with water waves which bend. Oh, that's funny. Around a fixed object. Light bends. Wow. Also in bold print, similarly around the edge of an object. Huh. Maybe I should research more and find more definitions of bending water and light when we're talking about diffraction. Anyway, we can move on.
Find sources that say diffraction is about spreading out.
So we're both right then, huh?
Sources where the refraction under stable conditions does not reduce the signal noise ratio, whereas diffraction does.
Yeah, right. So bending is definitely part of diffraction, right?
You understand that
direction, yeah.
I just gave you the
It's
difference
okay, just
between-
say
you
it.
Just gave you understand it. You just got the difference between diffraction and refraction. I just gave it to you again.
No, I'm
right?
talking about diffraction. I didn't say anything
Right,
about
I gave you the difference
refraction.
between diffraction
Right, I
and
know the
refraction
difference. You
yet
don't have
again
to
for
teach
like
me.
the 16th
But when I
time.
said diffraction is the bending of water and waves and light, and you said I need to research more when I already know, and I've told you things, but you disagreed with the bending part so adamantly, so you could be right and smart. It seems that we were both right. Would you agree?
You will
You don't
find a
have to
bunch of
answer.
sources that say bending because they're
Thank
not-
you. You don't have to answer.
I will, because you did ask me a question, so I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway.
But you don't have to.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
know,
said.
but you're going to try to interrupt me every time I do it.
So you do agree
No,
that
you're
it
gonna
is
do
the
it every
bending,
time.
right?
You're going to interrupt every single time. I'm gonna
Just let him go, Rocky,
I'm
please.
just going to keep talking until this shit is taken care of.
Jeremy, if you would have come in and kicked him when
We'll
he
just
called
keep
me
doing
a
this. Let's just hold the
effing
room
retard
hostage
earlier,
so
I
that
wouldn't be doing
dude
this
can
to him
ask
now.
me a question, but not.
I will admit, it's pretty funny, Doofus, that you're
Jesus
complaining about
fucking
modding, and you've been given so much leeway to just constantly cuss and insult and scream for the last 3 hours. So pump the brakes, bud.
Effing retard is
Let's
what
go
he
ahead
called
and
me.
still have Rocky ask me a question. Now I can't get it
What,
out.
what'd you call me?
I
I'll
can't
ask
give
you
the
a
answer
question.
because Rocky's going to interrupt me
What
again.
you
Right?
called
This
me.
is how this is going to happen.
I'll
right?
ask
Every
you
single
another
time.
time.
interruptions, though. It just
right?
Repeat what you
terrible.
called
Yeah,
me.
let's just let him
single
finish.
time.
Hold on,
right?
hold on, Doofus. Hold on, Doofus. Let's just let him finish, or it's going to be just turning into a shit show right now. Go ahead.
Well, now I got it. All right.
I have another question when he finishes.
All right, fuck you, Rakia. I guess I don't have to answer because every single time I go to talk, it's your turn to talk.
You do. I cleared the floor for you. Go ahead, Doofus.
Did you? Because he talked
Especially
again,
when I was
didn't
on
he?
mute.
He fucking
Rakia.
talked again.
I was
didn't
on
he?
mute.
He fucking talked one more time, didn't he?
Hold on.
When he's done, Jeremy, I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Doofus.
Now I forgot what the whole thing was about.
Come on.
Well, if he's going to keep interrupting, that's what's going to happen.
No, he's going to moderate. He's going to water diffraction.
Nah,
And what
Doofus
the
is trying to
effect of
be.
the bending. Both are bending of light. They just do it differently.
Right. And if I give Rakia the difference between refraction and diffraction another time, does that change anything really? I guess not, because he's just going to keep fucking doing this over and over again.
The index of refraction regarding radio waves, it decreases with increasing frequency, so it's inversely proportionate. Higher frequency radio waves will have a different refractive index.
Less usually, because that corresponds with longer wavelengths, correct?
You got it. No, Zanuck, you got it backwards. Because he said increasing, and then you said increasing.
He said
wavelength.
increasing frequency, longer wavelength. The characteristics of a longer
Increasing
wavelength.
frequency is shorter wavelength.
We have high frequency wavelengths of radar. 510 gigahertz, and the wavelength is only about an inch, 2.5 centimeter wavelengths, which are long. First, 500 nanometers, which are very, very short.
Real quick, can I ask Rakia a question? I got to go to the store, so I can't stay and chat about it. But I was just curious because I was doing some research in the specs, Rakia, and I saw the thing that you had on your radar, and you said something about a moving craft. Well, it'll show up a velocity on your radar screen. Did you say that?
That's AIS.
Oh, that's if it has AIS.
I have AIS.
Oh, so it's not the same system you're saying?
No, it's a
Comes back on
different
the
thing.
same beam.
Okay, so that system won't show the distinction between like oil rig and a boat or anything like that.
Yes,
Like a
an oil
stationary
rig is
oil rig
not
and a
going to be
boat.
moving. It will most definitely do that.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, it'll be moving, but I'm saying it won't show up like with a different like a value or something like that. It'll just be a graphic on the screen.
Yeah, but you can still see that it changes
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, the oil rig will typically
If
not
a boat
respond
is
back to that
going,
kind of service.
is Doofus going to answer? You have an AIS system, Doofus? So the AIS, when I'm tracking on a radar and it's going at 20 knots across my screen, the blip will move in front of me, right? Like an oil rig's not going to do that.
Yeah, right.
That's the only difference.
You need to do it again. You need to, in my opinion, you need to just like do it a lot and like try and get temperature and pressure readings. Pressure is going to pretty much always be the same, but try to get like temperature, pressure, and density readings if that's possible. I don't know how much of a headache that would be, but that would that just you can like show that objectively they can't claim refraction, which they obviously can't anyway. If anyone understands like high frequency radio waves aren't drastically affected by refraction at all, much less bending at around 2,800 feet of curvature. It's a stupid claim on its face, but
Well, real quick, because I'm not talking about refraction or diffraction or anything like that. Because I think that you're right, Ricky. That's a different. That's the over the horizon one, not the Skywave one, but the other one that does deal with diffraction. But if your system doesn't like, I mean, it may in like a small aspect, but it looks like it does like these short, like pulsated shortwave, like like what's it say?
It says it's line of sight, Kosha.
Well, yeah, right. Well, this is my question. That was when you said it was that oil rig. How could you be sure that it was that oil rig that you saw at that distance? And how could you make that? How could you make that distinct from a cloud?
I didn't know.
From a cloud.
I didn't know. I didn't know what it was.
Okay, right. Well,
you asked me how would I know what it was?
No, I know.
Yes.
I'm asking you, how can you make a distinction? How can you know it's distinctly an oil rig against something like a cloud? I'm suggesting that distance is a cloud.
A cloud is going to be a different color. Rain is going to be a different color. Like clouds aren't going to show up. Rain is going to show up. an oil rig. Well, this was an oil rig because I tracked it the whole time, and then when I got right next to it, took a picture.
Dude, if
Like
clouds
a
came up on
cloud,
the thing, that shit would be worthless on a cloudy day. You
yeah,
wouldn't
it
be
would
able to...
be just the whole thing. Yeah,
Well, when
you adjust it. It's
Yeah.
not picking up rain or anything on that screen. It's all oil rigs and waves.
In the specs,
What?
when it talks about the range, it specifically talks about weather systems. It says that
Yeah.
you can see weather systems at that distance.
But you can turn that off. Like I don't even
It
have
wouldn't
that
be
on
70
most of
miles
the
then.
time. That
Does that
big
mean-
orange blip 70 miles away is an oil rig.
Okay, you're saying that.
Yeah,
I mean, we're
right.
having our we'd like to see evidence of that, but yeah, I'm doubting
Yeah,
it.
right.
But I'm not gonna. I know you're not lying, so I'm not gonna say, "Oh, you're an asshole." Fine.
But rain doesn't come up as orange. Just so you know.
Fine. But the point about the wavelengths and the frequencies, we already went over that. We know how diffraction can actually spread this out. And I'm wondering whether these radars.
No, we don't know that. No. Oh, whoa. We don't know that.
We don't know that
Diffraction cannot go over a hump and then
Why not?
go around it and start spreading
I
after
don't
the
know
hump.
that. Do you know that? Do you know that if it can go, if it sees any
Line of
object,
sight.
hold on.
Line of sight.
I get it. I get it. Line of sight. But if it is refracted, that is line of sight. See things that are being refracted. If you're refracting
No, it's
light,
not. That's
yes,
not line
of
of
course it
sight.
is.
Line of sight.
Line of sight is if I see the oil rigs and it's loomed up, I'm seeing line of sight. If I shoot at it,
Negative. Line of
not
sight
negative.
means an
Positive.
actual. Janik.
What's actual?
Line of
How is
sight
anything-
means.
how is
Try not to
anything
interrupt.
actual?
Try it for once. See how it works. See how it feels. Zanik, line of sight is actual looking. You're aiming at the deer. You're shooting at the deer. It's the actual deer there.
Really? And
it's not a refracted deer.
Okay, stop. I get it. So you're saying now this is like, wow, deja vu in reverse. So you're saying that when we see a deer, that deer is exactly where we see it is because we're seeing the deer. It's line of sight, no refraction. Is that what you're saying, SE?
Yeah, line of sight. Exactly.
How do you do that? Is there ever any line of sight? We talked 3 years of this, saying there's always refraction. Now suddenly, when it's not working to your favor, you're saying, "Oh, there's no refraction because it says line of sight."
We'll give you slight refraction if that's what you want, Zanik. But you
Well,
know
slight
you're
refraction.
looking.
Oh my God,
You
this is
know
so
you're
deja
looking
vu.
at the deer.
Can I read? Can I
What do you mean
read
by that?
something? Can I read something, Zanik? Line of
Your
sight
question,
definition.
Do you think?
Yeah,
is
let
there-
me
do you think anyone
hang
would
on
say that
before you
light-
do.
It's a quick question, really quick. Do you think, Rekia, that maybe there's a chance? And I don't know this, by the way. This is new to me. That light can be diffracted when it hits the surface of water, because the whole idea about diffraction are these wavelengths that interact with each other. That's why the frequencies don't change. That's why the wavelengths don't change. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know how that works.
Wait a minute, I was next.
Yeah, and everyone's
Hold
talking.
on a second.
That was a really cool question. I got a lot of background
I'm gonna
noise in there.
stay here though.
Someone's talking to their family. I hear a bunch of dogs in the background.
Question was addressed to me, and
You're a robot when we're speaking.
yeah, and I don't know. The question was addressed to me. I don't think so, and I'm going by what Simrad, the engineers of Simrad, posted of my systems, saying that it's line of sight. The diffraction part doesn't make sense when you say it follows the curvature of the Earth 2,800 feet, reflects off an oil rig and comes back to the receiver 2,800 feet. And oh, by the way, I wanted to read this before all this started. It is the definition of line of sight: a straight line along which an observer has unobstructed vision. Now,
Yeah, it
you
means
can
like
go by
nothing's in the way. It doesn't mean that light's not bending.
It says a
You know
straight
that, right?
line, a straight line,
Things are
along
always
which
yeah?
line of sight definition: a straight line along which an observer
Tebow,
has unobstructed vision.
Am I hot micing? Sorry.
Yes, we hear the background. Yeah.
So
unobstructed vision. That is like unobstruction on a clear day with no other kind of baloney in the way. Only thing, like say you're a bow hunter, and the only thing you have to adjust for is distance. So you raise your bow, you point the arrow a little bit higher, and then you hit your target.
Yeah, I would say line of sight in my case of my radar hitting the oil rig. Let's say a boat got in the way. The line of sight then would be to the boat because that's what I would get the reflection back from, which my system is line of sight. That's what they're saying. When the boat moved out of the way, the line of sight would be the oil rig. So no obstructions in the way of line of sight, straight line.
Do you really need a definition, Zanuck, for what line of sight means? Like, is this how low you're stooping, bro? Seriously.
No, I brought that up because you can have line of sight and no obstructions. And what that implies, if you take it in context, are like boats or mountains or something in the way. The light can bend and light can curve. And when light curves, it'll make their positions change. So that line of sight is still line of sight, but it's not its actual position, which is ironic we're even having this conversation.
Well, I may
You
agree
still
with
don't get it,
you.
Zanuck. It's
No, I think
amazing
you
how
don't
you
get it.
still don't get it, man.
I think you don't get it.
It's like, how could you not understand this?
Well, this
I just
doesn't
got to
mention
explain it
anything
to you.
about refraction.
Light
It just
bends.
says straight line.
Yeah, SE, I think Reki gets it, but SE, you don't get it. Light can bend.
No, I'm reading the definition. I'm not agreeing with you, Zanuck.
Oh, I thought you were. Okay, well, maybe you should then, because line of sight would mean no obstructions. Refraction is not considered an obstruction. You still see the object. It looks clear as day. Versus diffraction, which would actually be an obscurity of that object. It would be distorted, huge proportions compared to refraction, which keeps the object intact generally.
I think
Not
this
always.
is saying that if you have refraction, you don't have line of sight because it's not mentioning that refraction bends light. It says a straight line, and it also gives an example: a building that obstructs our line of sight.
Right.
So I agree with this. So I think they're saying if you have a refraction occurring, you don't have true line of sight. Line of vision is also a definition given here: the straight line along which an observer looks. Doesn't say anything about refraction or bending light or
So
bending light.
one is an observer, and the other one there you got two definitions, and the latter was the observer, and then so is it like is this like the first definition for line of sight?
No, it's two separate definitions: line of sight and line of vision. The line of vision is the straight line along which an observer looks. Line of sight is the straight line along of which an observer has unobstructed vision.
Let me clarify it so it could be crystal clear for people like Zanuck, right? I'm here, Zanuck, you're 100 feet away, okay? Now, anything, a fly, a moose, a duck, wind, obstruction, anything, diffraction, refraction, anything that blocks the line of sight between me and you, there is no longer a line of sight between me and you. Do you understand that?
Yeah, you're being ridiculous. Wind is not going to block your line of sight. How does wind?
Yeah, of course you're gonna look what he found. Just look at what they answer, man. Just look.
You said it.
It's amazing. Like
You're 100
it's like
feet away. You're 400 feet away. You're 1,200 feet away. We see an object in a different position by 16 arc seconds.
Maybe
then
that's
it's
not
no
line of sight.
longer line of sight, Zanuck.
It is line of sight.
Well, you're calling it line of
Absolutely is
sight,
line
but
of
that's not
sight.
the. Well, that's a different definition, so that's fine. But it says this view of line of sight also deals with each other without any sort of obstacle between them. FM radio, microwave, and satellite transmissions are examples of line of sight communication. So it doesn't seem to talk about refraction or diffraction or whatever when it talks about line of sight communication with
Well, it's a
satellite
small.
transmission, microwaves, and FM radio.
Right.
So
Well,
it doesn't
satellites
So what
mention.
happens?
for sure.
What
Well, can I make
happens
a
when
comment about that? First of all, there's
oh,
almost no refraction. The angles being so large for anything up in the sky, airplanes, satellites, whatever. But at the surface, along the surface, there is according to the theory and in the equations for refraction, there is a differential medium as well as a constantly changing angle of incidence. That would cause some pretty large refraction, and we see that with the sun setting a half a degree over large distances, and in the oil rigs being a quarter degree or an eighth of a degree or a tenth of a degree off over moderate distances, 5-10 miles.
Okay, what happens with two hot air balloons? One is they're at the same height above the ground, one is tethered to the ground, and one is free floating.
One is tethered to the ground, the other one's free floating. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Okay, so when one travels closer or one moves further away because the Earth is rotating underneath them, but one is tethered,
Why would
is there
why
going
would it
to
be
be
rotating underneath it? Are you new to the conversation regarding these type of
Well, I was just saying,
matter?
like the maybe the curvature would block the line of sight.
Well, eventually, if
Not
something
maybe. Not
if
maybe.
the
No, it
balloon is
definitely
moving,
would.
if it is moving away, yes, eventually it will be beyond the curve. Yes, like boats do, like mountains do
Yeah.
like airplanes do. Yes.
This one's talking about the line of sight range, the line between 2 points, specifically the straight path between a transmitting antenna. Everything has to do with a straight line, straight path, line of sight, a line from A to B, not
Unobstructed.
curving, unobstructed. I don't know. I don't see anything about diffraction or refraction in these
These are
terms now.
electromagnetic waves. They follow the
Uh-huh.
same principles of any other electromagnetic waves. They're longer wavelengths by a good amount. We talked about it being 10 gigahertz and about an inch or a few centimeters versus the visible spectrum, which is actually in parity with 500 nanometer and 500 megahertz. The
So
number,
it could be a little semantical, right? Like,
but yeah, we know that those don't refract as much as the visible spectrum. That's what we use in these kind of reasons.
right. But line of sight seems to be a straight line. Once you bend that line,
Still,
maybe
for the most
they're
part,
calling it something else.
yeah, on towers, because you're not going to have a lot of refraction from tower to tower up in the atmosphere, away from water and the surface, and getting a pretty uniform density gradient. Although there still is, you still see the sunset and the sun a little bit illumined up at the last few degrees of its path. So there is, and it's going through a lot more atmosphere, by the way, too. But
Well,
generally,
can I ask you why is Mount Mauna Kea on in Hawaii? It's like one of the highest points in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Why is it such a big concern to build an observatory there that has multiple agencies working on this?
Because for the obvious reasons that Mauna Kea is over 10,000 feet high and it's above any kind of clouds, any kind of pollution that might be Hawaii, which is not much, mainly above the clouds
Because
in the atmosphere. So
because
it gives a nice clear
whatever
view. Can I finish? It gives you a nice
yeah,
clear view of the skies. It's unobstructed, like, and no other. Also, the key thing, also ambient light is. There's no cities around to speak of that really induce a lot of light that can hurt the exposures and viewing of stars.
as far as like the observations that are being done in the sky.
Yes, because we don't have a lot of atmosphere to go through because it's so high up. It's over
Yeah,
10,000 feet high.
I would like to address your sunset when you said, it gets close to the horizon where it's, a lot of refraction there, right? So over a flat plane, you would agree that when the sun does the same thing, right? It goes down in your vision over a flat plane, which it would do on a globe too, right? Because you're still getting further away from it. When it gets to that horizon, it would be in the most refracted area. So maybe bottom up obstructed or you're not seeing the bottom on most days, because on some days you can see the bottom. It just fades out. So that's where the most refraction or the most distortion and whatever is happening, right? At the horizon.
That's a lot of words. No, because if your model shows the Earth, being flat and then the sun being close, we wouldn't be going anywhere near the amount of atmosphere that the sun is going through as it sets.
It would be going through the same. You're reaching the horizon.
No, it won't.
The viewer. Hang on. The viewer is looking at the sun at the horizon on both surfaces. That's where
Yeah,
the
everybody you call, everybody in line, your line of sight, call them along its path, 5, 10, 20, 10,000 miles away, and they're all going to see the sun, and it's all going to look the same angular size.
Well, I think I know what he's trying to say is like on a flat Earth, I think you're going to look through more atmosphere from the observer to the distance of the sun. I think on a globe you would look through less atmosphere.
Exactly. Less. No, because the Earth is curving away. The sun is at your horizon. Most of the Earth is curved away beyond the horizon, so it's less atmosphere. On a flat Earth, you're looking through all of that atmosphere all the way.
Right, all the way on a flat Earth. You're going to be looking through all
at
that
the
atmosphere.
surface. The most turbulent air,
not if it's only 3,000 miles away.
I didn't give a distance, and you're just trying to. Are you doing it again, dude? Do you really need that?
I do need that because if you can't,
I don't think anyone here mentioned any distance
above a horizon. I get the angle above a horizon, how much atmosphere you'd go through, but I'm willing to challenge you that distance might be a lot less than, or a lot more than on a flat surface where it becomes invisible because it can't be farther than 3,000 miles away, and I believe you go more atmosphere in the Earth. That's just my guess.
No, even on that, even saying the sun is 3,000 miles away, you're only looking on a globe. You're looking through your horizon, so a 6-foot man, 3 miles, and then the Earth drops off, and then you're looking through 60 miles to where space starts, right?
It doesn't make any sense anyway, because if it's 3,000 miles away or whatever,
I think
it's
you're
above your
debunked
head,
again.
and 3 hours later, it's at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, you came up with that number, and now you're saying it's ridiculous.
The whole flat Earth thing
you came up with that distance.
You start thinking about it, because
you plugged the distance in and said it doesn't make any sense. I agree with you.
It doesn't make any sense.
You don't make any. Yeah, you don't make any sense coming up with that.
I make perfect sense.
You came up with the distance.
Aristarchus.
Who came up with the distance?
Thousands of years ago.
Who brought up the distance?
I brought up the distance.
And what distance did you bring up?
3,000 miles, because you brought up the distance as well. More atmosphere. More meaning.
I didn't bring up any distance.
You said more. More of what? Atmosphere.
I don't think you need a distance for more. I think it's an angular. Angular.
Zanuck already answered.
Angular atmosphere. Angular atmosphere.
Well, yeah, no, it's angular. From like if the atmosphere is consistent around a globe, or if it's consistent on a flat plane, I think the angle is going to matter, but it's the distance to the edge of the atmosphere, which is where the light starts to come through. Does that make any sense at all?
I know what you're trying to say. I'm saying that even though we're seeing the sun and it's setting and it's 93 million miles away, if the Earth is curving away, it will not be going consistently through the densest part of the atmosphere. Quite opposite, it'll going through a lesser and lesser atmosphere as you travel toward the sun over the surface of the Earth at a tangent. But it will be far further, and I would suspect more atmosphere overall than a sun that sets or I guess it never has to set because it goes around.
It doesn't.
You start thinking about it. I start talking to you. I feel like I'm a crazy person talking to crazy people. So it sets, but it really doesn't set. It just gets really far away. But somehow it makes a U-turn and ends up behind me. The whole thing is really bizarre. You got to admit. Your whole
it's not really a U-turn, right? Well, hold on.
It's not. How does it come exactly?
No. You're right.
You're right. In the morning.
I know what you're saying about a U-turn, but
is it kind of stupid? It's kind of stupid, right?
So
it's going straight overhead. When it goes out of sight, suddenly it goes around in circles and it shows up in the morning. Yet the moon that you just saw that night too, lit from the bottom, showing that the sun is coming up around the bottom of the Earth. That doesn't really make any sense on a flat plane, especially the angles involved. The whole thing. It's like I'm talking to crazy people when I start thinking about this out loud.
Okay, so what you said was that the moon gets lit up from the bottom, and that's a reference point from where you are.
Yes. And
But
everybody else,
but hold on.
everybody sees that same moon, by the way, that can see the moon.
Right. So how sensitive are your eyes that you can make this visual assessment? That
Sensitive enough to see I got a quarter moon or a half moon, sliver moon.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the phases.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
What do you think I was talking about? Your mom's underwear?
No, like on a full moon. Like on a full moon, like I mean, do you see like when the sun comes up on one side and the moon is still visible in the sky, like the sun it like a portion of the moon is brighter than the rest of the moon.
No, you see
That's
the whole moon lit up like it's a full, very evenly lit,
it's
as far as we can tell. Now, if you had street,
very
yes,
evenly
as far
lit.
as we cannot just sense that it's not 100% because the angle is not exactly, but it looks.
I think we need to give Zanuck a win. Let's come up with a topic that Zanuck can win at something. Pick
You
it,
don't think I'm
Zanuck.
winning here?
No.
Anyone keeping score here would know that I am winning.
Yeah. I don't
What
think
about
score
here's the
Zanuck is winning.
citation?
No one's keeping score.
That the moon is lit from the sun. Should we start there? Let's try to get all of our ducks in a row here. So let's start.
Okay, I'm gonna use.
Is the sun illuminating the moon?
No, I'm gonna
Okay.
start with the
We
number one.
We can't move
I'm gonna
forward at this
start with
point.
the number one bestseller book ever, sold more copies and is believed by more people than any other book. That says that the moon is its own light.
Oh my!
What do you have? Now, what do you have? Go ahead. You're next.
Well, we have millions of pieces of equipment, electronic equipment, optical equipment that can discern that light is coming by distinct signatures, electromagnetic signatures that is coming from the sun. There's no question
Okay,
in
you
anyone's
lose.
mind that not only that, we can actually see that the shadows on the earth, phases mentioned earlier, are directly related to the position of the sun for a round earth, not a flat earth. Because like I said, we can see a moon that is lit from underneath as the sun rises, and we saw it also from the bottom as it set. So we know that moon and the sun are related in position via the globe, not by a flat surface. And the last point that I said earlier was that when the sun sets, it doesn't get smaller, and suddenly it boop, gone, and then boom, and then of course the sky still has some scattering light, and it starts diminishing, and then it's really dark. By the time we still see the moon now in a position where it's being lit by the sun going underneath the earth. But in the morning, somehow it made a U-turn, traveled all the way the other direction. Well, we didn't even know this, and then came up in the morning.
Same with the full moon. The full moon does the same thing.
Yeah, this is all round stuff, guys. It's all spherical stuff. It's
so when I
feel like
saw
I'm talking to crazy people when I'm defending it because this is
when
so
I saw
obvious.
a moon set, I saw
You're
a moon set.
projecting, Zanuck.
I saw a moon set at the same time the sun was rising.
Yeah, as you should.
Okay.
And guess what? What happens at night?
Let me guess. It was a full moon.
The moon set. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And what happens when the sun sets? When do we see that moon again? Oh, it rises and it's fully lit because the sun is illuminating it because it's now on the other side of the earth.
Yeah, you know what? I would like to see some kind of model that shows as the sun does what it does, the moon is doing what it's doing around. Like I remember in like third grade when we made like
kindergarten, we did that, right?
No. I mean, I was third grade. Maybe my school district was a little behind. No, but we built the little solar system and all that stuff with styrofoam balls and yeah. But I never learned that the moon face was always the same until I was like 40, you know. And then I never
noticed it.
You never just looked outside and watched it?
I never thought about it. I never noticed it. It wasn't until somebody brought it up to me that I was like, holy shit, you're right. But then you know what they told me after that was that aliens were landing on the backside and they're using it as a base. So
I believe that. I mean, why wouldn't I?
no, I did until and it wasn't until I started thinking about space in general that maybe we're all alone, but we're not all alone because I do feel that there is something more. But that's me.
Yeah, I guess I'd prefer to go with evidence rather than your feelings, but there's that.
Me too. That's why we don't believe in aliens, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Right.
You have evidence of aliens now, dude?
No.
Area 51. Must be aliens. They have Area 51.
Yeah.
No, I was going deep into the whole alien thing, and even to the point where I was like, I was watching the Ancient Aliens. I was like, maybe I'm an alien. Maybe an event that happened when I was younger was something that where I just disappeared for a long time because I was being examined or manipulated or crazy shit like that. That's what this whole alien thing and solar system and planets and the universe, this is what it allows for people to become diluted or be manipulated by this kind of information, like sci-fi and all that stuff. But I think we have to be grounded. Like, you got to realize your feet are on the ground. We're unless you're in an airplane, but we're all on the ground here, and this is our home. This is where we live. This is where we were grown, and that's it.
Well, so do you think there are things that are true that you cannot see?
Things that are true that I cannot see. That is. I mean, there's a lot of things I can't see from my vantage point. I don't have a line of sight to them, but I mean, they're probably real. I
Yeah,
can't see.
yeah, that's what I think too. I think that I don't have to see something
Yeah.
to believe that it's true.
Yeah, you just have faith in it, right?
Right.
So, what, you believe in aliens?
No, I don't think aliens are real, but I think that Wi-Fi signals are real, even though I've never seen them or touched them or felt them.
Because there's something that or there's a reciprocation or there's evidence, like, yeah, I'm getting a signal, yada 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 yada.
Right. That's my point. That sometimes
Wi-Fi
it's
is
possible to use
Wi-Fi
evidence.
is man-made, though, isn't that? It's not something that's.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it's not something.
Well, I don't know if it's man-made or if it's just a manipulation of what exists. But does that mean man-made?
Well, so man is using the natural world to accomplish things. I mean, same thing when you're speaking. Sound waves aren't man-made, but when you speak, you make sound waves, and so it's kind of man-made.
But I want to go back to that idea of waves again, because there's a lot of arguments that go around talking about waves. And I mean, to have this idea of like when I was in high school, I learned about waves, and there's like a pattern of waves, like low notes, like with instruments and things like that. Some are closer, some are further. But I mean, is there another way to explain this or not? Is that the only thing we can use with our minds? That, like, is there a different way to explain why a high note is a high note and a low note is a low note, or a color is a certain color? Is there a different?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the natural world, there are lots of things that sort of reciprocate back and forth, and so high and low pressure in the air we call sound waves. Same with magnetic waves. Positive and negative magnetic field, I guess you could call it, kind of vibrates back and forth. And so we use the word waves because the same kind of thing happens on the surface of water. That the surface goes up and down. So we generally use the word wave to describe anything that kind of oscillates back and forth. Just the most visible one, or maybe the only visible one, is waves on a surface of water. I guess waves that travel down a spring or something like that you could see also. But basically, it's just a generic term for that kind
Right,
of
but
thing.
like yeah. So, but I mean, so it's like a metaphor, basically.
No, it's just a descriptive
It's a
word that
word.
we use in lots of different contexts.
Right. Okay.
Hey, can I just say something here on the previous topic? I posted a thing, but I couldn't talk concerning the radar. Just take me like 30 seconds. I want to prove a point. I posted a picture
go ahead.
11.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Matthew. And by the way, Matthew, I owe you an apology for last time. I was a little bit too rough on you. It was not you, it was the argument. There was a previous story behind it, so my bad.
Thank you. I appreciate that. To be honest, I don't remember. So, but yeah.
Yeah, but I do. So no worries. I'm glad you don't remember. It wasn't a big deal, but still, it's a manly thing to do. So
apology accepted. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. So yeah, so I posted a thing 11 past the hour. Now, if you take a look there, you're going to see something that says radar shadow.
Yeah, this is say Montreal.
Right.
Okay.
There's a shadow there, right? So now, when we were talking about before with Rakia's radar, and Doofus drew a thing, like a picture, and he showed the waves going around the curve, and I told him that's impossible because radar doesn't do that. There's the proof right there. It creates a shadow. When you have, it's like light. Think of it as light. If it hits an object, it creates a shadow. So there it is.
Wait, so does this mean that radar does work around the curve?
No, there's a shadow there. Can't you see it?
It's a yeah. Okay, I got you. It's a void of light, or it's a void of radar. It's a void.
Well,
there's no light.
How would there ever be radar shadow?
You're roboting.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the radar shadow is a void of radar. So there's no radar in that zone. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So the notion that over horizon, when they say that the radar could see over the horizon because it bends over the curve, that's just nonsense. That's not how radar works.
Okay, so this picture though, like if you take that curve and you raise it up, on the right, and you raise it up to the bottom of the clear region, you take the left side and you raise it up to the beginning point of where the radar starts. You would be able to go a lot further on the Earth.
You mean if it was a level surface?
Exactly.
Absolutely. You'd go where that orange thing is. See where that orange part is? That's where you'd see. Yep.
Yeah, you bring that right side all the way up to the edge. You bring the left side all the way, and so that's saying, and this picture is assuming that the point of radar is above the Earth. And so it doesn't need to be like above the Earth. It just needs unobstructed.
Yeah, well, that's showing a plane in that instance. That's showing a plane. A plane.
That would be
right? Yeah.
And so then But then on the other hand, too, that clutter zone wouldn't be like a triangle. It would be more like a rectangle.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm not so sure of why that clutter zone is there. Why that interference is there. I'm not so sure about that.
That might be land or like things on the land, buildings, mountains, hills. But the
Maybe,
fact
or it
that
could be a technical thing because it's above the ground. You see that zone there?
Yeah.
So maybe it's an angle thing. I really don't know, and I don't comment on things I don't know. I don't make stuff up. So that I don't know.
Gotcha.
But the takeaway here is the shadow part, right? If there's an obstruction, the radar ain't getting through, and it ain't going over. It ain't going over either, and dropping down like who drew that picture? Was it Doofus? It ain't doing that.
Rakia Life has. Did you see this post a little lower down? 17 past the hour. He's got the same picture you got. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the same exact picture. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not rocket science, man. This is a flashlight science. You flash a light, there's something in front that makes a shadow. I mean, anybody could understand that.
My 2-year-old understands shadows. He knows. He can stand in front of the light. I put like a lamp on the ground, like a desk lamp. I shine it against the wall. He goes towards the wall. His shadow gets bigger. Or no, he goes towards the wall. His shadow gets smaller. He goes towards the light. His shadow gets bigger. That's like these are the basic things that I'm trying to teach my children.
And he
So
understands that, right? He understands
yes,
it's a
and he
shadow.
understands it. Yeah, because it's physical. He sees it. This is like what is that? Like life science or earth science? I don't know. But that's. I mean, we don't need to get into all this theoretical stuff to explain where we live.
That's what I try to do. Bring it to the simplest forms. These guys are gonna bring you to space, numbers, formulas. Just say it's a shadow, and it's over. It's just a shadow.
It's a
The
void.
radar works like light. Yep, that's
Doesn't
it.
work.
As a matter of fact, submarines use that to hide from sonar. They hide behind like rocks and mountain cliffs under the water and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, go into the cavern there, or the canyon, underwater cavern.
Yeah.
Who posted this? Make my brown eyes blue. What is this? Chad.
That was actually a good song back then.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I heard a different version, and it was sung by well, it was a parody, but it was Cheech Marin in one of "Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue." Well, I mean, it was. I mean, it goes back to my pothead days. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I remember this song. Crystal Gale is. I mean, she's good, man. For what the type of music that is, I mean, I'm into rock and stuff, but I can appreciate this.
No, because now actually, like, don't it make my brown eyes blue? Like those lyrics resonate with me, and now I know the original. That's awesome. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chad.
listen to it. You'll freak, bro. Yeah, she's really good.
She's giving me a little like Mila Kunis vibe right now.
I guess, yeah.
That picture there, like, is she European? I don't know.
No, she's Southern American, I believe. Crystal Gale.
Yeah, I'll have to listen. Yeah.
Real nice twang, real nice. She's got a, well, for me, she's got a nice voice.
Yeah, I like to find random records at the thrift store and stuff like that. So if I see this one, that definitely looks like a vinyl record cover.
Yeah, this is old, bro. 77.
It was a good year.
Yeah, so what were you guys talking about? I didn't mean to kill the conversation with the radar thing, but I felt that needed to be said. What were you guys talking about?
It's a good question. Short-term memory.
Waves, I think you guys were talking about. Waves or something?
Yeah, the waves, like in a different way to describe waves. So like if a wave isn't, I mean, like it sounds to me like it's a metaphor for or a way to use a word to describe something. But
Look, something has to be waving. Let's start with that.
okay, so the other dude
A
said
wave
something
is not a thing.
no, he said something about pressure. So now, so there is a so if what we're experiencing is due to pressure, then there is a greater pressure or lesser pressure rather than a wave. A wave is just like a medium in between, or a medium for the pressure that is being represented. Does that sound?
Yeah, you can have a pressure wave, but something has to be waving. You can have a water wave, a sound wave, a honey wave, an orange juice wave. Something. There's got to be
Right. But no,
something waving.
that's within a fluid. So
Yeah.
I mean, but when the wave is condensed, there's being more pressure put on it. Is that like say I have 2 points between my hand, and the wave is consistent between my two hands, and I can imagine a little wave going between my two hands. Then I start to push my hands together. The peaks and the troughs become more separate from each other, but it doesn't within my with between my two hands. It doesn't get like how do the frequency. So there's frequency and stuff like that, right? So that's another thing. So I'm pushing my two hands together, and I have one wave between my two hands, and I'm pushing them together. The frequency doesn't change. Is that right? They're
Well,
still
I don't know what you mean by what the frequency of the air in between you. I don't know. I'm trying to understand what.
I wish I could. I mean, I need like a computer and some other stuff. I'm seeing it right now in front of my face as I'm trying to do it. So, okay, so say you have a wavelength going like the classic picture of these like wavelengths going up and down, up and down, up and down, and you start to push it, and it's going between your two hands, and you have your hands about as far as you can bring them. Put your hands as far as you can, and then you start to squeeze. You start to bring your hands together. The only thing that's going to happen to that wavelength is that the top and the bottom from the center from your the 2 points in your hand, you draw a straight line between your two hands, and then you have a wavelength that's going above and below, and then you squeeze your hands together. What's going to happen is that the top
above the middle, above your hands and below your hands is going to become further apart.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, but what doesn't happen is that the distance between your two hands is consistent.
Okay.
And
So the
then
wave would not be consistent then. The wave would grow and shrink. Is that what you're saying?
well, I guess so. So you have, as you squeeze your hands together, the top of the wave and the bottom of the wave, the lowest point of the wave and the highest point of the wave become further apart. But what doesn't happen is the wavelength maintaining its distance. As if you had your hands all the way apart, that wavelength is an inch. Say the wavelength is as you have your hands apart, the wavelength is an inch above the center point and an inch below the center point. And as you bring your hands together,
That's not what that's not what a wavelength means.
okay, so
yeah,
that's not
hold on. Don't interrupt. I know what you're basically describing a balloon now. Because a wave doesn't behave like that, as Zanuck was. You can't do that. That like a wave doesn't behave like that. If that's what you're thinking.
Well, that's just what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get past this idea of waves, to describe things in the natural world, unless they're visually accessible. Like if we can see a wave, that's fine. But if we can't,
You can look. Think of it like this. This is gonna help you out a lot. Think of you have a rushing water. Like think of you have a stream in your backyard. You have a stream of running water, right? A lake in your backyard. It's about a foot across. Okay. Now the water is running, right? Now if you put your hand, like if you drop a rock, right, you're gonna see a wave and it's gonna expand all around, right?
or you're gonna see ripples. You're gonna see
Yeah, you're
ripples.
gonna see ripples. Yeah, now that's the wave, right? That's the
Right,
wave.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what we can see that with our own eyes. As far as this other stuff
Yeah,
with
but how are you gonna squeeze that wave? What
um
you can do though,
you would
what you can
have
think of it like this is
right.
imagine running water with waves in it and you could obstruct, like make that smaller. You understand what I'm saying? Like from an inch, make it half an inch. Then you're gonna see different waves because the
So
water's gonna
as
run through. You know what I'm saying?
right. So if you start if you have like say you have a dam like on two sides of a pond and there is water pouring directly into the middle between the two dams. You spread the dams apart, the waves and the disturbance of the water will not be as much. It would it would become less, as because now you have more area or you have more room for the disturbance. And that's the same thing with squeezing them together. You start to squeeze them together, you start to have more difference in between.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. But what's your point? What are you trying to say? Obviously, if you obstruct water, the wave pattern will change, and there'll also be interference when you do that. You're going to see waves interfering with each other. Like you're going to see circles hitting circles and canceling out. It's like a weird. That's how they came up with quantum physics. Well, that's another story. But yeah, I'm trying to understand what your point is here. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
It doesn't have to be. You don't have to have a point. I mean, if you're just saying it like that, I mean, no problem. But just for the record, quantum physics, one of the ideas came up with a man. He was watching a duck splash in the water, and he was watching those ripples, like you say, those waves. And he saw how they were interfering, how they were canceling out. That's how the story goes, anyway.
Hey, well, I'm sorry. I've been summoned, but I guess the point I'm trying to get past is that I think there should be, I don't know, like the whole idea of waves and seeing, we see waves and we have an idea of waves, but that's only because we're trying to use our own terminology to express something that we can't explain. And so when we use waves, sound waves and light waves and things like that, I think there should be something else. There should be another term presented to describe or to figure out what these things are, rather than relying on our.
Well, look, bro, we know what a wave is, right? We know when we see it on the water, we know what a wave is, right? The problem is these quantum physicists have made all this mumbo jumbo, particle wave duality. This is where, everything gets fuzzy and crazy. But a wave, you can easily explain a wave. Just drop a rock in your nearest water, pond, and you'll see what a wave is. Go to the beach, and you'll see what a wave is. I mean, this is not rocket science.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, I think there is I mean, the other guy said it. Like, I don't know if he realized that he said what he said, but it made a lot of sense to me in the chat just a minute ago. It's like a pressure, or it's more like a pressure than a wave. It's just a condensation or a relaxation where there is this manipulation of the of the things around us that occur based more on pressure than, I mean,
I'll agree with that. Yeah, pressure
yeah,
mediation. Yeah, all the way.
yeah,
Of course.
yeah. So I guess it's like, what is that? What is that word, or what is that when the you have a bathtub full of water and then you sit in the water and the water rises? That's a displacement. I guess
yeah.
that's more displacement. But I think there is like a pressure that's being
There
applied.
is, bro. Think of it. When you throw the rock, right, in the water,
Yeah,
it pushes the water away, right?
yeah, that's a
And that
displacement.
pushing, that pressure causes the wave. And the wave continues on. So there is pressure there.
All right, guys. Talk to y'all later. I gotta go.
All right, man.
Take it easy.
Well, SC, it looks like we've done it again.
I killed the chat again, huh? Damn.
Yeah, and I started the radar thing. Remember, it was about a year ago we did it.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a while. That's right.
The Glovers got me going. They were like, you have a radar, I'm sure, on your boat. You can go out to sea and you're not going to see more than 20. You know, how tall is it? You're not going to see more than 20 miles, blah, blah, blah.
I
It's like,
remember, bro.
well,
Yeah.
I have no idea how far. I've never even thought about it or test. I said, next time I go out, I'll see. 72 miles. Is 2,800 feet correct? Do you know? Witsit did it at
I
15.
don't
If
know.
my
If they're not arguing with you, that means it's correct in their fantasy. Yeah. Because if it
they would
wasn't
have
correct, they would have
definitely
been
come up and
all over.
said no.
Yeah.
So without the 15 feet, I kind of know how to do it. It's 72 times 72 times 8 inches. So that's 3450.
But them inches are squared. Funny enough, two of them made a calculator. Bisling, what's his name? And the other guy, Mick West. Yeah, Rakia, the silence in the room tells you that this radar thing has them thinking, has them scratching their head. They're saying, holy shit, a radar shadow. Why the hell did SC have to say that? And explain it that simply for the people to understand. Damn. Kosho, no comment? Zanuck, no comment? No ballers? Radar shadow, nothing? Stumped?
Maybe come tell us how bottom up obstruction is not possible on a flat plane because, well, no, Zanuck can't do that because he's already agreed that Mirageon would do it. Let's see. But then he posts all the pictures of things being obstructed bottom up, but doesn't mention mirage effects. Huh.
We got Drink the Kool-Aid. He's a boater. He's a fellow. He grew up on a boat.
Yeah, he flies an airplane too, he said.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Zanuck. Zanuck has his license, I believe. I haven't flown in a while. It's been weeks.
I
Well,
was
I mean,
talking about
not flown. I'm not
Drink.
a pilot, but flown. Been in a plane. I don't want them to
Yeah.
start thinking telling people I'm a pilot again.
Just for clarity, I am not a pilot. The closest thing I've ever flown was an RC plane, and I crashed the shit. So
At least you're honest on that one.
Yeah.
How the hell did you manage to do that? First of all, did you get hurt?
no, I mean,
Kool-Aid, I have a cool story. We were going to use drones to fly bait out to school in tuna, right? We heard other boaters doing it. So we get our drone. I already had one. It's just a regular. It was, nothing special. So we hook a clip to it, attach a line, fly out the bait. We actually get a strike. Tuna gets on, comes off the clip. The drone is in the air, right? So what do? I hit return, right? Well, return is where you were when the drone took off, which on a boat is not where you are now. So by the time I realize that the drone is going to go into the salt water, I'm trying to hit the button and cancel and blah blah blah. I did. Never mind. We never saw that drone again.
Submarine drone.
I'll hit return. I'm thinking it's just going to come back to the boat, and I'm like, oh shit, that's going back to where it took off at. We haven't actually done that. Now we know what to do. We could get the drone back, but we haven't done it since. That was cool as
Yeah,
shit.
don't give Rakia the remote control. That's what you do.
That was their first mistake. $1,200.
Tunes flying that drone right now.
We have drones now, that we just use around the marina and whatever. It takes cool pictures, but my son doesn't let me drive it that much.
So what's new with you guys? I don't think I've spoken with either of you in months.
Nothing. I started playing poker again and hanging out. I haven't been doing much of this, but when I do, I give them hell.
Nothing's changed, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, nothing's changed. Not one Glober has ever measured curved water or can give me the tools and methods to do so. Not one.
Yeah, and the Genesis keeps trolling us daily.
Think about how like miserable
Damn
some of
straight.
these ballers are, dude. Like Fight the Tight Shirt sent all of the people from his channel to spam my website message board, like the application with like just spamming with all kinds of crazy insults and like what is wrong with you people?
Why would they do that?
He's a child. Yeah.
And dude, if I read these out, they're just like you shouldn't have been allowed to procreate, F this, F and this, and like just the most crazy, vicious, just spamming it. Like what?
Yeah, it's nuts. That's what people don't realize. Like they used to attack me and say they're gonna do this and do that to my kids and mention my family's names online and like all kinds of toxic stuff, bro. It was bad. One
I
of
was
them's
gonna
still
stop
around.
engaging in the chat, extremists. So what? You guys just suck.
fair.
You just suck, man. Why? Do you not realize that you suck?
Perception too. How many other links did you post?
Like, are you oblivious to like this whole like gaslight, misrepresent, straw man, stalk, insult? It's just weird.
So you're only going to invest in the voice chat and not in text.
I'm gonna talk in the voice when I want to. That's right. I'm not going to engage text trolls that know that they can just blatantly misrepresent things over and over with no accountability.
Okay, just checking.
Really, misrepresent. Wasn't your whole point of bringing up the hyperbolic spaces?
I don't want to talk to you.
In which we perceive things.
I don't want to talk to you.
Dude, your mic is terrible, doofus, and so are you.
You're kind of low. Yes.
But if you brought up hyperbolic spaces, in
Uh,
regards to which direction.
Doofus,
we can't hear you,
get that we
Doofus, for
can't
real,
hear
bro.
you, dude.
I was not
We're
even
not
trying to break the
joking.
combo, by the way. I was just saying, like, isn't that crazy that these people are like such a low vibration? They're like, oh, go spam Austin's website with like crazy vicious insults.
Not
Like,
about
what
it.
weirdos? You
This is
people
all
are
I was
like
asking
weirdos.
about was hyperbolic spaces and how it has to deal with perception. Not
And
the
by
direction in
can't
which things
hear,
are
we
actually
mean we
located.
can't hear you, nor do we want to.
Doofus, you sound like a little ant in the corner, bro. Seriously. Leave and come back.
It usually takes like 15 minutes.
All right, we're going to try it this way then.
Now
You
you're good.
mentioned hyperbolic spaces. You mentioned
I don't want to talk
hyperbolic
with you.
spaces in regards to which direction which we see the sun. Now, when I
It's a lie.
rightfully pointed out in VC that these citations that you'll bring will be about perception, is that me trolling or is that me being correct?
You're just being toxic, dude. Who are you
Yeah.
talking to?
Oh, is it
I
me being
never
toxic
said
to point
that
out
it was
a
about.
correct statement?
I never said that it was about the direction of the sun ever. You said that straw man like 4 times. I corrected you 4 times. Here you are 5 hours later, just repeating it again, even though you know it's a lie. Secondly, you claimed that it was only talking about perception. I dropped like 5 links. You only want to click on the first one and then pretend you're right. And the other ones are specifically talking about the discrepancies with Euclidean geometry regarding perspective and how hyperbolic geometry fixes some of those problems. And the last one is actually about how both of them have some problems. And you just want to talk about the first one because it says the word perception in the title, in the subject heading, right underneath the category of perception. And it's really boring and lame. You're not going to even acknowledge the other links that I dropped you. So you're just trying to be antagonistic and you're intentionally misrepping all the conversation.
So lie again, because the second one I posted also included perception. It's about perception. It's always been, when we're talking about hyperbolic spaces, and the way we perceive visual space has always, in every instance, been about perception, not about the direction in which things are actually located.
Duh, we're talking about visual space.
Which is part of the human perceptual system.
Like what a duh, we're talking about perspective.
Nope. Perception. When you're
Okay.
talking about hyperbolic spaces, in
Oh my
regards
God,
to the human perceptual system, it's not about perspective. It's about perception. Perspective and
Is
perception are
perspective how
two
we see
different
things?
words which have two different meanings.
Yeah, hey, is perspective how we see things? Yes or no?
Perspective is how things are projected. Perception is how we perceive the spaces.
Dude,
Hey,
you are too smart for us.
Is perspective how is it how we see things?
Is my answer going to change if you ask the same fucking question again?
Okay. So, yeah. So it just explains very clearly that using Euclidean geometry for perspective is incorrect. That's what the links clearly demonstrate and talk about. You want to avoid the actual argument and talk about perception and how it's not the same as perspective. And, well, perspective is like your point of view and perception is how you interpret it. But obviously, the category of perception in these specific scenarios, they're actually detailing what perspective is and how Euclidean geometry doesn't accurately describe it. Wow. What a home run you had there. Oh my God.
Right.
This is why I just disengaged
Only
with you guys.
denying your own damn sources, you ass.
No. My sources specifically point out what's wrong with
Okay, you
using
can refrain from the name calling, please.
Yeah.
Right, but it
Sources
doesn't
specifically
bother
explain.
anybody else in
Been
the
all
room that his
day.
own sources
Disengaging.
disagree with him, right? Nobody else in the room is going to be concerned about that because
We
it's with
just don't
right?
care what you're saying because you just call people names and talk down to them.
Right. Did I point out that it's going to be
We
about
don't
human
care,
perceptual
dude, what you
system?
did.
Yeah, I know you don't care. Nobody
Yes.
really in this room cares about
Got
truth.
it.
That's what
Yeah.
the purpose of this
See you
room is.
later.
For everybody to start talking to each other
Right.
about things that are not true and everybody else just accepts
Okay,
it.
so this is not super productive. Would you like to ask another question?
Maybe go to Jim's. Since they're so about truth and we're not, you should just go over there.
Yeah, I'm clicking out if Doofus is gonna go on another rant.
Yeah, same. I don't want to engage.
All day. All day they've allowed it. What'd you
I
call
just-
I did want to ask you one last thing, Doofus. What did you call me earlier?
Just like low vibes. I was only jumping in to say like it's crazy that I can't imagine like stalking a flat earther's website about holding NASA accountable and getting more transparency with like crazy hate emails about how you shouldn't have been allowed to have a baby and it should be taken from you and your all this crazy low vibration like why? Like why are you guys like that? Why do you guys find that fun?
Yeah, what you're
I used
doing
to ask
about
the same
NASA has
question.
nothing to do. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, I was saying what he's doing with the NASA thing has nothing to do with flat Earth. Even Globers could participate and audit NASA. They should want to audit more, right? Like I've heard more complaints from Globers about the NASA thing because really I don't even pay attention. Like I don't follow NASA, so I don't complain about what they give me or don't give me. The Globers do it a lot. They should want to audit them and get, clearer pictures or more video or whatever, whatever they want that they feel they're
Yeah.
not getting now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's every red-blooded American who pays taxes should be asking that question. Why? Why is there no pictures? Why this? Why that? Why we don't have continuous launch? Because it's your money. You're the boss. They're not the boss. You're the boss. The taxpayer.
The whole world basically benefits from NASA. Even the other programs benefit from what NASA's doing. I don't think they have to pay that much. I think the taxpayers do, as far as I know. But everyone should want the most from what NASA has to offer.
Can you imagine asking the question, why should they put a camera high res to film the stars and all that on the biggest journey ever taken by man? Can you imagine what frame of mind could ask, why would you want to do that?
That is crazy. I have 6 cameras on the boat, like taking pictures of the fishing, taking pictures of the image. Anytime there's movement, there's a receiver that records all that movement, engine room, whatever. Like high resolution cameras. People love it, right? When they get done with the fishing trip, they want me to send them the recording of the fishing trip. They just love it.
Yeah, this is what fascinates me, what Whitsitt said, why, right? Like, why would you, like, if you're not getting paid to do this, right, and you're a red-blooded human being, why would you not be curious? Why would you not want to know? I don't get that.
Much less why would you like viciously go out of your way to like attack the people that do want to know?
And
that part I figured out, Whitsitt. That part I figured out. They have no lives of their own. They're insignificant in their jobs. They have very few friends. They're at the bottom of the social ladder. So they come here, they pick a persona, and it gives them pleasure. It makes them feel big. That's why they do it.
You're gonna like go to my website and like spam the application page like with I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like it's so many of them, it's like really annoying, and that's what they want to do is just like annoy me and whatever.
I think they
don't let it
used
get
to.
to you. Take solace in the fact that you trigger them. In other words, you're making them do that, right? It's because of you that they're doing that. So you're triggering them. So when I see that, I take pleasure in that, to be honest. I learned, because that's their game. They want to trigger you. But the truth is, you triggered them in making that comment. So,
Yeah, I used to think they were trying to prevent others from joining the group, right? Like, so they would attack me and my family and my kids and all that, do all that, wish death upon me and stuff like that, so others wouldn't join and be as voiceful of their opinion and of their belief as I was. So that could be it too.
yeah, it's easy. Like, you spend a little, you get a lot. Like, I can go to Gems, any one of us, right? Can just go to Gems and just post one meme, and they'll go crazy. So it's like you spend $1 and you're getting $1,000 worth of triggering. You know?
I haven't been back to gym since that day we left.
Yeah, I believe
I
it.
think
Yeah.
Everybody else, I think, went back and did whatever. I have not been back one time. I have no reason to go back. Speaking of, is
Absolutely.
what's his name? Jose, is he doing a show anymore?
No clue.
I haven't
He's
heard
a
of him.
distant memory for me, this dude.
Yeah. Years ago, he told his whole channel that he was moving, getting a job, and all. I don't think he ever got a job. Like, I think he just, I don't know. More power to him. If he can stay home and not work, and like, I'm not saying he should go get a job. I'm just saying he told everyone what he was doing and why he was moving and this, that, and the other. Moved, and they sent him money to move and all that, and then he never got a job that I know of. I mean, he could have now. Strange.
Yeah, so anybody heard of 1/137?
That's a number you made
Oh,
up.
Jeremy's not here. He's going to get triggered. He's going to say 237 is better. There's more. No, it's this number. No joke. It keeps coming up. It's I forgot what they called it, man. Anyways, it keeps coming back, and they find it everywhere in physics. 1/137. It's like a pi kind of a thing. Yeah.
All 5 of them were about perception. Fucking Jesus Christ.
I'm only going to say it one more time. The papers specifically describe why Euclidean geometry does not adequately describe perspective. Okay, if you want to keep on ignoring it, I'm going to just ignore you.
All 5 of
I'm just going to say it
them-
again. I'm just turning them down.
I understand. Go ahead and do that. All 5 of them explicitly mention perception. The third and fourth ones are psychology papers about human visual perception. For fuck's sakes. And nobody else cares that Witsit can, right there, just lie to everybody in the room. Somebody can look at his sources that he posted, all 5 of them, and find out that they are about the human perceptual system. Call his ass out. Nobody here does that, do they?
You need like a hug or something, man. Like
You
everyone in
need
the
to
room
be
can
not
go
lying
read
to
the
people.
papers. You're muted. Everyone in the room can go read the papers and see that it specifically describes Euclidean geometry that's normally used to describe how we see things and how that's actually incorrect and doesn't work, which is the actual point. You guys think that orthographic straight lines of Euclidean geometry accurately define how we perceive visual space, and you're incorrect. It's little like, oh, it's a psychology paper. What? Okay, well, feel free to tell me what category perspective is in. What category of is it that we're going to accurately describe perspective? We're talking about the geometry of how we see things, and it explains specifically that Euclidean geometry, which is typically used, doesn't work. And you're not going to respond to that. You're going to start ranting about perception, gaslighting the room about how they don't hold me accountable and I can just lie. And you're going to keep repeating yourself, but you won't just be honest and have good faith and respond to the actual point, which is that the papers describe that Euclidean geometry do not adequately explain visual space. You're just going to keep ignoring it over and over and over.
Bro, why does he think saying perception as opposed to perspective somehow changes the argument? Like, these two are fairly
absolutely.
synonymous, right? Like, if you look into like human vision and perception, let me just read you a little blurb. Human vision is a complex process that is not yet completely understood, despite hundreds of years of study and research. The complex physical process of visualizing something involves the nearly simultaneous interaction of the eyes and the brain through a network of neurons, receptors, and other specialized cells. It's not a simple process, bud. So if you can just say, and with perception, different perspective, blah, 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 and think that that's an argument as to what is trying to be conveyed, when people say, hey, when we view the world based on our perspective, it's very complex and it's not as straightforward as you guys claim it to be. Because your argument is always, give me an orthographic representation of what you're talking about. As if an orthographic representation is just going to somehow magically deduce how the human eye visually perceives the world around us.
Yeah.
All right. Perspective is exclusively a result of geometry. Perception is exclusively a result of how our visual system in our brains interprets information. Those two things are different. Perspective is due to geometry. Perception is due to how our brain works. If I get five papers about how our brain interprets visual spaces, and it's supposed to be in some way supporting the argument that things are in a different direction than an orthographic view would suggest, what he has done is provided five papers that do not address the argument. Do you agree or not?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because can you remove perception from a human being visually seeing the world from their perspective?
You can remove the human perceptual system from measuring which direction things are in.
You cannot remove the human's perception as to how you see the world.
All right. Did you address what I said or just say your position again?
I did.
Okay.
Look, it's so simple.
Can you tell me how a human
he won't
perceptual
respond. He
system
won't
is involved
respond.
in
He won't respond.
direction?
He won't respond. The papers show.
I've been responding, you ass. Why don't you lie to the room again?
The papers specifically explain that Euclidean geometry does not adequately describe visual space.
Correct.
He'll never
want to
tell you
actually
anything
address
about
that,
what
though.
direction in which things are actually located.
When we see things, we're not seeing what's actually there or how it actually is. You know, when things look like they get smaller, they're not actually getting smaller.
Is the human visual system involved in determining, is it required in order to determine in which direction things are located?
Now, you see what he does? He does, like, he got clearly cornered to where he was refuted. So I just revert back over here to his same little diversion.
It's okay. We can say no to that, and we'll utilize touch. So can you give me an orthographic representation of touch and how we perceive the world with touch?
Yes. You get measurements for where things are, and that orthographic view won't change how far away those things are.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you think the distance to objects changes based on your visual perception of them compared to your touch?
Compared to the orthographic view, your visual space may be estimating the distances wrong, which is what these five papers actually detail.
No, it says Euclidean geometry is inadequate to describe visual space. And you just keep ignoring that. And of course, the whole thing here is, well, there's physical, tangible reality and what really is. And then there's how it is perceived. Now, that's directly tied to perspective when it comes to the difference between optics and tangible reality, which is why these are always within perception categories, because there's a difference in tangible reality in how it's viewed.
Let's flip the script here. Doofus, can you provide any peer-reviewed documentation regarding perspective and how visually humans perceive the world, regarding straight Euclidean geometry and orthogonal views?
You can take the human right out of the equation, as you already agreed to. You can
I didn't agree to
find out
that.
in which direction things
How do you
are
take
without using
yourself out of
without
an equation?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You have problems, buddy.
Well, why
Oh,
do you
yeah.
have to continually start talking while I'm still in the middle of talking?
You paused and I went to answer your question before you straw man me.
We can take the human out of the equation in determining in
Nope.
which direction something is. So anything that's on human perception of visual spaces has nothing to do with which direction we see things in or measure them to be in.
Are you done?
Yes.
Yeah, can you provide to me peer-reviewed articles relating to this claim?
Relating to how human perception is not necessarily part of the measuring in which direction things are? Do you really need a citation for that?
Why is it now measuring which direction things are? That's not what perspective is, not solely measuring which direction. Are you talking about cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west? We'd need a compass for that too, bud.
Well, Napalm, he's been corrected 4 times, right, about the what direction things are. He just made that up and pretended that it was my argument. He's been corrected 4 times and he's still just saying it. It's just textbook
Did you post
sophistry.
this?
Why
Yeah,
did
did you
this
post?
has been all day between him, Zanuck, and others. It's like they take what you say, twist it to something not what you said, and then try to beat up that straw man all day, over and over, every single day. Repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. Divert from the actual argument, because you can't actually argue against it. Build a straw man, attack the straw man, and then do it in a condescending tone of voice. And typically get hyper angry and start to yell at other adults on the internet.
Witsit, did you post earlier the sun in multiple or the sun's direction as observed from multiple observers? That graphic.
It wasn't
Hold on,
just about
real quick.
it wasn't just
Napalm
about
took you to
direction.
task. Hang on, the audience needs to understand how hard you just got thrown to the curb, doofus. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
That was completely useless. Thank you for adding that. Oh,
Ah,
Witsit, did you post that?
There's the condescension point.
Actually, what I specifically said was I'm 100% not interested in talking to Doofus about this. This is for open-minded individuals that actually want to seek the truth. And here's an illustration of what we showed on Glowbusters today. And you can see that based on the azimuthal grid of vision, you'll see the sun differently from each different position. And I specifically said I didn't want to engage with you on it. And you've tried to like conversation rape me about it like 7 times.
Right. When you posted it, you gave a list of things for why the sun could be perceived in those directions for those
No.
observers. Among those things you listed,
Why do you keep lying?
one of them. Do you need me to go back to the stream?
Sure,
One of
yeah.
the things you listed was hyperbolic spaces. That was definitely one of the things that you said when you posted this image.
That wasn't even the subject at all. When I came into the room, it had nothing to do with the direction of anything. Nothing at all. It was about
Not
things
the
being
direction of the
obstructed from the
sun.
bottom up.
Not like you said, the direction of the sun.
Oh my god. It was about things being obstructed from the bottom up and why we can't see forever and stuff like that. And I jumped in at one point and explained to the room, like, look at this graphic. It explains that really what we see is relative to each observer. And then you, multiple times now, have said that I claimed something about directions of where stuff's coming, and I acted like I wanted to talk to you about it. And I specifically stated that I didn't, and that talking to people like you, who still say there would be no horizon, things can't disappear from the bottom up on a flat earth, you would be able to see forever. is pretty pointless. And they've been in this for years and they still say those provably wrong things. It can't really be a fruitful exchange. It's impossible. That's what actually happened. So can you just maybe just sit back and chill or something, man? Like if you don't want to know about the fact that visual space is not Euclidean, fine. Keep believing the provably wrong concept. That's fine. I'm not trying to
I've
proselytize
specifically
you. I don't
mentioned
care.
several times in this conversation that those 5 things that you cited are fine for perception. You have said multiple times that I'm denying what you've posted, and at no point have I ever done that. You're bullshitting. You're lying to me right now.
For like the 15th time, we have physical tangible reality. An example is like a railroad track. In tangible reality, those railroad tracks are parallel to each other. Euclidean geometry says that parallel lines will never intersect. Well, when we look at the railroad tracks, whether that be with our eyes perceived through our mind or any other optics, which we of course then look at and perceive with our mind, you can't make any observation without using your mind. Anyway, any lens, any optics, any visual information, any observation, we're going to look at the railroad tracks through any lens and we're going to see that they look like they converge. Now, tangible reality shows us they don't converge, they're parallel. Euclidean geometry applied to that would be parallel lines never converge. So they can be accurately applied to, that geometry can be accurately applied to the railroad tracks in tangible reality. Now, when we look at them with whatever means of observation, they appear to converge, which proves to us that we cannot use Euclidean geometry to accurately denote the observation process, which means there's a difference. I give you many papers explaining that Euclidean geometry does not accurately describe what we see or visual space. You have a talking point to handwave dismiss the specifics of the argument, just screaming perception and psychology over and over. It's very boring.
Your citations bring up perception and psychology. First. Second, perspective in its raw form is exclusively a 3D Euclidean space converted down to a 2D plane. Third, cameras project onto a photographic plane that is exclusively perspective. Perception not being a Euclidean space is irrelevant to all of that.
What is the perspective of a camera based off of?
The direction in which light arrives at the sensor.
Correct. So when you're dealing with a camera, is there any perception involved?
Not in the camera.
Well, what
So
do you
there's
do
no-
with what the camera captures?
Right.
You can look at what the camera captures, but don't know
Wow.
what's going on here. What's going on here is those railroad tracks recorded by the camera. Those lines that are on the sensor and captured in the image are appearing to converge even on the camera. So it has nothing to do with the human perceptual system.
That's not
So
all this is talking about. This is talking about visual space in general not being Euclidean. If you actually read the papers, instead of just trying to find a way to get rid of them by using like Control F perception, then you would know that. It specifically points out that Euclidean geometry doesn't work. But you don't want to have a good faith conversation, which is why you should just sit this conversation out.
Right. In those articles, it talks about how the humans in those studies, or at least how they're categorizing those spaces that they perceive, the distances and angles that they estimate are different from what they would be in Euclidean geometry. This is a human perceptual issue. This is not about fucking reality and where things are actually located.
Again, listen, dude, listen. Visual space and perspective aren't about where things are in reality. Euclidean perspective isn't about where things are in reality. Do you understand that? You refuted your own point for the 5th time. Now you're going to ignore this point again.
Yeah, I wonder if
Say
he
it
thinks
again,
the
because
camera
this
actually
is
just
great.
solely works on what he would consider perspective and
Which is
straight
funny.
Euclidean
You not hear what he's saying though? He's like, it's not about where things are in reality. Neither is orthographic straight line Euclidean geometry of perspective. That's the whole
Right.
point. Things
And it
look
doesn't match.
actually smaller in the distance. They don't actually get smaller.
Right, and actually, you can use orthographic views to determine how much smaller something in the distance appears.
Not
You
Oh,
can
so now we
definitely
are
do
talking
everything
about
that you
something.
can do. You can do definitely everything that you can do in perspective using orthographic
Nope.
views if you know what the fuck you're doing.
Now we're talking about something other than what's happening in tangible reality. What a coincidence.
Yeah, orthographic views have those measurable lengths in them that are not subject to projection from perspective. But when you use an angle measuring tool, you can figure out what the angular size of things are in the scene, and then you can accurately predict what those angular sizes are in perspective. The orthographic view and the perspective view are separate, but one can do the same thing as the other if you know what you're doing.
Can you present to me an orthographic view of where a horizon will be?
Assuming what?
Assuming you're looking out.
Okay, you got to
An
tell me how
orthographic view of where a horizon will be. Pick an orthographic scene, and can you predict where the horizon will be within that orthographic scene?
There's a few more
Assuming
parameters that
what?
have to be put
What
into
am I
that
looking
doofus.
at?
Yeah.
What? Say that again, Terry.
I was just saying there's a few parameters that he'd have to lay out before you could even calculate that.
Yeah, what am I looking at?
An orthographic view.
That's not enough information. What am I looking at?
An orthographic view. Pick it. I don't give a shit.
Right, if I'm going to tell you where the horizon should be, I need to know what the fuck I'm looking at. The answer is not going to be draw an orthographic view. What am I actually looking at?
Oh, this is
What is the observer
He's
looking
trying
at?
to avoid the
What is
question.
the observer looking at?
He's trying to avoid the question because he wouldn't be able to
I'm
take
not
an
avoiding the
orthographic view
question. Your
and be
question
able to
sucks.
say, this is the horizon point right here. This is where things are going to be visually at the horizon point.
Your question's incomplete. You need to expand on it a bit.
Right,
Why
if
do I
I
need
just
to
draw a
expand?
person from the
If
side,
he's
I don't
presented
have
with an
enough information,
orthographic
correct?
view, let's say it's a completely straight flat surface with various things, right? Or let's say there's absolutely nothing. It's just a straight line. The ground, he's a 6-foot observer, and he's looking across a straight, flat plane. Where is his horizon going to be?
At what
Can you
point?
draw that for me in an orthographic view? And
Right.
put an X where the horizon is going to be.
Right, that comes with the question. How long is this flat surface? I'm guessing you're going to say infinite.
Infinite.
Yeah, okay. At what angle will I look up and no longer see more of the surface?
That's not my question.
It's relevant to an orthographic view because I could draw a line to the end of a surface and that's where the horizon will be. But if you're telling me the surface is infinite, well, then the line has to go out infinitely, right?
They'd be parallel to the surface into the distance.
Yeah, so where would the horizon be?
I don't know. You tell me. If it's your infinite surface, it has to be infinitely far away.
Okay, let's change the scenario. You have an orthographic view of somebody standing on the top of a ball. The ball has a circumference of 24,901 miles. Where would his horizon be? 6-foot observer.
Right. So far, we've been assuming no atmosphere, so we can continue doing that here, right?
You just said orthographic view, bro. You should be able to just draw straight lines to objects, right? And that's what's going to be presented in your visual space. That's your claim.
Do you want it to scale?
Yeah, and then additionally, it should be where I see things involves an optical observation. So we can't ignore optics, can we?
Wait. So now you want to bring in?
Oh, now he gets it.
optics?
Maybe, kind of, when he wants to. What the heck?
Dude, that's
I'm
rich.
done.
That's rich. You say it as if you knew
I'm
optics.
done.
Fucking rich.
Right, you can say that you're done. That doesn't really change the fact that if we're making an optical observation, we must consider optics.
Hold on, let me pick my mic back up. I'm done. Thanks.
You haven't said anything.
Exactly. Which one of you geniuses is going to mention the black swan?
Oh, go on, please.
Black swan.
Are you just
You guys
masturbating?
are so lame, dude.
I mean, is that what this is for you guys?
They're just weird, dude. Same people that would spam my website. Right?
This is what they've done all day, right?
I'm
So we
not
got
sure which
onto the
person
topic
spammed your
earlier.
stuff,
Yeah, I was
but it's
talking.
totally
So
not
we
me.
got onto this topic earlier, and when talking about things appearing to disappear from the bottom up, they strawmanned, switched it to the only observation of this or demonstration of this is a quarter going over a desk with the lens being halfway observed. Nobody brought that up. Nobody brought that up as a demonstration. They wanted to so that they could pick apart that demonstration, even though nobody brought it up. So now they're going to try to bring up the black swan. This is what they do.
Yeah.
Right. You complained that I was bringing up optics, so we
I
jumped.
didn't
No, what
complain
we
about
do is
shit.
we
I'm
look at
glad you
real
brought it
world
up because it just
observations,
completely
which include
exposed you.
refraction.
I was talking there too. I'm glad you brought it up because it completely exposed you. So what is optics?
What is optics? It's a field of science.
How is that applicable to what you said previously?
Okay, if we're going to make an optical observation, that is, use our eyes to look at things, we need to consider optics, right?
I would say yes, including perception.
Perception is not optics. What the fuck?
How do you interpret
How do
things
I
optically?
interpret? No, Jesus Christ. You're trying to twist it as much as you can.
No, you can't. Here's the
Perception
thing. You
occurs
can't
in the-
remove perspective and perception from an observation. You cannot do it.
Yes, you can. I already explained how.
You're
But
talking about
let me go ahead and
artistic
finish what I was
perception,
actually
or
saying. Because
sorry,
you guys are horrible. Like it's the same conversation every day that you guys
for
don't
fuck's sake, dude.
understand
Of course, it's
and you
your
don't
turn to talk
comprehend.
instead of mine because I was in the middle of talking,
Yeah,
right?
'cause you guys don't understand it, and I'm sick of
I
repeating
don't
it every
understand it.
single
I don't
day.
understand why you're
And then
talking
when
while I
you
was already
don't
in the middle of
comprehend
talking.
it, why are you
Right?
trying to
I don't.
talk through
Yeah,
me?
why am I talking? Because I was
This is
still
going to be
talking.
your
And you
warning.
started talking while I was
This
still
is going to
talking.
be your warning.
Is this,
You are going
is
to be
this how
timed
you
out.
do this? You just have to have a conversation where it's not me in the conversation?
That would be ideal.
we try to understand, but clarifying questions always gets us in trouble.
Yeah, please don't moderate yourself moderate while you're actually having the conversation. But I understand it's annoying, but other people are here to do that for you.
Okay, let me go
Yeah,
ahead
it's
and
just
finish what
annoying
I
when
was
it never
saying,
gets done, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I apologize, Nepa.
Okay, now let me go ahead and finish what I was saying. Perception is something that happens in your brain. Perspective is a consequence of geometry. Optics is a field of science involving how light goes through things or what direction it travels. All of these three things that I just mentioned are different things. They are all separate.
I guess then, given that to analyze a photograph, perception isn't relevant, right?
When you're analyzing a photograph, perception isn't relevant. You said that?
Yeah, with the distinction that Doofus mentioned, that perception is what happens in your brain.
Yeah, and that's what you use to analyze photograph is how you see it. You do your measurements and You look at what's in the photograph.
If I put my super pedantic hat on, it depends on the analysis. If you're if you're analyzing signal to noise or the where certain signals are detected in the image, then it doesn't really involve human perception. But most analyses are.
How about shadows in a crater in the moon? Does that involve perception?
Yeah.
Oh, why though?
And if you see a cat in the cloud, that's pareidolia.
Yep, that's
Shadows in a crater in the moon give us clues as to the shape of the moon and the shape of the crater.
And the direction the light source is arriving at.
Pareidolia is perception, is it?
It's a consequence of the human perceptual system trying to find patterns.
So looking at the moon, trying to find a pattern and finding a pattern, looking like a ball is still perception then. Okay.
Well, it's a known pattern.
Right,
Certain patterns are known.
Yeah, you can intuit using your human perceptual system the direction in which light's arriving from to cause the shadow. You can then do some further analysis that doesn't involve your human perceptual system to calculate whether or not your intuition is true.
Could do the same thing with the cat in the clouds.
Yeah, because it's a known.
There's obviously not a cat in the cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is the moon. I mean, the moon is up there, but you can't really see it, touch it, and do anything with it. So why is it not the same?
Because it's not. The moon is a physical object, and we can make measurements on it based on how light hits it.
Measurements on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Measurements.
You can make measurements on it, or you can make measurements from here, perceiving that what you think is on it. Because you're not on there to actually make a measurement, aren't you?
The shadow's on there.
The shadow is on there, and I stand by what I said.
When you perceive as a shadow, but
you can measure a shadow.
when you perceive as a shadow.
All right, we'll play that game. I can measure a shadow. Now you can say
you can measure a perceived shadow. Okay.
I can measure the shadow on the moon.
And you perceive that it is a shadow, but you have no clue with it if it is or not.
I love your little word games. What I said stands.
Same.
The dark regions that the light doesn't hit, or you don't see the light from the moon, those are shadows.
Says you.
They are very clearly behaving in exactly the same way as every other shadow that has ever been perceived anywhere else.
Yeah, but you cannot validate that whatsoever, can you?
Yes, we can.
You can validate that it's a shadow on the moon.
Yes, we can.
Okay. How did you validate that? Because you see something happening somewhere else? It's just like looking at a face of a potato. It looks like a face because we see faces everywhere else.
Yeah,
but is it a face?
If there's a scoop out of the potato and there's a light shining obliquely to it, it'll demonstrate shadows in that scoop, just like we see shadows in the scoops on the moon.
The thing is, with this potato, you can verify what it is because you can actually touch and feel it. You can't go to the moon. You can't go to the moon to actually verify and validate what you're seeing.
We don't need to.
Oh,
it's not necessary. It's not a requirement to validate the fact that those are shadows on the moon and measure the craters and everything else.
Okay. Sure thing.
Right, it would be special pleading to say that those things that look exactly like every other shadow I've ever seen are not shadows.
Especially since we can see different angles of light throughout the lunar cycle. And we can get very good ideas of the shape and size of craters based on that. Scientific measurements do not exist in isolation.
I just want to say I love how Bob came in cold, know who was arguing which side, and then Doofus walked his shit back real quick about perception with the picture. I don't know if anyone caught that.
Because he didn't.
Right.
Yeah, he did. He walked his shit back real quick when you came in. Is it because your co-show's Glover Daddy?
No, it's just because he and I are saying exactly the same thing, and we don't see any conflict in that, I don't think.
Aww.
Do you see a conflict in a doofus?
You guys should have a picnic or
I don't. Yeah, I don't recall where I walked anything back.
Yeah, and I don't recall any reason for him to walk anything back.
About
just
how
'cause-
you use perception to when you view a picture.
Right. The camera, when it recorded the information that it recorded, had absolutely nothing to do with the human perception. The
Well, you
human
say that,
perceptual
but it uses lenses and are modeled after our eyes, and it doesn't. There's a distinct difference between what's captured and tangible reality.
It's not perception.
Yeah,
It
more
still
word
has nothing
salad.
to do with the
You guys
human
are going to keep
perceptual
repeating that
system,
there's a difference in
regardless of
perception and
your
perspective, as if you're teaching me so that you can pretend you have intellectual high ground when I've already
We're
addressed
not
it 10
teaching
times.
you anything.
Well,
No,
We're
I
not
know.
teaching you
anything.
anything. You
can't
don't want to
teach
learn
me.
anything.
Can't teach me. No,
No
no,
one's
you
pretending
have
anything.
nothing. No, you just want to create a narrative. Like you have to teach me that perception and perspective are different. And then Doofus's entire point was, so perception isn't about where things actually are, and of course, neither is perspective. It's about how things are different from tangible reality via optics. So he refuted his own point, and none of you three that were just so eager to interrupt me will even respond to that.
Actually, I think he defined it very, very well. Perception is how our mind sees things. Optics is a science, and perspective is geometry. He defined it very, very, very well.
Let's see if you can actually respond to what I said. We know you can't though. So his whole point was that it's different than where things actually are. And I made a point to him that perspective itself is describing what's different than what things actually are.
How
perspective.
so?
Okay. Do you think that objects actually get smaller as you get further away from them?
What does that have to do with what you said?
I thought you had the intellectual high ground. Why can't you keep up
I
with the
do.
conversation?
But go ahead and tell me what you said about perspective and then justify what you said.
Do objects actually get smaller when they get further away?
No, the object doesn't change size. You know that.
There you go. So there's a difference between what it looks like and actual reality, huh?
It has to do with the angular size. That's geometry.
It seems like you can't answer basic questions, Mr. Intellectual High Ground.
I did.
Yeah.
It's just simply the geometry.
You
It
didn't
changes
answer the
the
question.
angular size. The object itself does not change in size. It's
So
the
your
angular
answer is
size
yes.
to your vision is
Your answer
different.
is yes. There's a difference between what happens in tangible reality and then what is seen.
No, because in perspective, you're dealing with the angular relationships between things, and in tangible reality, the way you put it, or any other measurable relationship between objects and stuff, that have to deal with distances. Perspective is dealing with angles. Those are different.
You know what's really funny is like I said, I'll just drop a lecture from a PhD mathematician from Australia.
Oh,
who
you're
points
gonna
out that
quote papers you didn't read again?
who points out that Euclidean geometry does not accurately describe perspective, and you guys will just call him a quack. That's what you'll
Well,
do.
go ahead and tell me why Euclidean
100%.
geometry does not describe perspective.
100%.
Tell me why Euclidean geometry does not describe perspective.
Okay. Does Euclidean geometry say that parallel lines never intersect?
We're talking about perspective.
Notice how you can never answer questions. Hey,
Well,
does
no, you
Euclidean-
just asked an unrelated question. I'm not
Hey,
allowing
does
you
Euclidean
to do that.
geometry say that parallel lines will never intersect?
We know what Euclidean geometry says. Make your point about Euclidean geometry and perspective.
See how they can't answer questions? So we'll just keep asking.
We won't answer the question.
We'll just keep asking the
because it's not
question over and
related.
over. Hey,
Right, which I did actually answer that question earlier. You
well, yeah, but
forgot.
this guy's now pretending he's so smart, so he should be able to answer the basic 5th grade geometry question.
Right, itself is a Transformation from 3D Euclidean space down to a 2D plane. Euclidean.
Hey, does Euclidean geometry say that parallel lines do not intersect? Yes or no?
For God's sakes. What's it?
Hey,
Don't
Research
even
Lab Moon,
humor
can you
him.
answer the question?
No, I'm not going to humor you.
Yeah, exactly. So easy to debate, you guys.
I will.
So disingenuous.
Parallel lines don't intersect in Euclidean geometry.
Thank you. So when we see things in tangible reality that we know are parallel, thus they don't intersect, we can apply Euclidean geometry to that tangible reality because they're actually parallel and don't intersect, like a railroad track. But when we look at the railroad tracks, they appear to intersect, which means that we have now departed from Euclidean geometry, which states specifically that parallel lines do not intersect. And we've gone into perspective, which makes it look like the parallel lines intersect, which means the perspective itself cannot be a function of Euclidean geometry until you try to add additional functions to it to try to account for the difference.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Right. So the thing about non-Euclidean geometry that makes lines that start as parallel intersect is that there is Gaussian curvature. So if you start drawing two lines in the same direction in spherical geometry, for example, even though they start in the same direction, they end up converging. So their direction is no longer parallel as soon as you move from that point. That has nothing to do with we looking at railroad tracks. When you look at railroad tracks, those two lines are never parallel. They are not. They don't look like they are not parallel in any point on the image that we're seeing. And the fact that they converge is just a matter of projection. It has nothing to do with whether or not the geometry we're using is Euclidean or not, because there's no Gaussian curvature in the image. So non-Euclidean geometry is not the answer for why those lines are intersecting, but the fact that
Wow.
that's the projection.
Wow. Hey, in non-Euclidean geometry, can parallel lines intersect?
No, but those lines
You're
aren't.
wrong. You're wrong. So you don't know what you're talking about, Bacon.
Oh, so you said non-Euclidean, right? In non-Euclidean they can. Sorry, I
Okay, so in
misread.
non-Euclidean, parallel lines can intersect. And Euclidean do
Actually,
not
non-Euclidean parallel lines don't exist.
All right, I'm just going to go back to looking on my website. You guys just interrupt, and you're retarded, frankly.
Because by definition, parallel lines never intersect.
Why are cardinals retarded?
Because you guys always interrupt and act like you know things you don't know.
Well, you never stop talking, Al.
We can say that same
I
back
wasn't
to
even
you.
talking
That
for
doesn't
more
help.
than 5 seconds when you interrupted.
In non-Euclidean geometry, there are no parallel lines.
Right. It's
Really?
not to say in non-Euclidean geometry parallel lines intersect because there weren't any parallel lines to begin with. That's the problem that we're taking issue with.
Although straight lines in non-Euclidean geometry can start off as parallel, they can be parallel at a single point. But
There
as
you
you
go.
move, right, as you move from that point on that straight line, they are no longer parallel because their
Correct.
slopes change relative to each other.
There
That
you
doesn't
go.
happen. 1 second. That doesn't happen on the picture of railroad tracks. The slope that they have relative to each other is unchanging. It has nothing to do with non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, well, that's what you think. So how many different types of non-Euclidean geometry are there, Bacon, since you know you're a master expert on all of them?
No, I have no idea how many types there are.
Okay.
But none
So
of
why
that.
are you
that
making
doesn't.
holistic claims about what non-Euclidean geometry says then?
Well,
Because
in
that's a
both
consequence
examples,
of
yeah, in
that's
both
a
examples,
consequence of Gaussian curvature, which is what makes Euclidean geometry is non-Euclidean.
right. If you in both examples, like spherical or hyperbolic geometries, that what Bacon said was true.
So you think we can't use hyperbolic geometry to describe railroad tracks appearing to converge in visual space? Is that your guys' claim?
That's not my claim.
Oh, so can we use it?
That's
I don't
nothing to
know,
do
but
with.
that's not a.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
you're saying we
responding
can't.
to.
You're saying we
No,
can't. That's what you're saying.
no. I was
Yeah,
responding
you are.
to. No, I was responding to the claim that the reason why railroad tracks appear to converge in a picture or in the way we perceive it is because Euclidean geometry doesn't apply there. That just doesn't follow. The fact that they're converging is effect of projection, not an effect of non-Euclidean geometry, because it doesn't show any of the characteristics of non-Euclidean geometry.
Hey, my guy, just listen carefully, okay? It is well
Say it
known
again.
that Euclidean geometry doesn't fully and adequately describe perspective. You guys think it does. It doesn't. You guys haven't researched it. You have no idea. Literally, no idea. But you just want to repeat the same 8th grade understanding of Euclidean geometry and orthographic perspective and pretend you know it's perfect. Unless you are actually interested in going and researching that it's not.
Oh, I asked for the link many times.
Do railroad tracks ever change distance apart?
You keep mentioning this PhD physics physicist article or whatever. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but if you can post it, the one you mentioned about
PhD
hyperbolic geometry.
mathematician professor.
Yeah.
A PhD professor of
Right.
mathematics talking
Okay, yeah,
about.
I didn't recall the exact words.
You know
that
one.
one.
You and Doofus and research no more, but you haven't researched it yet. But
No,
you
no, no.
know that this guy's.
One second, I was still speaking. So I'm asking for the
going
link.
back to my website.
I'm
man.
interested. What?
I'm gonna go back to working on my website. I don't have time for this.
All
You
right.
can laugh if you
Post
want to
the link.
pretend like I'm scared.
Post the
of you.
link
I don't.
before
I
you-
could care less, dude. That you need to
Post
like
the link
try to
before you
stroke
leave,
your
please.
like fragile intellectual ego. I don't care. It's just a waste of my time.
Just post the link, Austin.
Yeah, post the link, please.
Okay.
Doofus, if the moon was concave, would it give you the same perception of shadows?
No.
No?
No.
And the moon is not concave, so that's an
You,
irrelevant.
you don't know that. I just post two videos. I just post two videos. One is called the hollow mass illusion, and the other one is the dragon illusion, which you can't tell whether something is concave or not and it has shadows and it casts shadows, and it makes you believe your mind makes it believe that it's not concave and is actually poking out.
Do it with multiple light sources. Do it with
You have multiple light sources towards the moon?
do it with multiple angles of light.
Right.
And then
there.
we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. If
You
you're
have that
looking
in the moon?
If you're looking
Absolutely.
at the moon, yes, if you're looking at the moon, the sun can arrive at the surface at different angles at different times. If you also look across the surface of the moon, not just at one spot on the moon, the shadows in one place and the shadows in a different place at the same time can give you a relationship between that change in angle. A concave surface would not give you the same relationship as a convex surface.
You would not be able to tell. Check out the videos I just posted and then come talk to me.
Right, I just talked to you.
No, go look at the videos. Go look at the videos I just posted.
We're gonna make some noise now because some other child wants to do that while somebody's talking.
Yeah, I said go look at the videos, then come talk
I
to me.
understand, but you don't get to just talk over people just because it hurts your feelings, right?
Nah, they ain't hurting my feelings. You watch the video first, then come talk to me.
I already have. I mentioned twice now. I've already seen those videos. So if you want a third time, me telling you, I just told you a third time.
Here's what happens in the first video.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Why is this guy allowed to do this here?
Hold on. Jeez, man. In that first video, it shows multiple angles. It does a 360 with the thing in question. So it actually gives you way more angles than what the sun gives us to the moon or from the moon, reflection or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? It gives you a far more comprehensive view of how your eyes can be fooled.
Great. Now, when you look at the shadows across that surface, Actually, the thing that makes this work in particular, the one with the Einstein face, is because that material allows light that's hitting it from the other side to also be the shadows that are on the other side of the surface to also be visible on the opposite side.
What
That's
material
what
is the
makes this
moon made
illusion
of?
work the best.
Okay,
Now,
what material is the moon made of?
Rock.
How
yeah,
do you know that?
we'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm
get there,
no,
but
I'm
I
done.
hadn't actually
That
finished.
was it. Thank you.
Right. We'll get there, but I hadn't actually finished what I was saying. So when you look at the shadows
Whatever you need to get
along that surface,
Damn.
from
So
which
that big ass
direction?
pause that he
Uh,
had and was able to actually say a
what the fuck,
conversation.
dude?
Yeah,
What
no,
the
no, hold
fuck are
on.
you doing?
You
What are you
said,
doing? Why are you
my
talking?
gosh,
Why
dude.
are you?
Because you just said that that you weren't finished speaking, but he was in the middle. He actually was able to give a full sentence, and then you say, "Well, hold on, I wasn't done." Come on, dude.
Okay, Doofus needs to stop yelling. This is ridiculous. You need to stop name calling. Everybody needs to stop yelling, talking, and egging people on. It's ridiculous and it is not pleasant to listen to. So, can we please try again?
Jerry.
Is it possible that maybe I can finish what I was saying? Or is it only my fault that everybody else is talking over me?
Okay. Okay, but playing the victim in this situation doesn't help either, right? So, if you want to make a statement, continue.
Okay, but who is the person that you called out? Was it me, the person that got interrupted? Or
Okay,
was it somebody else who did the interrupting? Who's the person that got called out in this context?
Does it matter? Doesn't matter. Is it gonna win you a prize?
All it does is divert the conversation away into this childish conversation. That's all this does.
Okay, so back to the moon shadow thing.
Bacon, hang on. Doofus is muted.
Make mod, he would have got kicked. Come on, man. You can't yell like that.
They need to go to gyms.
But it's
You
always
guys need to all go to gyms.
It doesn't
Okay, but it's
matter
always
what
the
anyone
person.
does to you. It doesn't matter what anyone does to you. You can't do what you're doing, man.
Why can't you guys just go to gyms?
Okay, listen very carefully. It's always the person that's being called out is the person that got interrupted. That's correct, right?
Doing
Please, dude.
If
No,
you, we're gonna do the list thing then. Okay, I guess I'll start moderating. Okay.
Redford Bear very clearly just said that you need to stop screaming and cussing and calling people names. And that part of it is completely accurate. You've been doing it for hours. I've personally asked you to stop 5 times.
And everyone needs to stop interrupting when somebody's talking.
That's also correct, yes. But like, what I don't understand if you, why don't you guys just go to another server though? If like we're so stupid and you just want to talk to each other and circle jerk globe ideas and then scream at flat earthers, then why be here?
Circle jerk.
I'm just waiting to get 2 cents worth in, but I'll wait till you calm down.
Like I put my headphones down and I still have to hear just screaming and cussing with my headphones on my desk, dude. It's pathetic.
Right. If everybody else could calm themselves down so they don't interrupt people. Now, if you look at the shadows on the
Did
surface
it
of the
again.
moon, thanks, Rakia. Jesus Christ. So when you look at the shadows on the surface of the moon, on one side of the moon and on the other side of the moon, the whole face of the moon, with the direction the light source is hitting that surface, you can draw a relationship between those shadow lengths and the direction of that light source and come to a complete conclusion that it is definitely a convex surface and not a concave one.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck, bro. You definitely cannot scream if you get interrupted. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. You can't fucking do that. I don't give a fuck.
Right. Is it that I scream
Did you want
the first time I get interrupted, or is it,
it ain't a
thanks.
debate.
Yeah, obviously it's your turn to talk, right?
This ain't a
He's
debate.
gonna
It is my
scream over
turn.
you.
Yo, this ain't a debate, dude. You're muted. This isn't a debate. Just don't. If somebody interrupts you, you can't just scream over them. Please, man. Come on, guys. And let's try not to interrupt too.
There's the lecture you guys keep asking for, so you can ignore it.
All right. Does it happen the first or second time that I get interrupted? No, it happens the third time, doesn't it?
I don't care if you get interrupted 100 times, bro. You can't scream.
This has been like 10 hours of this. How many times did he get to question y'all and like blame somebody else, man?
He's gonna keep talking about his feelings this whole time, guys. Get back to the convo.
Please.
So where are we at on Shadows on the Moon?
Yeah.
Who's
Was
next?
I think Terry. Did Terry have something he wanted to say?
No, I'm just waiting for the conversation to get back to Shadows.
Yeah, where are we at with Shadows on the Moon?
Yeah, you're assuming that there is a shadow, light hitting it, and there's a shadow being caused by the light. So that's your assumption. I mean, you have no idea what's happening up there.
Okay.
You can assume it
The
ain't.
shadows on the moon look exactly like the shadows on the moon look exactly like any other shadow on any other object that you have ever seen in your lifetime. So
Which is not an
right
assumption.
now what you just did is called special pleading.
Bob said we didn't have to validate it, and I think that sounds very scientific. So remember, Bob was like, "Yo, we don't have to validate it," and I was like, "Damn, that's mad scientific." When he said that,
It looks like it, therefore it is. There you go.
Well, it makes sense a little bit, right? Like you can like say it happens this way, so we can assume it happens that way on the moon. We're using the sun, but you can't say it's definitely that, and it can't be anything else. I mean, come on.
You can we need evidence of something else. Yeah.
You can say it, but you just sound unscientific.
oh,
Right,
the
but we
science
need
guy
evidence
is
of something else.
Bob, the science guy said we didn't need to validate it. It was like 20 minutes ago, so we're good. That's science right there. Pseudo science.
Pseudo. I like it.
The silence, I'll say. Go ahead, Terry.
No, that's all right. I was just trying to remember where the conversation was before we were talking about the shadows. Wasn't it to determining what something is a shape or something to do with
perception and perspective and all that? That's the whole thing about the moon shadows too. Like your eyes, what you see, what you perceive can be fooled so easily up close within feet, right? You can't say you know what's going on there. You just can't. That is not scientific. That's not logical. You need to address everyone's, way of thinking on this because it could be that. Like you could be totally wrong. Everyone could be wrong. So I think the moon is a sphere, right? I film it all the time. It looks like a sphere. It looks solid to me. And it looks like it has shadows. But all three of those, I know for a fact I could be wrong about, right? Like, for a fact, easily. It could be concave, it could be flat, it could be a disc, it could be, it could be blocked out by something else. Like, it doesn't even have to be round.
Right. And then when we're evaluating the possibility that it is something else, all we need is evidence in support of those other possibilities.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah, show us. We're waiting.
All I've got is the moon is convex in appearance. The shadows do exactly what a convex object should do, and I can bounce a radio wave off of it.
And we can parallax it.
Oh yeah, that
bounce a radio wave off of it.
Then we can land on it.
All right, which one you want to do? Which one you want to do first?
I don't know. I like the ham radio EME bouncing a signal off of it and coming back.
Okay, and then what? Then what?
Well, let's not move on too fast.
About 2.5
so
seconds later.
Okay. So I'm the ham operator. I send out a signal. It's a pulse, right?
Whatever you want to key in on, yeah.
It's a ham radio. Isn't that a pulse frequency?
Depends on
Like,
how you. That depends on how you key a signal up there. It really depends how you want to send it.
So how do they send it then?
It's multiple. Whatever
okay,
you want to do, man.
calm down, doofus. It's okay. So we're gonna do it all ways, right? All different ways. We're gonna send that from my house, my backyard, my ham radio signal antenna. It's really tall. I go send it to the moon, and it comes back to my receiver, to my same antenna.
You're going to want to use something directional, but yeah.
The signal that I send out comes back in 2-point-something seconds, you said?
About 2.5, yeah.
And I receive it with the same antenna.
Yeah.
That makes no sense, man.
Why?
I mean, how broad is this band?
How what?
How broad is the signal?
How broad is the signal? Depends
Yeah,
on
it
your
has
antenna.
Okay. So the normal ham antenna that's sending out a pulse.
There is no normal ham antenna.
So
You
do
can
all of
have
them
all
receive
kinds
it
of
back?
different antennas.
Okay, do all the antennas send out a signal to the moon and receive it, or just some of them?
You'd be way better off using a directional antenna. In fact, I don't know of an omnidirectional antenna that can do it.
Then let's just use that directional antenna. How wide are they?
Depends. There are different models, man.
Are we talking about waveform for the
Yeah.
signal?
I mean, we're sending out a pretty definite signal going towards the moon. When it reflects back somehow off the surface of the moon, right, at the right angle, comes back and my directional antenna receives it. How much is coming back? Like, how wide is the signal coming back?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit wider, actually a ton wider, but I mean, it's going to come back to you. You're going to receive it 2.5 seconds later. And the fun fact is, if you point your directional antenna somewhere the moon isn't, it doesn't come back to you. So clearly the moon has something to do with it.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that. Let's stick to the topic, but you understand where I'm going, right? How much energy are we sending out and getting back, and how? I mean,
They did it with like 13 kilowatts or something originally, and then it came back some milliwatts. It was tiny.
13 kilowatts and receive back milliwatts to the same antenna.
No, they were separated by a few miles.
So now it's not the same antenna.
Well, I'm maybe talking about a different experiment than Doofus is, right?
Well, then maybe let's finish up with
is.
Doofus. Let me finish up with Doofus then. Because what you're talking about makes more sense. But let's let Doofus give a fair shot to make sense to me, because it doesn't. I've operated ham radios. I've never sent signal to the moon, but I have operated a ham radio. I have a friend that has one, blah, blah, blah. Kind of get it, right? I have UHF, whatever. Sending it from a source and receiving it back at the same source. Yeah. Do you understand my dilemma, Doofus?
Sorry,
No.
I meant Venus. My bad, Venus.
Yeah. That's a lot farther than the moon.
Yeah, it was like 40-something million kilometers, something.
Yeah, we're only
Fine,
talking about a
minutes,
couple seconds, 2-point-something seconds. I understand the speed. I'm actually cool with that. But I'm even in 2 seconds, you're talking about having to be pretty broad, right? I don't know how broad. Do you?
Why? 2.5 seconds, the moon hasn't really gone hardly anywhere in terms of what direction it's in from you.
But you're reflecting it off of a sphere, and it's coming back to your receipt, and it's coming back from where you sent it from, off of a sphere through all.
Yeah, it doesn't only arrive at your location. If If
Yeah,
you
I
told
got
somebody
you. So
else,
now
I'm
I'm at.
going to send, if you told somebody else, I'm going to send at this frequency, and that person is located hundreds of miles away from you, they'll hear it too.
That's what I was asking. How wide? So now you're saying the receipt, the millimeter, the whatever, the low signal coming back is hundreds of miles wide now, coming back
At
from the
least.
sphere,
Yeah.
At least.
reflecting
Absolutely.
back from the sphere moon. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, doofus. Yeah, I got you, Bob. I mean,
You know, we do those
doofus.
all the time, right? So you're
I
arguing
understand
against
you
something
do.
that's
Yeah,
done all the time.
yeah. That's why I'm asking questions. If you don't mind, I'm asking doofus. I got your point, Bob. I can just wiki that. The moon's a rock. It reflects things back like we can do all the time here on Earth. Send out a signal.
Yeah, we do
reflect
Earth bounces all the time.
reflect it back off of spherical rock.
Absolutely.
250,000 miles away, back to the same receiver.
Can be, yeah. Or you can do it to the next town or the next continent. Absolutely, that's done all the time, and there are hundreds of videos on
Heard
YouTube
you.
showing people doing it.
I heard you, but I was asking Doofus things, and I'm not sure why you're jumping in. Doofus is fully capable. I think he deals with all this, right?
Go right ahead, Doofus.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Doofus. Bob is okay with you answering the direct questions I had for you. Hundreds of miles now. That's how wide?
At least.
So maybe more?
Yeah. People have heard people bouncing stuff off the moon from hundreds of thousands of miles away, well, or thousands of miles. I don't mean to say hundreds of thousands, but yeah.
Yeah, from hundreds of thousands, well, 250,000 miles away, but thousands of miles wide coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a problem. I don't know why you're having an issue with that.
I'm not having an issue. I'm just asking. I'm looking for the truth, and you're telling me now that it's not only receiving from the same antenna that sent out the signal, but it's thousands of miles wide coming back, but really weak, and other people can receive it as long as they know the frequency you sent it out on.
Yeah, this is not new information.
All right. So it should have been really easy to say thousands of miles if it's not new.
Can you do angular triangulation when you receive signals back from the single source?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, do you have to aim at a certain part of the moon? Depending on where it is in your sky, or you just pointed at the moon? Like, just that alone. It's reflecting, right?
You aim it at the center of the moon.
Yeah. Why would you aim it at a different part of the moon? The moon's only half a degree wide.
So right at the center.
Of course.
Yep. They actually, I've seen them use telescopic gun sights on it to do it.
Yeah,
and the people that receive it, is there a certain distance from the source of the transmission that they can receive it?
They have to be on the hemisphere that sees the moon.
Right. I mean, I don't think it gets a lot weaker as it glances near the terminator of where the moon can be seen. But I mean, obviously.
Yeah, but there'd be a certain distance away from the source of the signal that a person can receive it.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is if you point towards the center of the moon, you can send out a signal and receive it back. And many people can receive it back. Okay, I got what you're saying. And you're saying if you aim away from the moon, you don't receive the signal. But wouldn't that happen if you're like, would that happen any other way?
I don't know. You're asking the question.
Yeah, I'm asking someone who's more knowledgeable. That's why I'm asking.
What's your question?
Like
would it happen?
Would what happen?
Well, what y'all are saying is you're aiming at the center of the moon. If you don't aim at the center, you don't receive the signal back. Is there another reason for that?
No.
Just that.
Why would there
Right.
be?
There's nothing to
So
reflect
it's,
off.
I got you. So but they reflected off the ionosphere, but it's a different signal, right? It's a different rate.
You use a higher frequency. You don't want to be lower than 30 megahertz.
Because that would bounce off the ionosphere, right?
I mean, it's probably, if you go straight up, not going to be completely reflected, but that's irrelevant because you don't want it to reflect anyway, so you use something higher than 30 megahertz.
Right. So it goes straight through and hits the moon and comes straight back. It doesn't get deflected off by any of the atmospheric conditions that are up there.
Any of those are going to be significantly less than the 2.5 seconds you're waiting for the signal to come back.
When you broadcast it to the center of the moon, it can be received by any place that can see the moon.
Right. Okay.
So more than thousands of miles.
No.
Thousands is thousands.
Multiple thousands. Yeah. So we've gone from hundreds to multiple thousands on this easy to understand project. All right,
Yeah,
fair
it's
enough.
very easy to understand. You shoot at the center of the moon, and if you can see the moon, you can receive that signal back. But it'll take 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, maybe I was asking the wrong person.
I mean, it's the same thing I said earlier.
Right, you said 100, and then you said hundreds. Now it's
Right.
multiple thousands.
From what I recall, from when I did this back in the day, if I
Gotcha.
told somebody that was hundreds of miles away, they definitely could receive the signal that I sent.
That's what I said. Maybe I should have asked someone else because Bob seems to know it's multiple thousands for sure, easily.
It's anywhere you can see the moon.
Right. I'm just giving you my personal experience with it, which happens to be somebody who had been a few hundred miles away could also receive that signal.
You ever done it?
Who, me? I just said so.
I didn't hear that. You said you've done it and someone else received it.
Yeah.
What frequency did you send out?
See, I wasn't the ham. I was just the person that was doing the keying, so I don't remember the exact frequency. I don't know. What is that?
Thanks.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know his frequency. I don't know. If I had to guess, it's like 160 or something. I would know. I wouldn't have any idea.
I've not done it personally, Rakia, but I'm going to be doing it. When I'm part of my measurement of the distance to the moon, I'll be doing an Earth-Moon Earth bounce from the backyard.
Seems like you could aim at a different portion of the moon and someone that's not seeing the moon could receive it. That signal's going everywhere.
What?
It's reflecting
How
now.
would can't see the moon receive the signal?
Yeah.
Well, if you
have to see
aim
the
not
moon.
at the center.
It doesn't matter. You'd
How
still
about
have
the
to see
same
the moon.
way?
I
How
mean,
about
that's
the
a
same
sphere.
we're getting these radio. Hold on. Do you guys not remember what we talked about earlier when you said they were shooting radio waves and it was going over the curve because of diffraction? Why could that not happen with this?
It has
You're
to
aiming
do
at
with
the
the
moon.
frequency.
Yeah, if you're aiming at the moon, you're not aiming at close to the horizon.
Okay, but then the shit's gonna bounce back, right, to Earth.
Yeah.
No.
It's going to bounce back from the moon. You have
To
to be
Earth.
able to see the moon.
Yeah, so it's
Seems
gonna
like
bounce back to the moon, bounce back from the moon to Earth, and then it's gonna diffract over the curve in some spots, and people that can't see the moon are gonna be able to see this, get this signal,
No.
no?
No.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, at best, you're going to get roughly 50% because the moon's close enough of the surface of the Earth will be able to receive that signal.
Yeah, and then it's gonna diffract over a little bit, right?
No, roughly
Over to the
because
other side.
from the moon you
No.
can't see 50% of the surface of the Earth.
But the waves are gonna refract over to places where the
All right. How many times do we have to say no?
we just
They
talked
don't
about this
refract.
earlier.
They don't refract through the
Diffract.
ionosphere because they're a different frequency of radio wave, and they're aimed at a
Diffract.
different location.
Defract with a D.
Yeah. Refract.
No, I'm talking about diffraction. They were saying, weren't you guys saying earlier radio waves are diffracting over the horizon, so people that didn't have line of
Refracting.
sight
No, he said diffraction. So you're just
Oh my
wrong.
god!
Right.
I said D with a
earlier
D.
conversation.
Yeah, research. You're just wrong per usual. So stop interrupting him to be wrong.
Right, what's it? They were saying this happened earlier when you shot the
Yes.
radio waves at the horizon. They diffract, and people on the
Yeah.
opposite side. Now they're saying that can't happen because they're coming back from the moon somehow.
All right. Did you miss what I said a moment ago, Jeremy, where I said the moon's close enough so you can't see 50% of the surface of the Earth from the moon, but perhaps, and not off the cuff calculations that I don't even have the math for right now. 50% of the surface of the Earth could possibly receive that signal. Again, from the moon, you cannot see 50% of the surface of the Earth.
I heard that.
Okay.
But then the signal would hit the Earth's surface and diffract around.
That's why you guys missed it 3 times. Oh my God.
It wouldn't diffract now when it's coming back to the Earth and gets.
If you can't see 50% of the surface of the Earth from the moon, but I said that it might be possible that 50% of the surface of the Earth could receive the signal, what am I suggesting?
Hold on.
Oh,
Are you
some
sure
of it
we
is
can't see?
diffract.
Are you sure we can't see 50% of the Earth from the moon? Because I mean, did you see the moonshots from the Apollo mission? It looked like
Yes,
we were
I'm
plenty
sure,
far away
Jeremy.
enough. It looked like we were plenty far away enough to see half the Earth. You're tripping.
How far away do you
Okay.
have to be to see half the Earth?
Yeah, that's a
I
good
don't know,
question.
but did you see how small the
Infinity?
Did you see how small the Earth was in that Apollo shot where they caught the Earth?
You'd still have to be an infinite distance away to see a full 50% of the Earth. Anything short of that is less than 50%.
Ignoring refraction.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do that. Or diffraction.
They could
Wow.
definitely see
Space
almost.
refraction? Wow. Holy, you people are so deluded. Space
Thanks,
refraction? Oh my
mean,
God.
No one said space refraction.
Nobody said
Talking about
anything
being on the
about
moon.
space refraction.
We were talking about being on the moon.
Right. The light
Is
still
that in
enters the Earth's
space?
atmosphere and refracts, right?
All the way through space.
No, no one said that. That's you being a dickhead.
Well,
No
buddy,
one said
we have to. The light has to get to us on the moon to see.
Not a good start.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're claiming
No
that
one
what we
said.
see on the moon is refracted from the Earth through
No
space.
one said space refraction. No one said that.
How do I get the special tag where I can call people names? That's what I want.
Yeah, the Globers just always call names. They're like super toxic.
Well,
I'll call you a
don't
name
fucking
if you
straw
want,
man us.
Rakia.
Don't straw man us.
I'm just gonna start timing you out, by the way, because I've already been
Please don't
given
call
the green light
names.
to do that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
What's
sure
that?
moments ago that not moments, hours ago, Rocky was calling people degenerates. And that's, I mean, this is the conversation.
You did call him a degenerate. I actually remember that one. Let's just not call names, guys, please. No interrupting, no name calling. Come on.
It's not just Globers.
You going to moderate while you're in the conversation, Witsit?
Yeah, that's poor form.
Yeah, if you constantly interrupt and cuss and insult and throw personal attacks, you're gonna get timed out. Period.
Yeah, if anyone calls me
Everybody in the
Australian gets
conversation.
timed. Yeah, anyone that calls me Australian gets timed out.
Because you guys, the more we just ignore it, the more you guys do it.
Okay. Don't straw man us. We're good.
You said that we could be on the moon, and what we're gonna see from the Earth is gonna vary based on refraction, which means the light has to come all the way to us through space.
Pay attention to the conversation. We were talking about how much of the Earth you could see, whether you could see 50%, and we said what distance do you need to be, and both Bob and I said infinity, and then I said, oh well, you could see a little bit more with refraction, as in the light enters the Earth's atmosphere, bends around, and you can see a little bit more. No one mentioned space refraction. No one mentioned space refraction.
We can see a little bit more from space, out in space.
Right, but no one mentioned space refraction.
Well, I mean,
Do you understand?
to see it from out in space, then the light has to get you through space.
And Ruif is
the light enters the atmosphere and bends. It doesn't bend in space.
But it has to come back all the way to you through space.
It doesn't bend in space. Do you understand?
You're not going to respond to what I said. Yeah, it has to come all
it's
the
not
way
space
to
refraction.
you in
Right.
space.
Right, and it bends in the atmosphere, correct?
And then what does it do?
Just travels in a straight line.
Okay. So does it straighten out the curve, or does it curve and then keep curving?
No, Earth is still curved.
So
But you can see the effect of that You can see the effect of that during a lunar eclipse when the moon turns red.
All right, I'm back to disengaging. You guys are fine. Just to clarify,
Run
you guys are
away.
claiming that the
Run
light is
away.
curving on the Earth's atmosphere, and then
Yes,
it's
it does.
leaving the Earth's atmosphere, and then it's going hundreds of thousands of miles out into space, and you see the product of the curving.
Yes, very good. You're
Yeah, you're
catching on.
crushing, man. You're crushing.
Yep, run away.
If you think that makes sense, please go for it.
Yeah. It makes sense that we can see the light, yes.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be seeing curving light as it gets all the way through space. It would be
Nobody
straight. It
said
wouldn't
you
be
It curves
curving.
as it leaves the atmosphere. It curves in the atmosphere, and that's been explained to you a number of times.
What's
Are
it
you
do once it leaves the atmosphere?
goes straight?
Okay, so then when you receive it, it's going to be straight.
Yeah.
Oh,
after it has curved some. It's difficult about this.
Yeah, it's
We're in
already
violent
it
agreement.
curved at the start, and when it kicked out of the atmosphere, it goes straight from there.
okay. So then
So that was a
you're
long
going
time
to
ago.
have it be straight when you receive it. So what you see is going to be straight.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Right? Still doesn't
I
change the
feel
fact
like you
that
get
it's
it, but I
in
also
the
feel
Earth's
like you don't
atmosphere.
get it.
Yeah,
He really
could be.
struggles with that, Ruif, but
Yeah.
he'll get it eventually.
I'm going to start timing you out. I want you guys to know because I know that you
Okay,
come
time
here.
me
Now
out,
you're
fuckhead.
muted because I'm talking.
I thought you were
Now
leaving.
you're muted because I was talking. So this is what I'm saying. Like, oh, you're in a conversation, you can't do it. Well, no, that's not the rule that I'm going to abide by until I don't have to take my mod powers because what ends up happening is no other mods do anything. They just sit here and then they just go crazy, interrupting, insulting, ha ha ha, constantly insulting personal attacks in the middle of people talking. And it's just there's no way that I'm going to continue to come here while Ruhif research flat like old grown men are going to come here and do that every day. So you guys need to grow up.
Right,
Zero
Gio,
to
do you think
55.
it's appropriate? Gio, do you think it's appropriate for someone in the conversation to be also moderating and threatening their mod powers on everyone?
You
I
interrupt.
don't think it's appropriate.
You
Yeah,
interrupt.
because you threaten mod powers, and that's a childish thing to do.
No,
right?
I
So
didn't.
don't do that. I'm asking Gio's opinion. Gio, what's your opinion on a moderator moderating a conversation they are in?
Well, there's no set guideline that a moderator can't moderate as needed. So it's not a set rule that you can't mod your own conversation. However, it can be problematic if someone is misusing it or using it in threats or something like that. So
I believe he was threatening it. I don't know whether you were
Well,
listening
this is what
before.
actually happened. This is what actually happened. For the last 2.5 hours, the Globers have nonstop insulted and interrupted for literally
keep
over
calling
2
us
hours.
liars.
See, he's doing it right now. He's
Yeah,
literally
you
in the
keep
process
calling
of
us
doing
liars.
it right now. Right? And so it's like I haven't in any way muted anyone. I haven't done anything. So what's happened? No mods have done it for me. So then they just keep doing it. So then I'm in a situation where I have to mute them or let them just keep doing it. Right? So that's what happened. That's what actually happened.
Well, if you want to allow that, Gio, I mean it's your server, man.
Yeah, don't call us liars, and we won't interrupt, and we won't ad hom or anything.
I never
Won't
called
insult.
anyone a liar.
Oh, let's type liar into the search box, shall we?
Oh, so now it's about what's going on in the
Gaslighting.
chat.
From
Yeah, gaslighting is one of those
Wixit.
popular words too.
Now it's about
From
going on in the
Wixit.
chat, right? So like I was beginning to speak, you interrupted me in voice, and now you want to go see if I said something to someone else in the chat about how they were
Oh,
lying.
here we go. Let's
Well,
go back
actually,
a few
Witsit,
hours.
if
This
you're
is
saying
why
it
I
in
can't even
chat,
mute. You
you're
guys are
doing
just
it here
chill.
too. We
You're
could
just
just
fucking chill.
document it in chat.
See,
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. Back to the chat thing, right? So
Right.
I was calmly responding, and then you all three interrupted with personal insults in the middle of me talking, and it was the 5th consecutive interruption.
That wasn't a personal insult, Austin. What I said was we have it documented in chat, and you're doing it in voice chat as well. But
I
we're
wasn't
just
talking
showing
about.
Gio
I
that you're
wasn't.
doing it in chat too.
I wasn't talking about that. So then you respond with something that wasn't. You see what I'm saying? It's completely time consuming and a waste of time. But there's the option. So yeah, this is all a waste of time. It's all boring. It's all stupid. But the only
leave.
other option is he's interrupting again. You can't control yourself. You people
Then
shouldn't be
leave.
allowed
You
on the
said you
internet.
wanted to leave. Leave.
You
All right.
see, like it's
Yeah, hold
just
on.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. I was
Sorry,
just going to tell a story.
I did interrupt.
Yeah,
I want you to check that video out. I won't share it, but go ahead and check it out. The one I just put in the live stream. It's really good.
I'll put it in my watch queue.
Yeah, I will too.
Is the Mandela effect?
No.
Oh, not that one.
Dude, I want to talk more about the Mandela. Like,
yeah, we were really getting into it the other night there, huh?
I know, dude. I was more just listening. Like, that was ripping, dude. That was awesome, man. I had some thoughts. It was kind of going, and then like I think like somebody like abruptly changed the topic, and then it never went back to it. But
it's a triggering topic.
If you guys want to talk about Mandela, I'll probably either leave or be quiet because I don't think that there's any Mandela.
Yeah,
they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I did.
It's a burning topic.
I have my thoughts on it too. Yeah, it is very interesting. But Platypus, yeah, you're going to say something. Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about like the nature of our existence and whether or not we have like good and evil inside of us, and like kind of just why aren't they just killing us all, and is there a battle for our souls? And I wanted to share something that happened to me in the last couple months. Like the last time I brought up, well, I'm not even going to say that, but I had a friend pass away right after Thanksgiving. It was really shitty, and I've had a lot of friends die, and family members too, and like I've had dreams about them and sort of their situation in the afterlife, mostly within about a month after they pass. And this most recent friend, I had a dream about 40 days after. It was like late December, and basically just got some crazy confirmation that a lot of people are just waiting. They're just waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for, but they're waiting. They're all there in this place. I'm not going to go through like all the gnarly details, but it was quite a life-changing experience as far as dreams go. You know, I have like your normal everyday dreams, your teeth falling out dreams, your flying dreams, but this was like a really, really intense one. I get the goosebumps just talking about it. And yeah, that's all I wanted to share. Is really, I think that the whole who are we question and what's the point and what's up with souls. We only have less than like 10% of the data. There's a whole nother thing that happens after we die here. And yeah, I think even when we die, we'll probably have more questions about all these things.
Do you think there are some people or some groups that are privy to that information of what happens, and we're getting like a filtered down version?
I think they think that they know, but they're just talking with fucking dumbass demons.
Yeah.
Because I've had friends die in like violent ways, very abrupt ways. I've had family members commit suicide, and like, you know, what I dreamt about matched with what like happened to them. Like the suicide didn't know they didn't even know they were dead. They were like in this state of like an endless dream where they're just like constantly confused, like with the memory of a goldfish, you know, in this nowhere zone, this in between, dude. People that died suddenly, like not necessarily their fault, you know, like car accident or whatever. They were chilling. They're like, yeah, it's all good. Like, I'm just waiting now.
Yeah, most of the times when I have dreams about deceased people, it's as if like the dreams are as if they never died, and it's just like this everyday like occurrence. Like, yeah, we're just hanging out, or you know, talking about some stuff. We're at work, or you know, it's more like that for me when I dream about deceased people. So I don't know if that kind of means that, you know, they're
they're kind of still here, still kind of just doing the same things that they used to do every day?
I think there's three categories. I think there's people that are partially still here, and for reasons that are not clear to me. I think that there's people that go to a very cool fucking waiting place where like they're comfortable and they're at rest, but the journey's not over and they know this and they are patiently awaiting the next step. And I think that there are people who die and are in extreme torment, like a nightmare that never ends. That's kind of what I think. Because
I
I
know
have
some.
What was the
Yeah,
first
I know some.
category?
The first category is there are some people that don't pass on fully. Like I would call it like the in between. Like
What are they waiting for?
I've had a very close family member who lived with me commit suicide, and I had some super gnarly dreams about them. Basically, like the gist of the dream was they didn't know they were dead and they were trapped in this in between. And at the time, directly after they passed, I had a lot of spooky shit happening in my house. Doors slamming, pictures flying off the bookshelf, fucking. And to me, it wasn't like get out or like any spooky, like it wasn't like a horror film. It was like somebody fumbling in the darkness. Somebody striving desperately to cling to to something familiar. To try and get help. That's literally the vibe that I got from it. And I'm not a psychic, dude. I'll admit I've had some fucking creepy ass stuff happen to me that I can't explain in the purely physical reality that we understand, but that was the vibe. That was the gist that I got.
Heavy stuff.
Yeah,
dude. I have a lot of respect for the deceased. I'm constantly praying for them. I'm praying for everybody. I try to pray for every single person in the world all the time, but it's really hard. It's easy to forget.
There's a lot of people. One of the things I used to do is like I try to remember like at least just like my neighborhood. You know, I always bring up the neighborhood because I mean if the neighborhood's good, then you know it's gonna pass on to the next neighborhood and so on and so on.
Yeah, I think that our conscious, like aiming our consciousness, works really well. I'm not talking about like The Secret or like, what do they call it? I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the law of attraction. I'm not talking about the law of attraction or The Secret. I'm talking about like, not necessarily aiming your consciousness, but maybe aligning your consciousness with like pure truth and what the outcome of pure truth is. Like sometimes the truth hurts, guys, right? You know, but aligning yourself with pure truth will always result in a better outcome for your soul. That's what I believe. But I don't know if you guys really want to keep talking about this or not. I know, Gio, you said you wanted to talk about the Mandela effect, and I've got that locked and loaded right now. If you want to go down that rabbit hole.
I think I brought up the Mandela effect because I saw a post. I was looking for a dude's post in the voice chat. I think he said he put something on the voice chat, and then I went to look for it, and I didn't see it. But I saw the Mandela effect, so I kind of brought that up in the live stream text. Is that the live stream text?
I'm not sure. I'm not looking at it right now.
New perspective. Okay, I see new perspectives post now. Now I must have been way back.
Yeah, maybe.
I think I was in the wrong text. Yeah, my bad. But I see new perspectives post. the Bible does not talk about God. Okay. And then Close Encounters. The Mandela effect, is that the butterfly effect thing?
No.
Is that Nelson Mandela?
Yeah, that's what it's referencing. It's referencing either like a glitch in the timeline or a mass misremembering that a lot of people have. And then there's all these different they call them Mandela effects that different changes from media or the Bible or a song or whatever.
Right.
Anatomy,
So,
geography.
so like all right, so I had this, like, I've always had deja vu. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I had deja vu. I still have deja vu, and like, I don't know. I never read this anywhere, but I just try to apply my own thinking to what deja vu is, and it's like my brain confusing long term or short term memory for long term. So it's something that happened in that moment, and my brain confuses it as something that happened long ago. Is that kind of like Mandela effect, or could that be?
I have no idea what that is.
But yeah, I think in essence, like, deja vu is your brain thinking uh, something that just happened long ago. Like short term memory and long term memory getting mixed up. But I see Mandela effect is something that is actually happening in order to deliver a desired outcome, or to erase or change like future outcomes. Like you're shown something maybe that happened long ago, and then you seen it back then, but then you see the same thing later on, and it's different, but you don't know why, or like a new generation sees it differently, so it almost gets erased from history.
Do you
Something like
smoke
that.
weed?
Sometimes.
I'm just curious. I'm smoking some weed right now. It's fucking 3 in the morning. I cannot sleep. I feel like I haven't slept in weeks. Slept in weeks.
Oh, yeah. It's only 1 o'clock for me.
Where are you, Hawaii or something?
Yeah.
Hawaii. I thought you said you were from Cali.
No, I was raised in California. Like I just moved here maybe in 2018.
Okay.
It wasn't a difficult adjustment.
What island do you live on? I got a buddy out there.
I'm on Oahu.
Okay, yeah, he is too. That's cool.
It's cool.
Yo, Gio, are you there? Fuck, dude, I was ready to fire up this Mandela shit.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm kind of like,
No, if you're busy, it's all good, dude.
um, on the Mandela. I mean, yeah, dude, it definitely seems real. I mean, I don't know. I guess New Perspective was saying earlier, like, what New Perspective? Are you saying it's not a real thing at all, or?
I think there's a reason for, if not the controllers themselves actually changing things literally to fuck with us, to get us detached from reality. They want to throw flat Earth in with like questioning reality, and just like there was even a conference out here in California called Question Everything, and they talked about Mandela effect, flat Earth. They want us to go to the VR, so they want this reality to seem like it's like nothing can be checked. There are no facts because Mandela effect might be in a separate timeline anyway. What does it matter if the Earth is flat? It's just Mandela effect changed by literal reality anyway. So why does it if we have like an objective reality that we all agree upon?
Was that like a multi-dimensional or two matter can exist in two places?
Well, yeah, they want to push the quantum. Everything's quantum. They want to push
different timelines,
multiple timelines, and people thinking that that's possible. Like it makes no sense that these media, little tiny media things would be changed, and not like huge things like your sister's not your sister. You have no sister now. All of a sudden, like I used to have a sister. Why don't I have a sister? It would be
that's
huge
too
changes.
obvious.
There's actual timeline changes.
Well, it's too obvious.
I don't like that whole because it's too confusing. Like I'm gonna just ignore the fact that me and a bunch of people remember something differently.
I'm not saying it's confusing. I'm saying it's literally a psyop, and they are actually changing things.
Name one thing that's not a psyop.
Truth.
Okay, so what's the truth about people misremembering shit? Are they just misremembering it, or did things actually change?
You can name one that I haven't heard of a good reason for, but I've looked into most all, and there's usually some reasonable like a parody was made, like Luke, I am your father. That became more popular, even though it was never said in the movie. People think they remember it from the movie because the parody of it became more popular than the line from the movie at that time. That's usually
I've literally seen the interview where James Earl Jones says the line in a movie.
I know.
He's misremembering it. The actor that played it.
Yeah,
so the one Mandela effect where the actor, yeah, exactly. That to me is too much. That the one Mandela effect where the guy that said the line is not misremembering it. He's just a part of the psyop. For me, that's like, you're right. You're right.
I'm saying it's not that the reality changed. That's not as good a reason as maybe this guy is said to say that. In fact, I think I saw that interview, and he thinks he remembers the line that way.
Well, wait, when did he redo it, or what? I don't.
There's an interview. There's like an Hollywood interview from the '90s where they're interviewing James Earl Jones, the guy that played Darth Vader.
Right.
And the interview is literally like, and you know the line, the famous line, and he's like, "Luke, I am your father." Like he says it. Like he doesn't even ask him to say like this. Yeah, dude. And just the idea that he's in on that. There's
could be.
So what was the original? What's the original line?
That's a more reasonable.
Yes, reasonable indeed.
More reasonable that timelines have changed and that movie is somehow like a glitch in the Matrix. That's more reasonable that he might have been. Maybe he misremembered it because he remembered the parody from it. But it's to think that would be a change in a timeline that like we all went into this other timeline where for change is ridiculous, literally.
Well, let me ask you this one thing. It's kind of a trippy thought. When you go to sleep every night and you're like knocked out, like, yeah, you have your dreams and whatnot, but we all like go unconscious. When you wake up, how do you know you're actually in the exact same reality?
Well, what do you mean?
my kids.
Your bed's
my,
still there. Your room looks the same, right?
my
Why would
kids
it be a different
screaming.
reality?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's kind of an open-ended question, and it could go in different ways. And I'm not trying to totally go down that road, but like, I'm just saying, like, what way do you have to verify that the reality that you're in right now is the same as it was in 1992? Or, you know, like, how do you know you're on the same timeline, I guess, is ultimately my question.
Well, because nothing's changed, you know. So I mean, if movie facts have changed, it'd be one thing, and they could have even filmed it twice. They could have released a copy of it for the theater, and then changed some of these things for the DVD release.
But they do.
For this very reason. Like that's how crazy these people are. We have psychopaths that want to control our reality. They change our literal history from, you know, some year on. They like erased our history, wrote it basically. I mean, they want to change little facts so that they can control the reality we live in and question the reality and think that our reality is not important because it could be a totally different timeline. So why worry about whether the earth is flat or whether there's any kind of objective reality? Because it works at the psyop. It's psychological. We know they have psychological fucking psyops running all the time. And this is one of them, I think. For sure.
Well, I think it's more like this. Like the Mandela effects were not what they changed. They are the effect of what was changed. No, I don't think any of them. I don't think any scientist was like, "Oh, we're gonna go back in time and we're gonna fucking take the braces off of the girl in the James Bond movie." I don't think that's what happened. I think that they were changing.
Evidence that it was changed literally. You can see cops were having braces. They did digital. There's a great one from Miles Mathis, and he says, "Am I saying that the controllers?"
I'm not going to take any more
white out over her braces and then put it in garage sales. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That happened, but there's copies with braces.
But
it doesn't make any sense.
That's not the Mandela effect. That's just a YouTube video. The Mandela effect is I saw the video on a VHS tape in the 90s and had a memory, remember very clearly for very distinct reasons, a very specific thing happening, and now it is different. And it's
not different. They digitally made it white. There's evidence. There's evidence that they actually altered it to make her without braces. It's not a Mandela effect. It's not a different change in reality. There's evidence that they literally changed that. You can see it. I'll show it to you.
Well, saying, I mean, yeah.
Like
just
a lot of
saying
people,
that something is a psyop is not going to keep me from
Believing
researching. From researching and like seeking truth.
I'm not saying don't look into it. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying what I found is that there's a reason for most of them that's rational, and a lot of times it's just something that is like, oh, they changed the name because of they went from one country to another, or they didn't have fruit in the Fruit Loops, so they couldn't use the word fruit. There's all kinds of reasons for these, and usually it's a mass misremembering because of parody or something that was said or like it's something that got passed around, and like I think we also share a consciousness. There is a consciousness, and once a certain amount of people remember it a certain way,
everyone else
we could even be affected by that mass misremembering without
the United States spends more on advertising, like almost by double than any other country in the world. And like I remember, like Saturday morning cartoons, every cartoon had commercials with action figures and toys and things like that. And there are schools of thought on how to advertise, and it's big money. And so this is a huge part on the conditioning of the minds of people from an early age. And to change one thing, I don't know. If one small little detail can create this change within the population, then I think that's pretty big. That's if it can do that. Because they've already done so much to get people to think in a certain way. So having to like changing one thing, one small little thing, is that going to really matter?
It's not. That's not what they're doing. They're not going back, like I said before, or I was trying to say before. They're not going back in time and changing the braces. What they're doing, in my opinion, what I speculate that they're doing,
I didn't say
is
they went
they're
back in time. I don't believe in time travel at all. By the way, just to make sure you know.
right.
Is trying to get you to question your reality.
Dude.
Sorry.
They're trying to change things, but they haven't been successful yet. And the things that they have changed have had like ripple effects, which we've only picked up a few of them, and we call them Mandela effects.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so you're saying they changed things that made other things change?
Yeah, like they
what
didn't
did
even know what they were changing.
What do you think they're literally changing?
I think that they were trying to so okay, this whole CERN, right? The idea is they're speeding up really, really small pieces of matter and just seeing what happens, right? So I'm thinking that if they are trying to somehow interact with time, either in, not our present time, either in the future or in the past, they start off by making that first contact in the smallest way possible so as to not fucking blow themselves up and collapse reality. And they're reaching out into the darkness and they don't know what it is that they're touching, scientifically speaking, right? With these experiments.
Is this kind of is this kind of like on the lines of like simulation?
Dude, I can't get a full thought out because you keep interrupting me, and I know I'm making a lot of pauses. No, I know that I have a lot of pauses, and so it seems like, but just give me. I'm a little stoned right now, so just give me that. That's cool.
You got it, brother.
That's cool. Thanks, man. I forgot what I was saying. I'm sorry. Fuck. My bad.
So I think you're describing the Mandela effect, and like it's
I
almost
remember
like
where I was.
it's an experiment.
You're gonna hate me,
starting
because
small.
I should leave because I think that the whole CERN tie-in is part of the psyop too.
No, I don't hate you, dude. No, you've exposed me to a bunch of shit that I didn't even know about, like the whole fucking people like swapping identities and stuff. Like I know that the psyops are fucking deep, and I know that it's very possible that this could be a psyop to just get people going off into another direction. But the amount of like I didn't when I first found out about this, it wasn't even called. Right? It wasn't called the Mandela effect. This was just this fucking like, holy shit, my Bernstein Bears books changed. Like then this thing called the Mandela effect popped up like 2 years later. And
don't get me wrong, like I have been like totally baffled by a lot of them, and I can't say I can explain all of them, or that I know that they're pushing it, and that's part. It seems like it has the signs of a psyop, and the tie-in with like losing our reality or just like disregarding reality and the importance of reality is part of, like, it would make sense that they would want that, because first of all, it makes us think that maybe they could control reality, CERN, or that gives like whatever power to them in a way. Also, it introduces the whole idea of quantum timelines, and the idea that we could like have different like possibilities, just like a choose your own adventure, which totally like opens up the idea that like, oh well, that's okay, we're comfortable with that, and we can just like live our reality in this virtual. We can just like not care about like whatever we do, we can just be like completely like unconscious of it, because it doesn't even matter. Our regular reality is fake anyway. So what I'm saying, it serves that whole like disengaging mindset.
So when you say you don't believe in time travel, do you believe it's possible for somebody to have a premonition of something that's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, I do, and I don't get that either. So maybe it's just lame.
So
I
this
don't.
is
I mean, I could be. I'm
the,
not saying I'm right about that. I just don't think that. It seems like
well,
there has to be like that would mean that like our past is like still continuing, like this very moment right now is gonna like exist even though it already doesn't exist.
yeah,
Why
dude,
would that?
it's super weird. So
So Platypus, do you think that this is that it's being done by them, quote unquote? Like you think it like that's what is that? What
I think it's technology mixed with some sort of like metaphysical phenomenon, similar to in a way where somebody can have a premonition of like, oh, I shouldn't go to work that day, and then like the fucking building catches on fire or something.
Yeah, don't get on that
There's
plane. I'm not getting on that plane.
There is a technological way, I believe, to replicate that effect. And if you can get pretty good at doing that using technology, you can, go forward and get information. Why can't you go backwards and implant information? Even implanting just a 1 where there should be a 0 in computer code will change quite a bit.
Well, it's a significant claim to claim that some beings or entities are doing it. Because that would be a huge thing to do. Like, dude, I have a look with the Berenstain Bears thing. I'm not saying I have a complete photographic memory in everything in life. Like, I'm not trying to claim like, oh, I have this, but I do have certain things that are photographic memories, and that is one of them. Like the Berenstain, like that is like it's like frozen into my mind that it absolutely was EIN just so strongly. So,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, for this to be happening, like, okay, let's just say back then their name was with an EI, and that means that would mean that there's like an entire reality in which those actual people that's what their name was, and it was on their birth certificate, and it was all these factors. You know what I'm saying? So to think that someone could have like a technology that could go back and change something, like to me, that's like you'd have to have like a God mode level. I think that's actually being done by the creator. Like I think it's not. I don't think it's any like Illuminati entity dues or anything like that. I think it's actually just it's like a feature of consciousness. Like it's actually built in, and I do think it has to do with timeline fluctuations.
Well, I've had 2 experiences with time change. I've had one experience where my dad and I lost about an hour, and it was fucking weird. It was during a drive. We were driving through the mountains, and a drive that normally takes 45 minutes. We got to the bottom of the mountain, having stopped not at all, and there had been like almost 2.5 hours gone by. Like we lost a little over an hour. And then the second one it's kind of a long story, but my grandfather passed away, and like visited my dad in a vision the night that he actually died. Like he was in the hospital for a couple of days, and he visited my dad, and he was dressed very like well, like he was going to go somewhere fancy, and my dad kind of didn't really pay much attention to it, but like he noticed that although my grandfather was well dressed, he was missing his belt. And my grandfather was like a cowboy, and so he had like a big ass belt buckle. And
sweet.
So my grandfather passes away. My dad is unable to go to the funeral because of like money issues. So they bury him. He's in the ground for a couple months. My dad finally gets to go out there to visit. The whole family gets together to go to the cemetery, and my dad decides to tell them the dream that he had. And then just casually mentions that, like, yeah, and it was kind of weird because he wasn't wearing his belt. And his sister-in-law starts bawling, freaking out, because during the funeral, it is custom in my family's religion, from that side of the family, that an in-law dresses the body. And she forgot to put his belt on him for his open casket funeral, and he went into the ground without his favorite belt, and she had been hiding the belt in a fucking shoebox in her closet. So before he's dead, he appears to my father in a vision, not wearing the belt. Then he dies, is dressed for the funeral. The belt is forgotten. He goes into the ground without the belt on. Like that to me was like time travel fucking, that was my intro to like, okay, so time is linear, but can also be experienced as like a circle overlapping the line in which you encompass like multiple, a portion of the line instead of just a point on the line, if that makes sense. I hope I explained that well.
Well, so I kind of like a loop within a loop. Maybe.
No, it's more like we experience time as a line or as a dot on a line. We can only experience one part of the line. But somehow, when my grandfather died, he was able to encompass like a circle on the line. So like a section of the line, an entire section. He is able to interact with that entire section of the line of time. Because how the fuck, he's either just died or he's not dead yet. He certainly isn't dressed for his open casket funeral, and he certainly isn't in the ground yet. He appears in the dream without the belt on. It's the only thing my dad really noticed from the dream. And then months later, it's revealed that he went into the ground without the belt on. And it's kind of a big deal, Like, when you're burying a loved one, you want it all to go right because it all just went so wrong. You just had someone taken from you. The least you can fucking do is, this was her husband's dad. Like she forgot to put, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
She felt terrible about it,
So is it possible though that I mean you can like almost like a puppet master. Like even though the creator, we're all doing our own things. We don't have any strings attached. But you can be shown things that.
Yeah, you can be shown. I think this was something that was shown because it wasn't just shown to me; it was shown to my entire family. Like this story,
but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a chunk of time that it happened, or like it never actually happened. It was just like it was just being shown, or
I have no idea what you just said.
Okay, so not like you're being shown. It's not actually something that actually happened. So it's not.
No, this actually happened.
Right.
No, this happened. This is all 100% eyewitness testimony. I was there the morning. I was there the morning after he had the dream. He told me about the dream, and I was there months later when he came home from the airport and sat me and my mom and my second oldest sister down and told us what happened, and we were just all floored. And I've heard my uncle retell the story. It's like a family legend, dude. It's beyond our understanding and beyond our reasoning. How is that possible? Not only was it like a confirmation that there is an afterlife and that there's consciousness after death, it was an affirmation that time is a fucking illusion, or we're just like similar to the way that we don't pick up ultraviolet light with our eyes. Like there's, we don't pick up the future and the past. We only experience the now. We're time locked.
That's kind of what I was bringing up about deja vu. Like yeah, like everyone has deja vu. I mean, I think a lot of people do, but I think some people have it more frequently than others. But not everybody says it. Like when it happens to me, it was like I stop in my tracks and like I just had major deja vu right now. And then I try to think past it and think about what's going to happen next, but it never pans out. Like I can't go beyond that like moment where I had deja vu and try to say I know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, well, there's the idea that time is not really linear. Ultimately, it's just experienced as such when you're like in a particular, like let's say if you're in a human body or you're in a particular, kind of stream of consciousness. There's also the idea that like consciousness, like, is reality really like physical and here forever, or is it something more of like a field that's being manifest that you're experiencing? Because if it's a field, I'm not really saying like simulation per se, but I'm just saying more like if everything is energy and it's all pulsating energy, it could create an experience to be very compelling that you're in a reality where there's like time and you're in the year 2023 and you're this person, this body and all that. And that's all like very real in its own way. But at the same time, if it's all a field of consciousness and of creation in that sense, then even though it could be very compelling that you're in that and you could have that experiential experience of that, is that the ultimate reality? And if it's not, then if the ultimate reality is more of like a field that can manifest in different ways, then there could be all kinds of different things that transcend the kind of materialistic viewpoint on things. And
No, I
I
know what you're saying.
They have
I know what you're saying.
And that like it has to work and be anchored in one particular way. Because if it's not that way, then actually it could be ultimately anything.
No, I looked up. I ended up. I heard this one song, and it was called "My UFO." It's a very catchy song, and it's like the dude's only recorded hit. And I mean, you probably never even heard, but it's called "My UFO." You look up the guy who wrote it, and he ended up disappearing in a desert in Arizona or something like that. But there's this line of thought that is kind of where you test people do think this way, and they try to test it, and one of the ways that they test it is by suicide, and it's failed suicide after another failed suicide after another failed suicide. It's almost kind of like Groundhog Day. And I think people do think in this manner to where like what is the reality? Am I on the right? Can I take a different path from this reality? And I think one of the ways that people do test it is through suicide, even though that is not deemed you're not going to get to meet the creator, if you go that route. But I think that is something that does happen. I mean, is this real? Am I going to go how do I defer from this reality? Can I go down a different reality? And one of the ways is that people think that they can do it, and so they do what they do.
So, Platypus, do you think that there's like multiple? Do you think it's possible that there could be multiple realities that are slightly different from each other? So, like, there's one where it's Berenstein, there's one where it's Berenstain. Of course, there could be millions of others as well. Do you think it's possible that there's like actual realities that are all sort of like the idea of like parallel, multiple, fractal realities that are all within the creator, within the whole thing, to where there actually is one, let's say, where it is Berenstein, and even up into 2023. But then there's this one where it's Berenstain. Like, that's just one example of the two, and that there's like an overlap or something to where like some of us have the memory of like a slightly adjusted timeline. So not that it's even dramatically different, but just like we have the memory of a slightly different one, and we're just in one of the like another one.
So, yes, I think it's possible. I'm not going to pretend to understand it, but I would say that my feelings towards it are more of these dimensions are colliding. And it's like, because I have a friend who swears up and down that it's Berenstain. AIN. Berenstain. Is that what it is now?
Yeah.
Anyways. But then he's got other ones where it's like something's definitely changed. So regardless of whether he's from a different, parallel reality than the one that I'm from, things are being changed in both. If that kind of better answers the question.
I mean, you have to check the copyright dates on those books because they do, like, they do update and they, some things change, prints change.
I mean, it's just an odd thing. Like, there's a lot of books that children remember, and it's like, why is it that one? And why do so many people have like, when you talk to, like, I have it myself. Like, I have like like an actual visual snapshot in my mind of it being spelled with the EIN. So why do so many people have such like a strong, even an emotional, like, oh yeah, that's what I remember it as, the way that we remember stuff. Now I understand there can be like conflicted memories. I'm not saying that can't be possible, or even things like that got parodied later and stuff like that. So I understand that. I mean, you can't really change. They can't have like CIA agents going into everyone's house in the middle of the night and swapping out their Berenstain Bears books, with a different one. Like, that's beyond what I think would be possible, just in terms of the practicality of that. And so it is wild. And there's so many of them that I find incredibly compelling. Like, another one, the engines and airplanes. I have such vivid memories of airplanes back in the 90s and all that, where the engines only came a little bit in front of the wing. I have like memories of toys that I used to have. The engines are under the wing and they poke out a little bit in front of the wing. However, you look at airplane engines now, they poke way out in front of the wing. It's insane looking. Like, when I first was looking at them, I'm like, oh my God, if you guys haven't done that, like, see if you have a reaction to it, because the way that engines look on airplanes now is really weird looking. Like,
it's goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had my whole trip out on that, dude. I know what you mean. It's a trip.
I mean, what?
Well, this is the thing. This is why, like,
that's a particularly goofy one. I don't know why. It's just funny.
Yeah, and like, when I hear people, and I love you, New Perspective. This is not a dig at you at all, but when I hear people tell me like it's a psyop or it's perfectly explainable or it's a parody or blah blah blah, I'm just like, look, I'm sorry. Maybe your memory sucks or something, but this is like, I am like a dog with a bone right now. There's something to this. This is very strange. I don't see how, like you said, they're not going, Men in Black aren't like going into everybody's houses and changing the books. They're not changing the videotapes. They're not changing the Bibles. Like, whatever is happening is beyond the explanation of a purely physical reality. And there's a lot of things in this world that fall under that category where you just can't explain it with the purely physical. And I don't come to the conclusion where it's like, oh, well, now we can't, we just can't do anything now because something is unexplainable. It's like, no, it's unexplainable. That's fine. We can't explain it, but I'm still gonna try to pay attention and just see what's going on, because you're right. I think the gut reaction is not just people's pride of like, I have a good memory. It's like a primal. Like, no, that's not what it was.
I think there is something physical you can do. I think you can go look for artifacts. Go to the thrift stores, go to the antique shops. If you're really questioning these things, and if you can't find them, but go back and look.
Bro, you know what's funny? I just looked up airplanes. Dude, there's a bunch of like how to draw an airplane step by step. Like drawings. They all have the engine right under the wing, yet the real airplanes have the engine shooting out in front of the wings. Like, it's like the people that made How to Draw an Airplane literally looks like they have the memory of when the engines were right under the wings, but it's actually different than the real planes. Have you seen this, Platypus?
I'm looking at it right now because that's residue. This is so okay.
Or is it just that the people, like I just posted one, like that's How to Draw an Airplane step by step. Look at that. Engines are right under the wing. That's how they were. So is it just that this person who made this little step by step thing fucking drew it the old way?
Maybe he works for the CIA. He's part of the PSYOP. No, but seriously, that's where residue is, where I have to be like, yeah, this is definitely a thing, because this doesn't make sense. Like, that's how planes have always looked for most of my life, and now do you have a good picture? Like, I can find one, because you gotta put the comparison.
Dude, I just thought of a picture.
Let me
of
see
when
here.
I was
I got
like 3 years old, holding
passenger plane.
a Hot Wheels airplane carrier. I'm gonna have to have my mom send me that picture, dude.
Yeah, I got it.
You triggered my memory.
Do you have a good one that shows? I was trying to find one that really shows it.
Yeah, and this is the fucked up thing is this is a really old 747 too.
Yeah, I mean the engine's just poking out like that. Like almost the entire engine on a lot of these is in front of the wing.
I know.
This is one that shows it underneath. Look at how far out that is. Unbelievable.
Yeah, here I got another good one.
It's odd.
Dude, yeah, this one's crazy. Let me see. I bet you we got the same. No, dude, look at this. Look how far forward those are.
Yeah, and that's just like airplanes today. Like this is another drawing. See, look at that. Why are they doing them like that on the kids' drawings?
So you got to ask yourself, like,
hey, look
to
at
me,
the
this is
emoji.
why I was saying. This is why I was saying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, just a bunch of them. I'm posting several. All these kids' drawings don't have them. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, this is why I'm saying that the Mandela, like any particular Mandela effect, is not what they tried to change. Like, that was not. They didn't mean to do that. They meant to change something else, and they probably did. And the Mandela effect is like the biggest ripple of the ripple effect, like the furthest ripple.
So there's something smaller.
I don't think they did it, as it were. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a technology. I don't think whoever like the idea of the Illuminati, the cabals, whatever, all that. I don't think they can do this at all. Not even in the realm. All they've done is hijacked free energy technology, hijacked our tech, and enslaved us. And they're pretty low vibration. I mean, yeah, they're pretty clever the way they threw the globe model together and some of this stuff, and the psyops, and they're pretty good at the big pharma stuff. I can give them some just for like psychopaths that are insane. Like, yeah, they obviously have pulled some shit off. I don't think they're even that brilliant, but I don't think they can change reality like this. No way. I don't think so. Like, and it's not in their purview of what they can do, in my view.
Can anyone check the emoji for airplane? Take a look at that emoji for airplane. And that's what you're talking about. The engines are way out front of the wing. It's on the emoji.
Just wanted to say something. I'm diagnosed.
Just giving them so much like credit, like the idea that they could like go in and not only like the idea that someone could have some technology or some entity that's like similar to either humans or even if you call them aliens or whatever, like even if we say, okay, they're straight up, some other reptilians or aliens or anything like that, to think that they just have some technology that they could somehow torque like the memory of all, humans like this, or even change reality. That's I think that's to the level of the creator is the only way I can see it.
No, you're right. You're right. That is creator level. And if there was something happening like this abomination would have been wiped out. Because it is.
I'm not trying to give them full credit for it. Like, I am saying that it is like not their intention to have those changes happening.
So it looks like the creator or the Illuminati forgot to change a couple of Berenstein books, because there's Berenstein and Berenstain. Probably was like because of the Jewish implication of Berenstein, so they changed it because Berenstain doesn't sound Jewish.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Berenstein, totally.
Berenstein and Berenstain in the live stream. There's both.
Right, but I mean, those might be ones that like Mandela people have made up, but
no, it doesn't.
Berenstein is totally Jewish sounding.
Has Berenstein. She's got the book right there, and she's calling it a Mandela. She's saying, "Oh, it used to be Berenstain, but now look, there's Berenstein on this book." So
look at the dates of the copyright.
There's always something reasonable for these guys. It's not timeline. It's not the creator. I'm sorry. I'm going to be a dick. It's not.
Thank you. I was trying to point that out. Like they like things get corrected over time. Like, okay, so this book didn't sell as well, so let's change something to make it sell better.
Like the Jewish name.
Yeah, change the Jewish name because there's
I don't
a
think
lot
it has
of
anything to do with like a Jewish name.
A lot of times they change their name from Stein or drop the Stein altogether because there was such anti-Semitism going. It's totally the case.
That's very logical.
Well, dude, these are actually. By the way, Dyson, your mic is hot.
I didn't know I was unmuted.
I mean, these are like actual people, though. You're saying they changed their name now, or are you saying the publisher put their name wrong on it? Like, what are you saying?
No, people change their own name. I think I actually read something like this for Berenstein. There's a debunk for all of these guys. They're literally...
but the debunk came way after people started noticing. Like, people noticed this in 2015, dude. Somebody like sent it to me on AIM or something. They were like, "Yo, go check your fucking Bernstein Bears books."
Yeah,
like this wasn't a meme that I saw. It wasn't like this was like grassroots. Somebody told me to go look at my books.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's a Mandela effect. You just got one after they changed the name to get rid of the Jewification.
Look at the copyright date.
It's just I'm not seeing it, man. But I appreciate. I appreciate the perspective.
What is your explanation? What is your explanation for this video that does seem to show a woman having one that has it spelled that way?
What's my what?
I'm asking Platypus what he thinks of your video that does show a woman who has a book where it's spelled with the EIN.
Dude, there was only like 4 people in the car when JFK got shot in my timeline. The governor and his wife were not there, and there's plenty of residue for that. So it's very reasonable for me to see that there would be residue from Berenstain, and Bernstein. Like I've seen all 3.
Your timeline split from the other one at some point, and like now you're in a different timeline than the rest of it. I
I,
don't get
well,
it.
I wanted to
Yeah, I don't
bring
get
up.
it either. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it makes
I
more
wasn't
sense.
able to talk.
All of these, it makes more sense that there's a reason for all of these, and it's being pushed as a psyop than there's actual timeline shifts. That makes
I
way
wasn't
more.
able.
Holy moly! Yeah, you can talk, bud. What's up?
I just think it's way more compelling. Like people that actually have the memories, they're not just like they didn't just go online and read about a psyop and randomly decide to believe it. Like you can ask people that have never even heard of this, like what they remember of things, and they'll with emotion they'll be like, "It was that." You know what I'm saying? So if they didn't all just go read. They didn't all go read a psyop. Like it's real memories from real people.
No, this is actually happening. These timeline shifts are actually happening. I'm okay. So I just got done with an experience during Thanksgiving, and I was literally seeing time fast forward in front of me. Like as soon as somebody would leave my peripheral, it's hard to explain, but this shit's happening. And another thing is where time isn't linear for God, but also realities are layered on top of our reality on this earth. For instance, there's 4 occasions. I think they refer to it as the black goo. But
all right, dude. Can we just keep it on topic here?
Yeah, it is on topic. Well, this
You
is
just
back.
went,
I wasn't
dude.
able
You
to talk
literally just
earlier
started
because I
talking
was
about
muted.
black goo. Like I just
Do you know
want
what it is?
I don't want to know about. I want to talk about Mandela stuff. No offense.
It's creatures that live among us that I witnessed them 4 times. They're like black shadow creatures. They're referenced in the Starve Together or Don't Starve or whatever. Whenever you lose your sanity, you start seeing these black shadow creatures like wandering around the game. That's actually real. I've seen it
Okay,
4
so
times.
wait.
All right, it's a different topic
You just
now.
described.
It's a different topic.
Yeah,
just
I totally
described the
respect
movie
your
Ghost.
experience. I think that's cool, but I just wanted to keep it on topic, bud.
Sorry, I wasn't able to talk earlier, so I just sorry.
No, you're fine, man. It's all good.
Yeah.
So you have different prints of different books.
I mean, we could talk about that next. Like we could go into that, but it does start to get
The Bernstein Bears thing, like these are copyright books. The video did not show a copyright date for her Berenstein book, even though she was claiming Mandela effect. I think that would be very important to show a copyright date and when the book was printed.
Well, here let's. I mean, Gio, do you remember the little television show for it with the little song? It's the Bernstein Bears. I shouldn't have fucking said it, but I mean,
there was a cartoon thing, yeah.
yeah, there was like I just remember the cartoon would be on, like my little sister would watch it on a VHS tape. That because like I don't know if you remember when families would like record stuff on VHS tapes and just like save it for the kids. The kid would watch the same like 2-hour section of television just over and over. Like we had a bunch of those VHS tapes.
Yeah.
By the way, IPS, you guys know who he is. He's taken on the Mandela effect as like a personal project. He's coming out with a book about it and everything. And I think he's debunked every single one of them. I think there's some that he hasn't gotten to yet, but there's a reasonable explanation for all of them. And I'm serious. Like, and there's truthers calling into a show, like Joey Roca. You guys know who Joey Roca is? He's an old school truther, flat earther. Like, there's people that like were totally taken in by this, calling him up and saying, "Thank you for making me realize there aren't alternate timelines. This is obviously a psyop. Thank you so much."
It's a leaking timeline. It's other timelines leaking into your reality. It's how they cover and fix things.
That's just my opinion. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of interested in the black goo. What's going on here, buddy, with the black goo?
Well, few times, 4 times, to be exact. The first time I ever experienced it, it was a deer, and it had shapeshift into a black like figure of a man that danced like on a puppet, like kind of like if he was on a puppet string, and he danced back and forth. I almost fucking shook its hand because I thought it was Jesus or something. Good thing I didn't, because comes to find out, the reference is the black goo. I saw one once when I was about right before I went to Vegas in 2019. I almost drove off the fucking road because there was this giant fucking ape-shaped like goo ball like in the middle of the fucking road, and I swerved to dodge it. And then I saw a cat figure, and then there's one more that I can't speak about because it's too close right now. I can't refer to it right now. But
is it outside your window?
It's pretty fucking close where I saw it. I'd rather just not speak about that one. But yeah, this shit exists, and I guess it's called the black goo. When you start losing your sanity, or there's something, you start seeing these things. That cat figure one was fucking creepy. Like, it was like a tall cat, like a minx almost, like big fucking cat. And it was
Are
had
you
really big ears.
Are you religious at all?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, I haven't come into contact with any black goo, but I have come into contact with the black smoke. It oozes like a goo, but it was definitely like a smoke for me. And that is definitely the fucking scaredest I've ever been in my entire life. Hands down.
It's really
It's terrifying.
trippy.
It's petrifying. Yeah, you'd be like frozen.
Like once it's something about your mind state. I think it has something to do with sleeping and adjusting to a reality. It's like if you stay up too late, for instance, and go on to the world, like it's almost like you're in another like parallel reality. Like I've noticed if I stay up all night and pull an all-nighter and don't get any sleep for a certain amount of time, I run into different people. Like it's like my reality is aligned with them now that I'm like on this like lower frequency or something, or like
that's interesting that you're paying attention to that. Have you ever experimented with meditation or anything like that?
I used to do like the third eye meditation, like trance, like music. This is how actually all this shit started happening to me. I think
Yeah, I think it is too. I think you were probably messing around with something that you didn't fully understand. And I'm not saying that like I'm not slighting you at all.
I was totally ignorant, dude. I thought I was like getting closer to God, but I think I was getting closer to something.
You're opening doors.
All of God.
So what is that?
Yeah, if you're going to open a door, you got to be prepared for what's on the other side, like spiritually and physically,
right?
For sure. You know that like 70% of people that practice qigong, like qi cultivation, end up in mental hospitals in China.
Wait, say it again?
Yeah, the qi.
70% of qigong practitioners in China end up in mental hospitals of like very, very specific types of qigong. It's also called I forget the other name that they call it, but like I'm not talking about Tai Chi where you're like doing the hand movements. There's a form of meditation. There's like two different forms. There's sitting and standing. And there's two different forms of the standing meditation, and
that's the qi,
dude. I can't think when you're talking at the same time as me. Sorry, I just can't do it.
But it's called
qigong. I don't know. Yeah, strange days. It does seem like you kind of jump in right when someone's talking. I don't know if it'd be possible just to try to wait until they're done talking, because it does get. It's kind of anxiety provoking if someone's doing that, because it makes it feel like every time you're speaking, like they're going to do it. So you're kind of waiting for that like eruption to interrupt. It's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of, do you see what I'm saying, Platypus? Is that kind of the feeling? It's like hard to.
Yeah, it's also 4 a.m. I'm all stoned, so I'm trying to like get my words out. I know I'm pausing a bit, but I'm doing my best. The reason I brought up the qigong thing and why the way that it was brought to my attention is that my meditation teacher from China was like, yeah, 70% of the dudes back home that practice this stuff end up in a mental institution because they are not training for the right reasons. And you train to get closer to God. And he just so happened to be Christian, and I was not Christian at the time. I thought it was very funny that this Chinese man was Christian, and he's trying to tell me about like meditation and Jesus and stuff. I thought it was very weird, but I learned pretty quickly, like, he says that meditation is the state between being awake and asleep.
Yeah,
and we all pass through that meditative state when we go to bed. And if you are constantly practicing the meditative state every day, not just when you're going to sleep, but like as a conscious practice, and you are not setting up the proper boundaries, when you slip in to sleep and you pass through that meditative state, you are you're left open. You're unguarded. You're like unprotected.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people pray right before they go to bed, or they literally fall asleep praying. That's why when people do really, really intense hallucinogenics and their spirit leaves their body, there's the potential for like schizophrenia and dissociative behaviors to set in afterwards. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. So
exactly.
you need a guide sometimes, I think that like the Native Americans are like a spirit guide when you're going through these, like taking peyote, or you almost need a guide. If you can't do it yourself, then yeah, it's probably helpful.
Here, I'm gonna post something for you guys. So this guy that I'm about to post, he believes that this dream state, or like halfway between dreaming and awake, this state of being is the ascendant state, is how we can ascend. And but I'm gonna post it real quick.
Yeah, I practiced something called Mopai Nekong for years. I haven't really done it recently. I mean, some of the practices, they end up just kind of becoming your part of your everyday routine. Certain breath control and breath retention, things like that. Like, people always say that I breathe really heavy. And I'm like, no, I've been practicing breathing for like 10 years. This is how I breathe properly. And I didn't have the proper guidance. I wasn't training for the right reasons, and shit got really crazy. We all have this like amazing potential, and it's really powerful. And if we can't control it, it can really be problematic. Problematic in your life.
So where are you now? Doing all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just like these things, these gifts. Once you kind of unlock them, they don't go away. They do not go away. And if you don't have a strong spiritual foundation, I can see how it would make you crazy. Like I said it earlier, like, I'm not psychic, I'm not a prophet, but I do have some really weird shit that happens to me. Like, sometimes when I'm standing next to somebody I've never met before, like, I can feel how they feel. And sometimes it's really gross. It sucks. It's not fun at all. And you want to get away from these people, and it's not because you hate them, it's not because you don't like them, but you are picking up their bad vibes in the most real way.
It's like it's toxicity.
No, I think it's just hypersensitivity. Like, you quiet all your senses.
Yeah, they kind of have
Isn't that essentially like clairsentience?
Yeah, some people have called it like being an empath. Like, my mom was really into a lot of like spiritual movements when I was a kid, and like took me to some shaman person who told her that I was an indigo child, which meant that I could like pick up on auras and all this stuff. And like, I never really looked into any of that, or really paid any, like, really even thought about it throughout my life. I just thought my mom was a kook. And it's only been until like the last couple of years where like I'm on the other side of practicing, meditation without a serious guidance or like for a good reason. I was really just doing. I started practicing meditation so that I could fight better, so that I could be better at hurting people, because I did martial arts for a really long time. Like, it was not grounded in anything really other than just pride and power.
The wrong reasons.
Platypus, me and you have similar situations. You said that you also had your name said 3 times in the corner of your room. I had the same thing happen to me.
It was 2 times, but yeah, that's I'm surprised that you remember that. That's yeah, dude, that was fucking trippy. I'm glad that I've met somebody else that's happened to. I don't know what that was. I still don't know what that was.
Well,
no
I think,
idea.
Well, it sounds like we're on similar paths. I wonder if they go back or go for, or no, they would go back to like try to get our attention preemptively, so that they have like a more control over us. I think. I don't know. It's a guess. But I think we've caused something to happen, or they've gotten their attention in our lives. So then they try to get our attentions early on or something. I don't know.
I've read a lot of 19th and 20th century Chinese literature that deals with this type of phenomenon in regards to training martial arts or qi cultivation. I was really into this for a long time. And they had this, there's a saying in Chinese for people like us, they call it yin eyes. And I wouldn't even say actually people like us, because people with yin eyes are described as legit being able to see dead people like all the time, converse with spirits. And I'm not doing any of that. I would just say that I've maybe got a little bit of yin eyes because some weird stuff happens to me, if that. But all of this used to be very